thought he ran in.
That pre-fire from KZ was so good. And the second as well, the wherewithal to go for the pre-fire, knowing that the aggression's about to come out from Fluxo.
That's a good read.
Finally, a first round on the board here on Chalet for Furia. Something that we talked about briefly off camera between maps was, look, Heat 7 on border,
Yeah.
staving off 2 match points.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty damn good from Fluxo.
Very much so.
Furia's map pick, after all, there's a very good chance that Fluxo could take Chalet in a much more convincing fashion than what we saw from Furia on border.
5 seconds to go.
Norris said himself, we're not upset, we're calm, just relaxing, just relaxed.
The bomb.
And it has been like, when I saw them arrive this morning in the arena, right before the game started, Halo was smiling and they're laughing, and I think there is something about the mental game obviously there about how you're feeling going into a game. Are you tense? Are you nervous? Are you excited to play here? And I think when you're excited and you're being able to be creative and play your game, take your risks, that's peak Siege.
Yeah.
If you're worried about the outcome and worried about the expectations, you're going to be limiting yourself a bit more in the server. And I think Fluxo so far, they have very much been a team showing us that they are here to play their style and believe that what they're doing is good enough.
And as the analysts have said time and time again, Fluxo W7M don't just have one style anymore. They can pivot, they can play really aggressive, and then they can bunker up. They've got the mirror this round, they've got a shield from Volps as well. So they've got a lot of power positions that they can utilize, and that calls upon Furia's problem solving to deal with.
Amaro is always a scary thing. Either you play 5v4 or 4v5 very quickly. The issue right now with Furia is this is very telegraphed. There's very little pressure on the building, but the good news of Furia, there are 3 people roaming towards libraries. This ammo should have a clear way in. Cadelas smokes us in, plant by the window, play close line outside the building.
It's going to have to be a plant directly
They have
under
to
the
go
window.
for it.
There's a Nitro cell on Loban. He can also see through the
C4
smoke
first.
and the flashes because he is the warden. What do they do about it?
Now they're all falling
lash
back.
out, take down KZ.
Too late now.
And you're right, it is far too late. Nate has missed his opportunity to go in. If he had, he likely would have died to Loban on the warden.
Yeah, very important. The Dodis actually did not over-rotate. So right there, either you see the C4, you go in and try and go for a plant, or you see all the Romans fall back towards the bomb side, now library is free. Dodis never fell back. He's playing the mirror window, which means map control isn't free. Defender's got a 5v4, and the main armor strat is completely dead. So now Fury gotta go for broke.
Oh, Nate has fallen as well, trying to make his way up the stairs. Philippox will trade with the Reaper, no less. But it's not enough for Furia to get their boots in the building to sink their claws into this map. Philippox is low HP, desperately tosses out his second last Candela. BP, take down that bulletproof. Oh, hello. Finally take down that bulletproof camera, recollecting the diffuser, but it is too late. Furia do not have many options here.
Gonna vault for a softball. They gotta use that last Candela, and they gotta make a miracle happen in the server.
Good angle, though, from Herds. And now Dots is under a lot of pressure. Loban has to come in to support. He's the one with the Nitro cell available, and he's found a kill with the SMG at 12. You're right, Volts is on for a big flank here, but they won't do anything. Amongst the fire and the smoke and the flashes, Loban finds them all. The Warden is not to be deceived. And Fluxo W7M make it a 4-1 scoreline.
No, I want to praise Furia for having the balls to go for that attack, but it is very much we win or lose in 20 seconds kind of meta. Because you go in, you plant, you win the post plant every single time.
Look,
genuinely.
You win or lose based on whether they pick the Warden, to be honest.
Also that.
The Azami ban came out, right?
Yeah.
It didn't get rid of the Warden. And then they're relying on smokes and flashes.
Well, I'm pretty sure what happened here is that they didn't start with this strat in mind when the round, drone phase started. They saw the heavy library setup, the mirror window in office, mirror window in library, 3 people, 1 bar, 2 library. They thought the bombs is gonna be weak. But the one guy by the goddamn bombs, James, was that Warden with a C4.
Yeah.
And that counters everything. Like you said, they needed the Warden to throw a C4 out, then maybe they can make a play. But then they were like, no, we lost a player, it's a Warden, now we know that, it's not gonna work.
It makes me wonder if we need a little bit more drone work from Furia in the prep phase
early on
to figure out what operators are being brought to the table. Because if you know there's a heavy mirror setup, you can go for an Ash pick, right? If you know there's no Kite or Bandit or Catch. I mean, there was no Catch last round either. There's actually nothing to stop the Ash. Or the reloading.
Same issue on border. We saw Flox always pick up the mirror, and then there was no real counterplay.
And you can't go for a Ying heavy execute if they just have a Warden on side where you want a Ying.
So, small cause of concern.
What is this? There's a rat in Gang's room.
He's probably
Okay.
How Hello, surprise, says Dots. Still get a lick of damage onto Herds, but then fall back.
Mind you, Flox
Sorry
with
about that, my
band-aids,
computer
of
froze
course,
again.
enables the mirror. It
And
takes a
I
very strict
might have the
weapon on.
solution
A lot of
now.
people don't tend to play
And
the
I missed that
Hibana,
whole round, and I'm
even
sad
Dave
about
either,
it.
So he just changed the attacker's playstyle. Casey's in the building and dining. It's one big kill.
Very deep lurk. He's now being flanked by 2 players. He gets a lot of damage onto Palu somehow. He's about to be flanked, though. I don't think he knows that Volps is here as well. Might have heard him, gets a bit of damage onto him. That's how sharp KZ is. Volps will win the fight regardless.
That's
One
the
of the
bomb
Pilot
side.
drones is down, and Nade is looking to go deep with the blitz side. Can he take the 1v1? He's not close enough to get the blind effect. He gets the knockback. Volps is there to save the day. A second kill for Volps. As Herds is left with nothing. 3 players to find. Herds has a tumultuous task ahead of him, a mountain to climb, and Fluxo W7M will not give him anything. He might have put down Volps after that miraculous 2K, but I don't think there's any way he wins. He's got to walk into a dead crossfire. Fluxo W7M have looked so solid on Chalet.
Beautiful.
And they cap off the half nicely, 5 rounds to 1.
I count 5 shield rounds across Border and Chalet. I count a singular round victory where the shield was alive and somewhat impactful. That was on Border, not on this map. We're seeing Nade play the Blackbeard and get spawn peek practically by the smoke of Lopin and bar window. Now we're seeing the Blitz, again, having no impact in the server whatsoever. The blind came out at way too far of a distance. The blind doesn't even work that far away. And again, when you have a shield player, you can play these shields to a very high level. Not having a shield player, you get rounds like that where things are left to be desired, you know?
If I'm Furia's coaching staff, I'm saying, all right, guys, we're going to go, and instead of scrimming, we're just going to play shield 1v1s over and over and over
Might
again.
be valuable.
Until
It's
you
just
guys get
aces
good at
stuff?
playing these shields. I want all 5 players capable of working these shields, working the blitz, working the tech, the ADS tech with the Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Knowing how to use a Monty and not die, the flicking the roof, knowing when you can correctly blind someone with the blitz, because you're right, it's not their strong suit.
I mean, Volps has been such a pillar in so many rounds. Whether it's him starting off the round at 2K or 3K, or just saving them by getting a 3K in the middle of it, he finds himself in the battle every single round. The most important spot at the perfect moment. 5-1 up. The desk was like, oh, this map will play a bit better into Fluxo's style because they got depth and whatnot. Guys, they're 5-1 up. It's not a little bit better.
Once upon a time, Chalet was regarded as a very attacker-sided map.
Yeah.
At SI, it's been 52% for the defense. So, 4% differential between the 2 sides.
Okay.
So, yes, Fluxo W7 would probably expect to have a little bit more luck in that first half. However, I mean, Furia decided to start on the attacking side. And a 5-1, I mean, that's almost inexcusable.
I know Cafe is very different, but when we're looking at the strategical levels to Fluxo W7M, the further we get into this game, the more I tend to favor them in the entire series. But that tells a very dangerous start of Fury in their future.
Scary prospects. Is it the last dance? Well, certainly think it could be if Furia are to go out in the top 6 without making it to the top 3 like they did in Boston last year. But there's no question what the priority is, what the target is for Furia. It's championship. Dots made his way forward. He's about to get shot in the side. Leapox knows exactly where he is. The nade comes out. He 1v1 the Blackbeard. Dots gets a little bit too aggressive and loses his head. But meanwhile, KZ has fallen. Furia are left pretty lonely, and Felipox is traded back by Dodes.
It's an important kill. Fluxo keeping that pressure, but this gunfight right here between Nate and Paolo could change everything.
Shotgun in hand. Great work with the UMP from Nate. It packs a punch. Dodes will fall. And Herds has taken down the Shoddy Loban. Shoddy v Shoddy, and Palu looks the wrong direction. Volps, who has been the savior for Fluxo W7M, 10 kills to his name, marches into the bomb site alone. 1 versus 3. As Furia hold on to that diffuser. Lit it on the other side of the bomb. Lit it on the other side of the map. Volps can't go for a plant. He needs to go and collect it back from Games Room.
Needs to go for kills. I mean, this round is completely over. With Furia, they have eco. If they overswing these teams and give him just 1v1s, just once or twice, that will be enough.
It's time to
And
hold
they swing it.
crossfires.
Hold
That's
up.
one.
It's not time to be swinging like that. One player in library box and one on the library stairs. Volps needs to thread the needle. He needs to make this count. He has a chance here to find map points and embarrass Furia.
He has time, work the flourish store and get the intel.
JV has an escape route.
Get that adrenaline out of your body. Don't overthink it. Play off your instincts. Believe in the plan. They fallen back.
AR-33 in hands, and Volps makes his way forward. Nade is right on top of the diffuser, but JV steals the kill from him. And it's not to be for Volps today. Furia have found a second round on the board, but they are still trailing behind by a mile.
And it comes down to a few gunfights once more. I mean, if Paolo gets the shotgun kill onto Nate on blue stairs, again, the numbers shift back and forth. If Nate doesn't find the kill in the fallback, same story once again. So, I do think the entries in general is so important, right? We've seen the Blackbeard jump in, lose the 1v1, but get traded back. Paolo with the shotgun is good for one, but can't take that many flexible gunfights due to the nature of having a close-range weapon, of course. I think losing Lopin right there, bottom fireplace, that's the one that hurts the most.
Excuse me.
Volps, honestly, a nice try. Finally, some respect given by Furia. Hurts overswung it, and after that, they played it correctly, they played it smart together.
Now look, if anyone from Furia is going to overswing a little bit too much, it's definitely going to be Hertz. He's the guy
It's true.
who will ego peek everything.
10
I
seconds.
cannot disagree there. It has to be him.
5 seconds to go.
He's on the Solus now, a very important operator. We saw plenty of it on border. It's extra special on that map because of the ability to deny those rushes. Is he going to go for a peek? He's got a lot of mobility with those impact grenades as well. He can always open up this hatch and retreat back if he starts to feel a lot of pressure, which I think he is likely to. Where's Dots going inside of mud, perhaps?
Hey, he hears all of this. He's gonna be like, Philippox, if you're downstairs, get ready to run. There's a shield outside, probably a blitz. The scanner, if you were to activate it, can see the blitz's location at all times.
While he's got the shield out.
Well, he's got the shield up, of course.
There's a player on the balcony out here for Hertz. Ooh, he's going to reveal his position, open up the hatch and look for a retreat, but he's actually not going to retreat. It's a fake. He peels back for now, but spotted from the rooftops. Volps continues to farm his old team.
Yeah. I mean, perfect place once again. A huge pick.
Okay, we'll see if this
Especially
fixes
against
my
the Clash,
problems.
Because now you open up a possibility of a flank elsewhere, but Philippox blue stairs finds Lobin. Back to even numbers. There's a flank watcher off gridlock in the grave. Is the bomb side though. The Clash is upstairs.
No barbed wire here either. Palu could sneak onto side. Instead, he looks to Tata open that soft wall. Philippox
No.
versus Volps.
They know
Excuse
he's
me.
down here. Volps cut him off by Trench Thor, sending the blitz, find him first.
3 players are hunting him down, and he doesn't
he's
really
down
have
here.
any util. Philippox spots out Dots, the impact to try and do a little bit of damage. He doesn't get flushed. Dots wins the gunfight regardless. And Volps onto the bomb site. No, JV went to go and support his teammate. Now KZ is looking for a refrag, but Fluxo have just evaporated.
So well played. Chasing the soul player, enabling the Lion and the Blitz to play that perfect roam game. But now the question is, do you take top 4? Because verticality speaking, you don't have much vertically. So horizontally, ignore the Clash top, just hit the bomb side.
Oh, he's lost his shield now.
Yeah.
That means chase the Clash because now he has no win condition. Here comes the Blitz once more. Dots has been so efficient so far.
Dots is in such a scary position if you're Nade.
so low.
Falling back, both of these players low on HP. Volps has found the first
Ooh,
one. He
he's
gets
being
traded, but
chased.
Dots is quick, hot on his heels. He's bullied into the corner, and Palu takes it with the
Jeez.
pistol. Fluxo W7M are a different beast on Chalet. 5 map points.
Oh, the Ella cosplay is
stand
good too.
before them. The lead is almost irreparable, and Furia look like a shadow of their greater selves.
Speaking of shield value, right? We saw Fury struggling to do that roam clearing, isolating the 1v1s. That right there is a beautiful display of how to play a blitz with the Lion and cutting off rotations. And the thing is, despite not having almost any drones in the building, Fluxo knew exactly where the defenders were by the process of elimination. By Volps being Trench Store very early in the round and said, I never saw the Goyo running back. He has to be Wine Cellar, Blue, or Snowball Garage. He couldn't be anywhere else. and then you send down the blitz, you face check in every corner. It's the fastest and safest way to get that kill and get that information to your team. And it gets them 3 kills.
That's so funny.
from the Dots playing the blitz. 3 kills.
And we're going to look back on this series, at least the first 2 maps, and think, my God, 15 rounds on border, and Fluxo staved off 2 match points. And then Furia were completely bottled on Chalet. It's not at all what we expected. Furia now fighting. They need to stave off 4 match points just to push us into overtime. And that just doesn't seem likely.
It doesn't seem likely.
Fluxo W7M have undoubtedly been the better team today.
They've been the better team while also being the most clutch. And going into this series, that was the same stat line you spoke of in the very beginning. The 3Ks, the 4Ks, Palos 1vx clutches, like they literally have all the clutch factors at this event so
Where is
far.
he with this
So when a
C4?
team
Okay.
doesn't do it, some of the individuals will. Wolves is sitting on 14 kills right now. C4 this time works out. Herd is fishing and Solarium for the longest time. That takes the ace out of this round. And to be honest, not the biggest loss to suffer.
Good info from the drone, though. Herd spots out the blitz and another one of the players behind him as well. So Furia know exactly where this push is coming from.
Changing maps.
They set up the air jabs for the flank. Perhaps later here downstairs or dining in kitchen. Looking for dining hall with the blitz. This is very unusual.
God, that noise is still so scary.
Straight into the bomb site. They are. Dots has the diffuser as well. JV92 is the first one to fall for Furia, and Dots is looking to get very aggressive. The smoke keeps him at bay for a brief moment. KZ's doing his best to battle the blitz, but
Oh my.
comes in to save the day for Furia.
That was incredibly aggressive.
W7M threw everything at the wall.
It's all 3 smokes too.
And Volk was stuck outside. He was cutting rotations by the double door and fireplace, hoping for a kill, but nobody went into that location. He's been completely unable to help his team this time around, and Paolo goes down as well. Oh, what hurts is there.
Jesus.
Furia, they fight back together.
It started with a massive C4 from Herds, and it finished when he shot both of those players on the windows, hunting him down. Herds the man of the hour for Furia, and if it wasn't for him, that rush may well have worked out.
As Nora said himself, the coach behind Fluxo, we're calm, we're relaxed. It shows in the server that, okay, the ace died. Oh, we can't roam to the top floor because there's 2 people, it's risky. Let's just hit the bomb site. And when you up in round count like this, 6-2 scoreline, you can 100% afford to make this play and not feel any remorse if it doesn't play out.
Furia, one of those teams that thrive in the chaos. A player like Herds creates it, and KZ on the bomb site with the Legion, him supported by Nade, they were the players that prevented that blitz from successfully getting that plant down, getting that map control, and ripping the anchor from Furia's defense. But as you said, no reason to fret, no reason to be stressed for Fluxo W7M.
No.
The scoreline is 6-3, and there are 3 more map point opportunities to send us to Cafe.
They literally just need one thing to work out, one mistake from Furia. The only thing right now is that the more like specific operators that they're showing are pocket strats that could bleed into Cafe, like specific operators, like play styles. That can of course hurt their chance in a best of 3 on the final map. But right now, they don't have to get too desperate. Dots brought out the blitz time and time and time again, but Furia will actually affect it a little bit now, betting out the Lion. When you're taking out an operator that wants to push into somebody on defense, but you stop them from moving away from you, you will get the blitz in their face eventually, or they'll expose their position to everybody else. So this will mean Dots have to be a little more cautious now, because you can't Lion scan and then just get people stop moving.
Yeah.
So support can arrive this time.
You won't have to worry about the Denari though.
Okay.
Still, we've got Thorn Ella, just like Igor talked about on the first map. I like the castle as well, an operator that was banned out on the first map.
Yeah, not super common on Chalet these days.
No.
But it does mean that you gotta play into more soft
I
destruction.
am kind of wondering why they got rid of the Denari.
Stuff like that. So they bring out the sledge, probably mostly as a castle counter. You get the grenades, get some soft destruction, good gun. And with Deimos being banned away, Lobin doesn't want to play him anyway, you know?
Loban was pretty happy to play the sledge on the first map as well. We saw Herds doing it too. Wow, nice quick steal from JV. Oh, he's actually made it and found a kill as well. While the wall has been breached, it doesn't matter because JV gets away with a frag.
Has 2 spare Grismas in pocket, so JV had gone down there. A lot of util goes with him. That high-risk, high-reward play style. Beepoop exposing Lobin. This could be an office rush.
In goes the sledge, and behind him the blitz as well. The castle.
Oh!
While blinded, still manages to kill the blitz. A refrag from Lobin is not going to be enough. Palu holds down the fort inside of Piano and finds 2 big kills. Now him and Lobin are inside of the bomb site. Herds and KZ need to look for a retake, but Lobin's got info, and Palu's distracting him on the bomb site. Where is Herds? They know he's behind the bomb, but he still finds the kill.
Ooh.
The C75 comes out for KZ, and Herds and KZ
Holy
together
crap, man.
clutch up for Furia. Fluxo W7N throw everything they can, but there's nothing to be done when the clutch players from Furia hold down the site.
It's such a good read as well. So Palo will flashbang for his teammate, fully blinding the player by the bedroom chassis.
Just
And
pre-fired.
makes the work happen. Tag timeout here. I think.
Saguão fechado, tá ligado? Os caras tá tendo uns confortos que não é pra ter. Então, vocês estão sabendo escolher bem as kills. Você tá, por exemplo, você somou bem aquela punida do cara do solar do portal. Quando a gente caçou o cara na adega, você somou bem a batida do portal pra impedir o win. Vocês estão fazendo isso bem, só prepara tudo, escolhe aquilo que vocês querem jogar e aí a gente consegue progredir, tá ligado? Então eu preciso que vocês tenham todos os acessos possíveis. Então vai de Twitch, tira trap, vai de Ribana, tira todos os castos, prepara tudo que vocês precisam, decidam e aí joga. Com tudo que vocês puderem, tá ligado?
Ok.
Fechou.
E sem neuro,
Bora. Acho que vai ser cozinha recuadinha agora, né?
Bora.
And as the timeout has finished, we have a few words from our analyst Laxing on the line. Laxing, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, that last round in particular, I mean, it's so important for the side of Fluxo to be able to slow down, to be able to come together, to close out these rounds. The last thing you want to do is blow this lead. Losing rounds like this, where they should be going in your favor, does slowly chip away at the mental, especially if going into this next round, it doesn't go in their favor. And then on the opposite side for Furia, if you are allowing them to get any little bit of hope, that is slowly going to manifest and turn into something that is going to be unstoppable for the side of Fluxo. So they need to dig deep and close out this map and push it to a map 3.
I couldn't agree more, Laxing. Thank you so much for your insight. The time for toying with your opponent is over. For Fluxo, like Laxing said, log it in right now. Give it 110%. Get it 7-4 or whatever, and go into Cafe knowing that you played a phenomenal game of Chalet. Speaking to the mental game as well, Fluxo were feeling mighty good a couple rounds ago.
Oh, there's overhead sound now.
Taste the victory. Oh no, it's different way. Oh no, guys were throwing. Oh, it's overtime. Oh no. That sets you up for failure. Were you to go into Cafe, that third and final deciding map. Whereas for Furia, we know they're a mental team. And we saw how JV swung Library last round, just like taking those Eagle challenges, those Eagle battles. This right here, waiting for it to pay off, but Volbs doesn't find the kill this time from outside the building. He's been the cutoff player on the attack, but he was almost an injury player on defense. He hasn't been in the first early battles much for Volbs. And they're also off the blitz. Now dots onto the Monty, maybe like I said, slowing things down a bit, breathing more, and going for more execute style attacks.
The danger with slowing things down too much is if Furia
Excuse me.
you see things like the Echo come into play.
Exactly.
And there's no better example of an operator that
Or they shoot him out before they can get him.
than that Echo. If it comes down to late round, you're going for a plan. Felipox is still alive. That plan ain't going down.
So we gotta get some early aggression somewhere, either a kill, a good bit of map control, and just slowly progress the map, right? Every second matters right now. The first projectile wall goes out. They're waiting for a C4 response. Nothing happens, so the fish unsuccessful. But now it's in pre-placed. They can pop that wall up and down whenever they want to jump in that trophy window. But with 2 people on rappel, everyone outside the building still, getting in that first window, it's gonna be a challenge.
Furia can also use that Echo to get aggressive if they want, but I think at the moment the play is just not to overthink things too much. Furia can just sit back. They still have 2 C4s on the site. As I say that, Herds has actually gotten really aggressive on the other side of the map, which means that now there's going to be a crossfire onto Dots as he makes his way into the lobby.
He's gonna go up the lobby stairs into Fireplace.
They want to kill this guy.
Yeah, they want to isolate him.
They know where KZ is, and Dots is now in the perfect position to flush him out. But KZ, he can take the fights. He staved off the Monty with the Thorn Trap so he could isolate Volts.
Jeez.
And has traded him back. It was a worthy play from
they missed
someone
him.
who should have been doomed
They have
to
no
die.
idea.
It hurts. Sneaking behind enemy lines. Has stolen another kill onto Dodez. No more hard breach available for Fluxo
Oh,
W7M.
This isn't
Playing
good.
safe and playing it slow, and yet that one mistake might cost him the entire round with that delete.
Oh,
Being reduced. Fury out.
Yo,
making the
Herds,
comeback
what the
happen
hell,
right
man?
here, right now.
it well and truly has begun, Pengu. It's 3 rounds straight for Furia. Each one looking better than the last. One more on the board, and we will have a second overtime in this series.
It's bound to happen. The way these rounds are playing out, the struggles for both teams, and the things they're doing well, it's turning.
That was
momentum
insane looking.
into Furia's side. The small mini games are working so much more in their favor. I was thinking with Casey stuck in the library corner, if you're by the double window and just hold him with a gun, he's bound to move eventually. Instead, you jump in a single window, he pre-fires you, you lose. Miscoordination. Had they waited for Wolves to get onto that big window first, all of a sudden it should be a guaranteed kill. And then if you miss the guy in the small box and he gets one, it's not the end of the world, but you lose one player to KC, lose a guy to the box, there's too many bodies. And I mean, we saw them, they wanted to go for a Solarium trophy attack. They set up everything for it.
install
They
this.
sprinted to library thinking, guys, we have a free kill. And it wasn't free.
To go.
It's like Furia knew what Fluxo W7 were doing before they did it.
5 seconds
Even
left.
I noticed there were 2 C4s on the bomb site to prevent that eventual jump in if the Monty did go for it, to harass the Monty. And then Herd suddenly disappeared. He was on the other side of the map, and within a few moments, he was ready to support KZ.
Yeah.
And KZ as well. What a play with the Thorn. An operator that's been out of the meta for such a long time finally makes its way back in. He sees a Monty, throws a Thorn trap, Monty has to fall back, he suddenly can take a 1v1 with the player.
Exactly. It's so good use of utility. So the final round of regulation, either we go into OT, Fox will take the map, and Palu's stuck once again on a shotgun, this time on the Ying, and they're doubling down with the glass. They got Raora, they got the sense to cut off crossfires and ways for Fury to help each other. This feels like that Amara push that Fury attempted. All or nothing. When they go, it's everything in the round.
Yeah, but they've got a Warden which counters the
I
glass.
know.
And the Ying, they've got a mirror.
I
the
know.
hard holding positions, they've got the smoke and the clash to keep the attack at bay.
It's a perfect counter to the operators, but it will always come down to execution. Who can find the entry? That's the big question. When you get that 5v4 lead, you can reset the round and play the utility. But the issue for Fluxo has been, without that shield operator, who's gonna get into the building? It's been Dots on the Blitz, and then last round Monty is the only person doing the entry job, and he's no longer doing it. Is it Paolo on the Ying? Is it Logan on the glass? Someone has to go in first.
Who makes the first move? Will Furia just play safely? Indeed, it looks to be the case. As Dodez looks to send out the first of the Rayoras.
EMP.
But it does get disabled. The EMPs come up, and Volps from down below finds the opening kill. No more warning to worry about if you're a Ying or a Glass, but the Nitro cell from Hers will claim
There
the
goes
Glass's
Glass.
life. And those smokes far less effective than previous.
It's worth it though. They get library control, top messing, and 1-for-1 trade is okay. They lose the glass, yes, but a great mini execute. EMP'd off the Warden's glasses. The Ying was successful, but the issue once again, Paolo stuck in a shotgun or a Reaper secondary, going for a huge backstab much later in the round, sneaking past the default camera perhaps.
JV wasn't
into
on that
the
camera.
basement.
JV should have been on that
Oh
camera.
no, this angle with a shotgun doesn't work.
KZ should win it, and indeed he does. He locks down the basement. It's up to Dodez to try and have a big impact here on the Rayora. He blocks off one door.
Missed the
That's
smoke,
the
though.
primary plant denial. You're right, the smoke did not cover off the line of sight. We have Dots on the Thatcher.
They can't jump in, it's too risky, and they got smoke and a clash. This shouldn't work. They need to go for some kills here.
Plant denial is going to be challenging here. It'll come down to the smoke as Felipox tosses out his second last. KZ still has control.
There's still one more.
That's everything. Gets red. Forbes finds one. He's found 17 kills in this map, and if he finds 3 more, the map will be over. It's time to execute. No time left on the clock, and they find every single one of them. Nade forced into a 1v3. They just have to go deep. Forbes looking for his 19th kill, but he's on the floor.
Holy crap, man.
The start of the fights, but they didn't realize they were battling in the bullpen.
Jeez.
W7M have sent us to a third map.
That could have been so bad.
Way too many rounds to get there, but they had pocket strat after pocket strat showing depth in the operator pool as learn how to get apart the fast attacks, the slow attacks. Honestly, that was one of the few rounds where I thought there is no way that's the one that's gonna work. But the Thatcher came out, EMP in the ward, and we have so much more seats to cover. One more
Cafe.
Cafe's up next after a short break.
You got 19 kills, or almost 19 kills, looks like. I think you got 18 in that map. That's insane. Yeah, let me see what's going on with this. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
dismantle everything that Fluxo had prepared for this chalet. What do you think it was the gap from you that almost enabled them to do that?
Actually, we were playing really well, but we were confusing ourselves in communication between the mid rounds. Like we were kind of lost sometimes, and we started just like, guys, let's calm down. Let's play our bases, let's say, and that was it, basically.
Furia was not paying enough attention. That's what Igor said in the timeout. What do you think was making this mistake, such minor mistakes, going so unnoticed?
Yeah, I think we had a few good rounds in the beginning that we couldn't take to our side. So I think mentally we kind of get frustrated with that. And then we started making more mistakes, and we can't let that happen. So for map 3 now, we're going to reset our mental and come better.
We're glad to see Fluxo W7M come back in this matchup, and sometimes it's just so good to be right when you said that this map really suits the playstyle of Fluxo W7M, but it did get really close.
It did get close, but I love that they didn't switch too much up on their defenses. Them just playing slow, letting Furia make the mistakes, being able to get those picks, specifically Volps, a lot of those positions on his defenses, on his attacks. He's locking down an area, and you can see it clear as day. You can't get this man out of hard corners, positions that he's able to hold down, and that was Fluxo W7M's whole game plan essentially, and I'm glad that they stuck to it because that is what got them out of their attacking half, of their defending half. It did get a little too close for comfort, but that's what you said in your call-ins. They need to be able to stump that momentum early on.
Yeah, and that was a very scary thing, especially once we started to see that comeback start to happen, and especially what we heard from Paulo there. We needed to reset the mental, we needed to slow down, we needed to play our game. That's exactly what we saw, especially going into this last round. This last round in particular, Volps stopping the player coming up from base and being able to get the kill on the bar, getting the kill onto Blue. If he doesn't win any of those gunfights, loses that control, they lose that. They go into overtime, and then that's another question. Then are we going to see them here? Are we talking about them? The fact of the matter is, Volps got the job done, 18-9, and it is important to note, he is no longer the IGL. We haven't talked about it too much. Dots has stepped into that role, but again, Volps has been let off a leash, and he is tearing into this roster.
And that's the important factor for Fluxo W7M is being able to have a player that has amazing input, being able to shut down the aggressive players from Furia, and we talked about it. Everybody on the roster is going to have their series, going to have their map to be able to perform, but it's the strength of the whole team that is able to execute on those picks, be able to play together. So I'm glad that you commended Dots because the IGLing off of those picks is one of the hardest things because at that point you have to be able to adapt and go with the flow, and that's something that Furia can switch up very quickly is where they're coming and how fast they're coming.
Yeah, I'm glad he joined us earlier in this event for a little chat and to talk about him no longer being the IGL there, but really seeing what it does with his stats at this event so far. That's a fabulous thing to see for himself, and I'm glad they also managed to stop that almost comeback because, you know, maybe some Fluxo W7M fans were sweating a little bit there.
I mean, I was sweating.
I was worried.
I mean, hey, we're seeing it.
No, but I mean, it is important the fact that they did get that win. Now they can battle back here in map 3 because it's going to be so important for them to focus on those key mistakes that were being made here to make sure that doesn't happen again. Like Paulo was saying, to just the late round, mid to late round, the miscommunication was there. They can't allow this to happen going into a map 3.
They need to continue to be able to shut down big players because we highlighted JV92, KZ. On a map like Cafe, it's arguably one of the ones that I would say KZ revolutionized, being able to lock down all of Piano alone on the Azami. That's one of the most difficult aspects of dealing with a player like KZ, and why Fluxo W7M, the fact that they're able to shut down these explosive players, look like they're in good fashion to be able to handle it. That being said, Fury is not going to just roll over and let it happen. They're going to be fighting guns on, and that's why that'll be the biggest factor. Is Azami taken off the board? Will W7M Fluxo be able to deal with the aggressive overtake from KZ inside of Christmas, inside of the map? That'll be the biggest thing to look for me.
This final map is also important for these teams. Furia with a big win streak. What can W7M and Fluxo do? Maria spoke to the coaches.
We can see how Fluxo doesn't mind doing risky plays even in a elimination match, and I think that is so cool. But how comfortable are you doing that in a map that is going to decide everything?
Cara, pra ser sincero, é fácil porque é literalmente a gente só aplicar o nosso estilo de jogo. Então, o que vocês acabaram de ver, independente se a partida é eliminatória ou não, se é inv ou não, é apenas nós. Isso somos nós.
It's so easy to do that because it's just us. We're just playing like ourselves. So even if it's not an emulation match or is an elimination match, it doesn't matter. It's just us being us. Fluxo have a lot of play styles. They can play aggressive. They cannot. How do you read a team like that to go for the third map?
focusing ourselves basically, because if we do a good job, we are better than them. So basically, we need to focus on our game, and if we do, we can win this match, of course.
Focus on our game is what Igor is saying. They will have to do that on the attack though. Fluxo W7M get to start on defense. Feel like he might have a slight edge with that starting on Cafe.
I think a big thing for Furia too is, do we see the confidence on Igor's face after map 1? They're going to Chalet, they should go to jail. Going to map 2, oh, we got to worry about us. Respect is given, absolutely, but that begs the question, is the confidence going to be an aspect for Furia? Because that's been the biggest indicator of why they're able to win and be so strong, is having very big egos going into matches.
I mean, I think both these teams have showcased strengths and weaknesses, and that's the beauty of a best of 3, is when you're winning your map, you're winning their opponent's map, whatever that may be, is when you get to this map 3, everything should be refined. Everything should be as perfect as it possibly can. There shouldn't be room for error, and if there is room for error, it needs to be identified, it needs to be addressed, and there needs to be a response. So both of these teams, as you heard from both coaches, they just need to focus on themselves. It's no longer looking at the opponent that's in front of them, it's looking what's in front of that mirror.
Okay, taking in consideration what the coaches just said, the starting sites as well for the teams. Who takes it?
I mean, that is a big factor. This is a great map for Furia when it comes to just their map pool in general. But that being said, starting on defense, we saw in Chalet and on the first map of Border how slow Fluxo W7M was able to play under defenses. When they were able to ramp up, they can shut down the players from Furia, and then once the side swap, it doesn't matter. So if Fluxo is able to mount a big lead on their defensive half, it might be wraps before a side swap.
I completely agree.
All right, well, elimination is on the line. Only one team gets a say in the tournament. Map 3 is upon us.
That's right, and one team goes home today. We had an 8-7 first map. We almost had a comeback to overtime in the second, but we must settle it on the third, Pengu. Who takes it? What do you think? Is it Furia, or have they been overtaken by Fluxo W7M?
You know, I told you this in private before the game started, before that first match. So, you know what? This has to be a 2-0 for Fluxo, because in Cafe, ain't no way. But I have changed my opinion. Fluxo showed us more depth in this BO3 than the entire tournament beforehand. In Furia, they're struggling. Now, my only real concern here for Fluxo W7M, they had Volbs dropping 18 kills, Palu with 2 separate 1v1 clutches to barely win the map at the end of the day. If those big moments don't happen so frequently, that should have been maybe a Furia win or at the very least overtime.
Fluxo are so good at coming back after losing the first map. They did it against Oxygen when they lost Border 7-8.
Yeah.
Sound familiar?
Classic.
They did it against SSG when they lost to Border as well. I see no reason why they can't do it against Furia, except for the fact that the last 10 times this team has met, Furia always seems to get the better of Fluxo.
Yeah, so I really think it comes down to the depth and, of course, the adaptations, the thing that the desk has spoken about this entire time. The question is, will it be Fluxo, will it be Furia? Who has the most to give?
Fluxo W7M raised a major trophy.
It appears that I came back at the right time.
They raised a trophy in Reload. They've raised 2 major trophies and a hammer. But does the greatest team in Rainbow Six history have it in them?
But I am hurt, and we still have another match after this.
Overtaken by better prospects in Fluxo.
Piston is asleep. Alright, who are we banning?
7M are poised to take Furia out of the Six Invitational. One of the tournament favorites. They raised the hammer 2 years ago in Brazil, and they've raised
Capital.
Could it be the first time in years that Fluxo W7M hold a candle to the greatest in Brazil? It'll come down to what happens on Cafe.
Or is it gonna be another domestic upset? Atlanta Major 2023, Lowe's take down FaZe Clan 2-0, and Lowe's advance to Grand Finals, where they fall short to this very same roster. Could it be that revenge 2 years, 2.5 years in fact later, looking to take Furia away from the possibility of going further, and they themselves look for another game? Clutches, big moments, very big individual performances. We've seen so many things in this BO3 so far. Cafe, it's a map where you're often stuck on window repels, having a hard time in the building. We've seen how good Fluxo's shields can be when they're on the attacking side. We've seen how good Furia can be when they're allowed to lash out.
Oh, what's going on? Somebody get us DC'd.
Before we find out how it's gonna start off, We gotta go to a quick technical pause here, James, and just gotta really get intensified here with the nerves, with the pressure.
That's right. In your technical pauses, you can't talk to your coach. It's not like a tactical timeout.
It's you and your thoughts.
You have to sit there. You can't communicate about the game. You can't talk strategy. You just got to sit there. Now, back in your day, there were a lot of rehosts. The game was in a...
Oh! You think that we had more rehosts back? We did.
We absolutely did. You played through the Yabana bug.
Oh my God,
you
dude.
played pre-operation health.
If you survived as a player, you have the mental fortitude of a god. Like, it was every round at certain points where we had to risk it.
Yeah.
It got so bad that the rule was, if you play this specific operator and do this specific thing, you are just accepting that it breaks.
Yeah.
No rehost
It's like,
for you.
yeah, basically guaranteed to be a rehost.
Now,
do you remember any specific moments in tournaments, 6 Invitational, Pro League Finals, Majors, where you were sitting there and you're like, not necessarily because of a bug, but just for some reason, you have to sit there through a technical rehost for a few minutes, just dead silent?
Not exactly that, but I do have one story, and it goes back to year 2, season 1 in Katowice, Poland, where we're playing our first Pro League final for me in over a year. Right? It's a big moment. We have a small crowd of about 30 people, maybe 50, and it's just people's best friends that were flown out essentially, paying for their own tickets, of course. And we found that when we arrived, we can't actually play the finals on LAN. Because the LAN build, unfortunately, just didn't work on low ping. So we actually flew to Poland and played 60 ping Pro League finals online on regular servers.
Oh my
And if you go back to the VOD of year 2 season 1 grand finals on YouTube right now and find the video, just go to any point where they show the scoreboard, you'll see 60 ping, 70 ping, 40 ping. We're playing LAN online just like we did from home. That has been the most mind-blowing experience. And we also got a bit of a laugh because we're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But looking back now, that could never happen again, you know? We've gotten much further with the technology.
And, of course, the LAN build these days is we can do so much with it, especially from a production standpoint.
Yeah.
The ability to make the stage as beautiful as it is all thanks to this beautiful LAN builds. And now we're cooking into this one, and keen eyes amongst you will notice that the operator bands have rolled out Capitao Ying Azami Mira.
So really nothing too crazy. I think the Capitao is a really wise choice. In both teams bring it out to great effect on border, most notably. As I said before, right now it's going to be Fluxo on defense and Fury on the attack. When that side swap comes through, I'm very curious how much shield play we're gonna see from Dots. Because he was putting in some overtime hours on Chalet with mostly really good results. Whereas Furia, it felt like every time they brought a shield operator for nades, it was him dying early or not finding a kill and not really getting much done for his team either. I was gonna say, we're down to 4 now, 3 players, so we might need to go again.
They're gonna do a tactical timeout again. Yep.
Run it back.
We run it back.
They're having some server errors, it seems.
Let's go again.
What a game! No, Felipox has been around the block a few times. He's actually the most experienced player on this Furia roster. I looked back at when his career started. It was over 5 years ago. I'm gonna see if I can find the first team that.
I was gonna ask you that exact question. What was his first team? Because
do you remember off the top of your head?
No, I don't. But you have teams like Red Devils who sucked. But that's longer than 5 years ago.
So I remember when Felipox played with the old Furia roster, the one that wasn't quite as good as this
Fantasy's Furia roster.
Fantasy's Furia roster. So if I go all the way back to 2018,
Oh, Finland beat Sweden.
apparently Felipox played for a team called GS. And then after that, he actually coached Black Dragons.
Wait, so player to coach the player?
Looks like it. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, wow, I didn't know that. He coached a very old version of Black Dragons with Live, GDN, Hogzord.
Oh!
Yeah.
Wait, he coached Hawksword before Hawksword coached Liquid.
Yes. Yeah, the irony of that, right? Then, of course, he went to Team 1 as a substitute, and then Team 1 as a player for a long time before MIBR, and then eventually W7M. But the moment when Felipox and Nade joined, that is regarded as
that's the turning
a
point.
sleeper change at the time. I think people said, well, you got rid of Julio, who's a world champion. You got rid of Volps, who was a great fragger. Obviously, Volps got an offer to go to Liquid. And you pick up there we go, Felipox fans in the arena. You pick up 2 players, Nade, who hadn't really had a lot known about him at the time. And you pick up Felipox, it's like, oh yeah, we've seen this guy
Oh my
in
gosh.
teams for a while.
I love that cosplay too. That's so good.
Change, and they go from 2nd place in Montreal to G2 to winning every major and a 6 Invitational.
it's crazy because like there is a world where they won SI against T2, win their own SI, beat Fate. They could have gone 3 times in a row technically because they made all those grand finals. Couple rounds go, the other way. History would have been changed forever. It's funny because they came into the scene as villains right after because of Hertz, right? Like he really
course.
drew that villain arc.
You remember way back at the, was it the Mexico major? Was it no, it was a Charlotte major way back in the day. The W7M roster at the time they were called. This is, KZ, Herds, JV, etc. They qualified for the Charlotte major, but they couldn't actually get to Charlotte due to visa complications. They had to
3 of them made it in the end.
Yeah.
They had 2 people play from Mexico.
Yeah.
And they made it to top 8, I want to say, quarterfinals and bombed out.
And it was quite controversial at the time.
Yeah.
Because it never happened before that we'd had some players in a team play remotely.
But not just that, but the funny thing is we saw them being very upset, rightfully so, playing in a quote-unquote unfair condition, but due to visas, of course, not our fault. But everyone with the ass, like the NA, the EU team said, WCM, they're the best team here.
That's crazy.
They only have 3 people, but they're the best team here. We go, why would you say that, right? Fast forward a year, turns out they were indeed the best team to ever do it.
Of course.
Like they were so good. Before they were good, they were still good.
I remember talking to them at the Berlin Major in 2022.
Yeah.
When they made it to the top 4, they actually knocked out my homeboys Elevate, the Thai team at the time from APAC. And eventually fell, I'm going to say to FaZe or Rogue. It was in the semifinals. It was either to FaZe or Rogue.
Okay.
And at the time, everyone was still saying, these guys from Brazil, they're out of nowhere.
I think it was FaZe who went
Young
down.
talent, may have been FaZe. Young talent are really showing that they can compete at the top level. By the time Six Invitational rolled around, no one expected them to be the second best team, but much less did anyone expect G2 to be the #1 team. They really jumped over teams like FaZe and at the time BDS out of nowhere to take the best spot in the world.
There we go.
Yet they were unable to sustain that after their fantastic, unbeatable year, 2023 into 2024.
Yeah.
Immediately they dropped off. Manchester was a disappointment. Montreal they didn't even qualify for. And that's why they almost disbanded.
You know the big shift that happened? The meta changed. The shield meta came around the block, and that's kind of why it's funny. We look at Chalet and Border, how unsuccessful the shields were for Nate and for Furia. They have never fully adjusted to neither playing the shields themselves or countering the enemy shields. So that's been their big struggle.
Yeah.
Furia, they had this one year where the meta was relatively similar, and they were the best team by far.
Good old split theory, if you want to call it that.
Brazil invented that, apparently, and then the meta shifted slightly with the shield change, and all of a sudden, Furia would, as you said, not qualify or do very poorly when they would qualify.
They're loose gunners, they play around each other, their fundamentals are impeccable.
But the shields stop all
Their
that.
shields, leave a lot to be desired.
Hold up. Nade is on Twitch, right? JV.
Okay, we finally have everybody in now.
JV is on Blitz. Now, I could see this happening. I could see this working.
You can see the Fury are continuing to figure out which of their players should be the shield player. Maybe it depends on the operator in question. JV, he likes to play aggressively.
He'll be in there.
But we also see him play with some restraints, which we don't see as much from Herds. I'd say JV is a natural balance between Herds and Nade in terms of how aggressive he plays.
If they can Twitch drone the Goyo fires on Bakery door, aura off the single door by Bakery window, and then jump in with a blitz, that could be a fast way in. They got the glass as well. The issue is the magnets, the Goyo fire, you gotta deal with those first. Gonna slow down the pace quite a lot. But Volbs, dude, 18 kills in Chalet, opening pick onto Nate on Twitch to stop people from clearing out the utility. So much value. Blitz goes in fast.
A smoke bang though by Logan. Warden. And this is again a round where Furia haven't dealt with that Warden. We saw it happen on Chalet. Try to bring Glass, they try to bring smokes, they try to bring Ying, and it doesn't work. Not when you have a Warden on the board. The Rayora from KZ was not enough. He was easily dispatched with, and Palu's got an active
God, absolutely flawless. Holy crap.
Fluxo W7M continue their Chalet form.
And Furia again with small mishaps on the execute. They didn't aura off the door, so Blitz almost died to the C4 tossed out. They smoked off the Warden without closing the door first, so Warden can see through the smoke and kill them. Very small errors that have a massive consequence in the server. The order of the utility was outright just wrong for Furia. Plus they lost Nate early on the Twitch. So Goyo Fire not popped. Warden not countered, Blitz not successful. It's 6 rounds of shields in this BO3 and 1 round victory only. Wolves might just be the series MVP. He might just be.
It's not even close at the moment.
Well, Paolo had 2 clutches. He had 2 1v1s on
You're
Chile.
right, you're right. He had a lot of clutches, but when it comes down to like just consistent
value.
fragging out,
Yeah.
we can't deny Volps has been that guy. Looking back at the first map, he had a pretty quiet 9 kills to 11 deaths, but Chalet, you said, 18 and 9, a 2.0 KD, already starting strong here.
Like, mind you, the final round of Chalet, it was Volps at main door, grenading off the player 5 by stairs, holding blue and getting a kill. He opened up the round in the most dire position.
Volps got 4 3Ks on Chalet. 4 3Ks.
Yeah, 4 3Ks.
That's 12 of his 18 kills already.
Yeah, okay. Oh,
and he's looking to continue.
Jesus, onto Nate again, too.
The second round in a row is the first to fall for Furia.
Holy crap.
Well, like, you have so much active util in pocket. We got the Razor Blooms prepped on the rooftops here. Shout out to Swartzy, actually. German player who also played in the Xbox One Run Now qualifier for SI. Almost made it and qualified here. He showed these Razor Blooms lineups on Twitter, or X, right when this tournament started. And I think a lot of people might have seen it because ever since that tweet blew up, we've seen it from OXG, and we've seen it now as well from Fluxo.
Spotted now. Oh, JV. It's just there in the Christmas tree next to you. He hasn't seen it for now.
The way they work, by the way, if you rappel up next to it, you will die because you're stuck in repel animation. So it's a guaranteed kill if you wrap up on the wrong side.
It's gonna detonate surely at any moment.
Oh, Casey. Oh, imagine when he drones there.
If he gets into the range and then gets on his drone, that would be it. Paolo's somehow taking falling. So he got a little bit aggressive. The Razor Bloom detonates to no effect. Ernst has to go deep after the second one detonates in Cigar Shop. And looks to try and reply. His team is 2 players in deficit, and Volps is just around the corner from him. KZ's looking the wrong way. Rifle in hand, and Volps will quickly shut him down. Felipox is under pressure and actually dies to a Razor Bloom, no less. JV92 in a 1v4, and Volps is toying with him.
Valcam.
Oh, nice shot. 2 kills on the round, but a Nitro cell from way down.
Holy crap.
For a man who's just fragged the hell out. Volps is looking a little bit too stressed.
That is a tough one. Very, very mentally difficult start here from the side of Furia. Igor, when speaking to Maria on stage between the games, or between the maps rather, he was saying how we need to reset mentally. I think Philippox said the same thing. Right now, going to this map, we have to just reset. And I'm sure they have. But how the first 2 rounds have played out, you can reset as much as you want. You're straight back to tilting. If you're Nate, you haven't played the game yet, James. You died first in the first 30 seconds of both rounds as Twitch and as Nomad.
Yeah.
You've not fired your gun yet.
First map on border. Fluxo W7M, 1 up 2-0, and then Igor immediately took the tactical timeout and restabilized to even out the end of the half.
Yeah.
I feel like we need that tactical timeout, and we need it soon from Igor, because this has been far too dominant. They only found 2 kills in the second round, 0 kills in the first round. Felipox's family is here, flown all the way to Paris in the hopes that they can see their son raise a second hammer like they did back in Sao Paulo.
Attackers are moving out.
2 years ago, a long, long way away.
So they've had a bit of time to settle in from that previous round, and we need to see a big switch up. I would love to see Furia, much like I said on border, go back to basics. Play a bit slower, a bit safer, and get to execute and get to the end stage of a round. So many of these rounds and all the maps have been decided in the first minute and 30 seconds. We don't see executes, we don't see plans, we don't see post plans either. So Furia, this attacking lineup, I really like it on paper, right? You get a Twitch to clear out stuff and get information, excellent. You get IQ for same reason.
He just take out his own Twitch drone.
Soft destruction with grenades.
With that.
They have all the right tools, but they need to have the right pace and timing. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down.
The Twitch IQ combo.
I think they did.
As you said, that both Twitch drones have now been shot.
Yep.
Only managed to get 1 of the Valkyrie cameras and only 1 of the Vulcan canisters.
That's not enough.
Good enough value from the Twitch drones, thanks to Fluxo W7M being so good at shutting them down. KZ Usually a player unafraid of challenging any angle is cautious because he's taking a lot of damage from Cocktail.
Just stay alive, right? Right now the focus very much is stay alive. They're missing pressure on the window repels of Cocktail though, so they're giving Fluxo a lot of space to work beneath the C4 and top white Cocktail, but Casey still just looking. A C4 prime ready, gets tossed on up, doesn't find
Missed,
anything.
yeah.
JV continues dancing around. He's already taken a lot of damage. And there's info on his position from Dos down below at the pulse. He can continue trying to take the fight through the floor with the shotgun as well. It makes JV have to continue dancing around these angles. Good nade though, that's going to destroy... No, it actually won't destroy the bar. KZ is vulnerable! Dotas will take them both
Jeez, man.
5v3 goes to a 5v2, and JV's low HP. Dotas is hungry for more. Hertz needs to conjure up some magic here with the IQ. Straight into the crossfire.
Got another flawless round. Holy crap.
Round for Fluxo W7M.
Furia are in trouble. Nobody on counter repel at any point in that round. Nobody on the window repel to cut off the rotations to enable that push. It is a person jumping Scarlet, a person pushing Longbar, and two people in Freezer with a pulse scanning you below, and they know this. They have a Valk camp behind them. They're not getting anything done strategically in the server. They're missing the most basic of areas in their control. And Fluxo, we just saw it there for a second, they banned the Monty saying, you want to play off that? You can't. Igor, tag timeout.
Yeah.
Pensa, Coca, Fanta, tá todo mundo spotado. Esse é o boneco mais roubado do jogo, a gente sabe disso. Então, Pox, a gente pode fazer full piano se a gente tiver esse green pra gente splitar. Prepara as coisas, marca, combina a comida e a gente come todo mundo junto, botando as miras no lugar. Senão a gente pode fazer um pouco dos split também, que esse boneco é muito forte pra gente fazer isso. E lembra que eu falei, embalo 4 tá muito forte por conta do jeito que eles jogam. Eles estão jogando peito um pouco mais. Cada um mira uma janela, tipo, se nasceu lá na docas, um mira 3, outro mira 2. A gente sai saindo, chega no spawn pra gente ter tempo pra gente jogar. Só que a gente não pode ter medo, guys. Só vamos fazer o que a gente quer e a gente jogar
vamos manter esse green full aqui então.
Exato. Bora, guys.
Bora, guys.
So, right before that tag timeout, Monty Bank came into a quick play there. Fluxo is saying whatever desperate operator they want to play after to stabilize these rounds will be removed. Monty is the #1 stability operator in the game, especially on Cafe. It's a perfect target ban, even though they haven't played it so far, and even though they're not the best shield team. It removes the easy crutch for them to get back into the game. They are completely locked out.
Furia have so many questions to answer. 2 kills in 3 rounds. And both of them were just exit frags for JV. Not a single one of these players, not Hertz, not KZ,
no,
not Felipox or Nade, have found a frag so far.
You know, you can root against Furia all you want.
Yeah,
but this is not the way anybody should want them to go out. Kill-less, out-strategized, not adapting correctly, and falling apart in the server. And it probably is at this very moment where that doubt is settling in. The last dance? Let's raise that last hammer together, guys. We can do it. It might not feel all that possible right now. They need this round more than ever to bounce back.
If they are to go down to a team they've beaten 10 times in a row, to a regional rival in Brazil, not to a team like FaZe Clan, not to a team like Falcons or Amazing G2, but to one that they should be beating 100 times over. That's when it truly will be the last dance for Furia, and a second kill has been found by Loben. KZ and Hertz remain with no kills. Nitro Cell shuts JV out of the game. Felipox and Nade stare down the barrel of another flawless round. And Nade is on the floor.
Heartbreak.
Felipox, their captain, must stand tall.
One by one they fall.
One by one they march towards him.
Oh my god. This is insane to watch right now. Holy crap.
They're dying to C4s, to spawn peaks, they're whiffing their shots in the 50-50s, they're not playing close together, there's no drone work for any of these engagements. It feels like mental boom. The first, perhaps, mental boom of this caliber we've ever seen for Furia in the history of this roster. It feels like they don't have a fighting chance. And you know what? It's all due to how well Fluxo W7 have played this series so far. Ever since the very first round on Border, they looked strategically ahead. But I was thinking, how long can they keep it up for? Fury, they got something prepared. Surely they have an answer on these following maps, right? Not really. Not at all by the looks of it.
Where is the Furia that beat 3 out of these 5 Fluxo players in the Atlanta Major Grand Final? Where is the Furia that was 6-1 down on the final map in Sao Paulo with 10,000 Brazilian fans cheering for FaZe? And yet they came back 7 rounds in a row to raise the hammer. Where is the Furia that raised the Reload Trophy in Rio less than a year ago? Where is the Furia that we saw in the group stage and the upper bracket that took down Falcons
This is
in the
unreal.
opening playday here in Paris? There have been 4 rounds and they only have 2 frags to show for it.
Nigo already called the tag timeout. It's only down to the players in the server right now. And from the outside looking in, we're looking at Felipox, right? The captain of the RGL. But one thing is to have the right strategy. Another one is to have the right words. Because again, Fury have not been faced with this position before. Being down against a team that they shouldn't be losing to. Being made fun of on the biggest stage we've had here in Europe. They need a kill. They need the injury. They need a bit of motivation in the server. The nade is good. Here's the mute jammer. Makes it more difficult to play in this
Yeah,
position.
JB is the only one with kills
He has a castle
on their
barricade to his
side.
left. And he's watching the hatch drop straight in front of him. Fury have to make the first move. A little bit under pressure from the window repels, but again, this is all pressure from outside the building. They've yet to enter.
And there is a way back into it for Furia. It's a defense-sided map. If they win 2 rounds of attack, there is still hope that may lie in the second half.
There's the window repel they needed last round. They've made the right adaptation. The Claymores to support the jump out as well. So they're in the right spots. Can they execute together? Can they get the nades, the Grim Beast, and the gun fired up at the right time in the right place?
Good util clear.
No one watching the cross.
No one is able to
No
cut
one's
off
watching
Palu.
it.
How do they get a kill here? How do they actually get in the building? Every single player is still on rappel or on the roof.
Man, but this is connecting to Wi-Fi. There is no treat in there.
Now they have no nades left. They are completely locked out. It feels like a Fury round where they gotta go absolutely crazy in the server with the gun
No
skill.
problem.
But when you're stuck on these repels, how are you going to get in?
2 flashes for JV is the only thing that Furia has to try and make an opening here. It's that, or the guns have to come to life. And we haven't seen that happen even once here for Furia on Cafe as of yet. Herds, where is the
That's
fire being
odd.
brought?
Flash drop
On Border and Chalet. Both flashes go down, but Donas is waiting to the
Oh my goodness.
They fall into the meat grinder, and Furia find absolutely nothing. JV looks for a consolation frag, but he's
Dude, another flawless. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening?
never seen a team of this caliber go down so quietly on the world stage.
When your best bet is to double drop the skylight into every crossfire known to man, without any of the heavy util operators, like the Ying, like the Capital, that's been banned away, then you are desperate. You have no other options, or you're simply not seeing them and making those options work together. The grenades, they had 4 in pocket when the round started. Not a single grenade was used to move a player forcibly and then watch the angle and go for the kill. Paolo was living rent-free top white despite having all the grenades. Wolves was living rent-free in bathroom despite the grenades. No pressure anywhere on the map. Fox and WTM, to their credit, they didn't move a muscle because they didn't ever need to. They're not making any mistakes. They're not giving Fury any easy way back into this. And that's perfect.
How do
That's
you
insane.
beat your bogeymen? How do you take down the team that always has your number? Furia have never broken a sweat against Fluxo. Some games go somewhat deep, but at the end of the day, we always know who wins in this head-to-head. And it's Furia every day of the week. They need to lock in right now. Otherwise, their tournament is finished. And they will not have another chance to vie for the hammer.
With it being the last dance, don't know what's going to happen for certain with the roster afterwards. And if this is going to be the end of the course, we know it. This would be the absolute worst way to go down. After all, says JB's in. There's finally some firepower in the bomb side with the case as well. They get 2 kills.
Should be on now.
Furia because they found the opening. They brute forced their way into it, and Dots has made mincemeat out of it.
Oh, they're planting. All right. Is it not going to be a blowout?
Furia have finally got their mojo back. 4v2 and Volps is shut out of it. Dodes yet to fall. He's the last one standing, and he is being tracked by the Deimos. It's been a long time between drinks, but Furia
Just one at a time, man.
back on the horse.
If we were in the player comms and we understood Portuguese, it feels like that was someone saying, guys, we have nothing to lose. We're down 0-5. Let's just play the game that we know. Let's play together. They were immediately in the building, in the bomb site. No fear, no hesitation. And guess what? They won a round. They got some entry kills. But it took them 5 embarrassing round losses to get there. Now, thankfully, they're going to have side swap. They're going to go on defense. But this is going to have to be a repeat of their game against FaZe, where it's everything against them. And they got to go perfect so many rounds in a row. 5 to go into OT, assuming Fluxo don't get a single round, obviously.
Treat bots offline. I'm trying to fix it.
Into the second half we go. And it's time for Furia to show that they can hold it down on defense. It's a more comfortable place to be.
Sure.
But it means that Fluxo W7M get to dictate the pace.
Yeah, and they've been so good at that. And they're going to have insane amounts of confidence. Now in Chalet, there was a brief moment where Fluxo could not close out the rounds. If that happens again, they could of course turn the tide. Fluxo, WSM, funny enough, they've banned the Valkyrie and the Kaid, focusing on information and locking down those walls, the strategical depth, if anything. Furia banned away the Grim and the Ying, again speaking to those execution-enabling operators. They left in all the shields, they left in Capitao and Deimos. That's the most notable operators they can toy with. Yet Fluxo don't pick any of them in the opening round. Lion, Twitch, all great. And Ash in case of Mira. Phillybox was hiding the Clash the entire time inside the freeze of top 4. So the Clash will be a surprise come round start.
Spec you active. Look.
You know, the funny thing about Cafe is that the round doesn't really start until 2:30 because you gotta get to the building getting spawn peak first.
And that's fair enough because everyone likes to
Nade's first dead again.
twice on the defensive half. Yeah. He went for it in the second and he falls to Volts. Already Furia fighting 4v5.
It's one of those things where you gotta get back the confidence and the pressure, so spawn peeking makes a lot of sense. But again, the high risk, high reward playstyle. Now you're down a player. Thankfully though, it's the best operator on paper. It's the passive util of Goyo who died, who's put down all the Vulcan canisters already. So, it's not a huge loss at all.
KZ needs to get active. The Solus, he's the perfect operator to cause a disruption. Get information, look for players droning. Look for players planting. Look for gaps. Stay alive until the late rounds and cause chaos. But Fluxo have the numbers advantage. They've cleared out the deployable shielded pixel. And they've gained plenty of info on what's happening behind this clash. Finally, Herds will get rid of that drone, but he's not found a kill yet.
It's very important that if you fear right now, you're just discussing if they go for this attack, what's gonna be our counter? If they make this play, what's our response? But the problem is what happens when Hertz falls as well.
Oh my goodness.
What happens when it's a 2v5?
There's only one answer here for Furia, and it's for KZ to show us the kind of form that made us regard him as one of the
Another flawless. Jesus.
flawless round for Fluxo. No longer do they fly under the radar. They are not just competing.
This is
with the
insane.
best. They are sending Furia home to Brazil. 5 series points, and the greatest team of all time has been brought to its knees.
Look at Lobin's face in the player cams. He's literally dying, laughing every single round. His cheeks are all red. He can't contain himself. Nor is the coach behind the boys of Fluxo. I'm sure very proud right now. He's been saying the entire time, we're not upset, we're not stressed, we're very relaxed. because it's Furious game.
God, that kill right there is ridiculous and not needed.
Every prediction, most fans would think maybe Fox will take a map. Maybe they have a good couple rounds. But no chance. They have 5 flawless victories on Cathay.
And Felipox now finds himself where he's very familiar with, a place where he's been before. 6-1 down, on the verge of being eliminated from a 6 Invitational. We've seen this team do it before, but for a player like Felipox, who's had such a long career, he's played on so many teams. He's coached, he's played on mid-pack teams in Brazil, before finally joining this Furia roster back when they were W7M after they got so close to raising the hammer in Montreal. And as soon as he joined, we saw a
Was
new
a technical
breath
pause. I'll
out of
run
this
these really
team.
quick.
We saw a level of maturity that they never possessed before, and we saw greatness that nobody in Siege history has ever matched. And there's still a debate going on about the legacy of G2 Penta and Furia W7M, this passing of the torch, this new generation. But there's still a little bit of debate there about whether G2 Penta winning 2 SIs, whether Furia, because they've only won 1, can they truly be the greatest team of all time? This was the event to disprove that.
It was going to be the deciding factor between the old guard and the new.
And it's the last chance to do it with all the rumors that have been out there about what's happening with Furia after this event. Now, we don't know. Remember last 6 Invitational?
You hear things.
Felipox said we almost broke up after Montreal, after failing to qualify, and yet we stuck together. We saw a top 3 in Boston, and we thought we still have what it takes.
Oh,
We got a
nice.
trophy and reload, and we thought we still got what it takes to push for a hammer. But to go out in the first match on the main stage, not a top 3 finish, not a top 2 finish, top 6. After beating Falcons in their opening matchup, this was a promising tournament for Furia, has been all the way through, up until this game right now. I have never seen a World Championship competing team lose 5 flawless rounds on a map.
No, it's been incredibly one-sided all the way through. We go to sides
Yeah, this is
thinking, defense might
this is
save
insane
Fury,
with
make
how
the
many
comeback,
flawless they've
Ariella to
done.
make it possible.
5?
Flawless round again. You know, they lose a player early, Nate while spawn peeking. Hurts dies shortly after that. Everyone dies together. Quick success. The players are fist pumping, they're getting ready to lock back into the server. But if you're the side of Fluxo, W7M, you've been laughing, you've been smiling, thinking, oh my god, I can't believe we're doing this right now. If you're playing Furia, there are 2 sides to the mental game. You might sit there in that 2-3 minute tech pause and go, that's it. Take a look around, really take it on and say, you know what, we had an incredible run. Our careers with this roster, what we achieved, dynasty level, right? Or you can sit there and go, this isn't it. We can bounce back. I'm thinking of this upgrade map. What bumps do we play on? What strat do we bring out? Who do I need to motivate? Say, you know what, Hurts, don't worry about it. This is your round. I'm gonna play Echo, I'm gonna join for you. There's 2 sides to it. But looking at those player camps from Furia, it seemed like it looked like the end of it.
There's no accepting defeat. A team that has reached greatness like this cannot say, well, we did it when no one else did. We were the first team to win 2 majors.
You're right.
We were the first team to win everything for a year. You can't accept that.
You can't. But when you have that last dance potential on the back of your shoulders,
I don't know where Piston went. I'm waiting for her to run back inside.
wow.
Yep, here she is. She heard the treat dispensing.
Take that moment right now when you're sitting on that stage. You can take it from the crowds looking at a different team being in your spot instead. You have to embrace what you've accomplished regardless of this current result.
I say you do it after the match is over. Lock in, because on the other side, this is such a huge moment for a player like Volts, who left this Furia roster back when they were W7M after they failed to raise the hammer in Montreal. He left, and he saw Felipox and Nade join and go on to create the greatest team of all time. While he sat on lesser teams, he bounced the team Liquid and finally found his home on Fluxo W7M. Palu finally departed from Liquid and now playing at his 8-6 Invitational. He's
There you go.
the kill leader for
Don't mind all the stuff down there.
Leading in clutches this event.
Certainly letting clutches in this series as well.
Announced he's becoming a father soon as well in his personal life. He's catching W's.
And he saw His old teammate, his former duo Nesk, retire with no championship, no world championship, no hammer under his belt. Palu does not want to have the same fate. He is down on the floor as Furia look to lash out. Philippok's got the down.
Beamed on the window. They know there's claymores outside, so can't go for a jump up. Maybe impact grenade or just looking to waste a bit of time. The issue is Philippok doesn't have impacts himself, only Hurts who spent them earlier, so they're gonna reset it, allow Paolo back up. But when you go for that kind of interplay, you're wasting a good 20 seconds of the attacker's time. And now they are the ones stuck on the repels. They have to do the util, flash in first, Ash answer, that first mirror window. The second one waiting for them, and no more Ash breaches in pocket.
So Furia look to create a fortress on the bomb site and upstairs above it.
This angle's nasty.
He might be able to contest it. Look at the ego from Loban. A little jiggle peek, it forces Furia off the angle. KZ's in off position. The Lion locks him in place. And it's go time for Fluxo W7M.
Almost. The issue is out of flashbangs, out of grenades.
Doing
Hurts first. It's crossing. He's 0-7 now. You got Mars down the wide hallway. Ideally, two people together. Get the timing. Wait for the line scan. 3, 2, 1. This could be your moment.
Oh, they're ready with the C4 underneath.
Move forward. Vulnerable to C4s below. Two in the hands of Fury.
There's one gone.
But Nade still holds that DMR. That
KZ has one.
Upstairs, Fluxo W7M continue looking for picks. They see that it's fully reinforced into reading. How do they find their way forward? Palu shuts.
Oh, come on, don't have him end on a freaking flawless again.
They look to hunt Furia. Fluxo have flown under the radar. And for Furia, it is their last dance. They will begin to stumble.
That was so one-sided. Holy shit. Holy shit, man.
And it's not just about the result, a map won or a map lost. It's how they got there. The 5 flawless rounds, out-strategizing Furia, out-aggressing Furia, and showing more depth and more levels to this game for this roster of Fluxo WCM than they have the entire tournament so far. We thought they were one-trick pony. They go for spawn peaks. They go for gunfights. They're a mini Furia. But there is so much more to this roster, so much more untapped potential.
That's a rough way to go out, man.
Is Fluxo W7M, the little brother squad, but they have just taken down the greatest team of all time and knocked them from the 6th Invitational. And for Palu, it is a generational moment. For a player like Hurts, it is heartbreak. He exits Cafe with no kills, and Furia have soul-searching to do after SI. Fluxo W7M have got an unbelievable journey ahead of them throughout the rest of this 6th Invitational, but they have done what everybody said was impossible, and now nothing is off limits.
We've seen a ton of different upsets throughout this entire SI, and it hasn't stopped just yet, James. Lower bracket run, running that gauntlet. So many victories of the past. They made that exact same journey. There is something about coming in as the underdog that just gives you a slight buff. Even the crowd favors Fluxo W7M.
For Dodes, Norris, Dots, and Loban, it is sweet revenge for the grand final major trophy that was robbed from them at Atlanta. And for today, it's Palu's chance to speak his mind on the stage.
Wow, we have kicked things off in a magnificent way here at the Adidas Arena in Paris. Fluxo W7M sending home arguably one of the greatest rosters to ever play the game.
Yeah, it's insane.
Furia. I'm standing by here with the now Hailu, who's here for a conversation. Now, let's roll it back for a moment here. Your first ever 6th Invitational, you were 18 years old. Fast forward to now, your life has changed a little bit since then. First things first, you are an expecting father. You're about to become a dad. So please make some noise for this man right here. Congratulations.
Palou n'a pas juste gagné, il devient papa!
You're going to be a magnifique papa, by the way. What does that mean to you in regards to how you are playing up here? Is it inspired you even more to want to win?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think since I joined the competitive, there were so many things in my life that changed. Like, I grow so many responsibilities right now, and being a father is another one. And everyone tell me that it's a feeling different from every single one of the others. So I'm just happy and excited.
And look, there's a big
That's
difference
awesome.
between when you were playing at the Invitational here in Paris, almost 5 years ago, and today. The biggest one being that you have a crowd all around. They cheered for you the moment you got the victory. What does that mean to you as Palu? How does that impact you?
Yeah, like last time it was tough. We got to the final, unfortunately lost, but it was amazing. Like, having a live audience is just amazing. The feeling, everyone cheering is just like other things. It's just amazing.
Bah, la dernière fois quand j'étais là, c'était bien différent. Il n'y avait pas une audience autour de nous. Et là, bah, il y a tout le monde, il y a tout Paris qui est là pour nous, pour notre équipe, et qui sont là pour nous donner de l'énergie. Et bien sûr, maintenant, il devient père. C'est quelque chose qui lui donne beaucoup plus d'énergie qui était dans le passé. C'est une motivation.
So next is Secret and Wild Card. I think Wild Card is the last N18 it's in.
They're excited to see you continue. Congratulations once again, continuing your run here at
Right?
this Invitational, and for
Yeah.
becoming a father very soon.
Mesdames et messieurs, Palu!
Versus Secret.
Wow, for it's only the first day here at the live playoffs, we're already making history because since the addition of Palu in this roster, this is the first time Fluxo W7M take down Furia in a banger best of 3 series. That was a feast for our eyes.
Oh, absolutely. And if you were to ask Paulu, would he want to lose 10 times to be able to get the win here today? I guarantee you he'd say yes every single time. And we saw it in his performance too. Not just him, but the whole team from Fluxo. They just had such a good read on how to be able to slow Furia down. And you could see it. One of their biggest proprietors to why they were winning, Herds, didn't get a single kill throughout all of Cafe, and that's got to be so devastating for Furia, for Herds. But at the end of the day, that just means that Fluxo's game plan coming into it was so good. That's why Map 1 was so close. That's why Map 2 and Map 3 were absolute smoke shows. It was their game to win.
No, I mean, the casters said it best, that this side from Fluxo, we haven't seen throughout this entire series. They came today with a preparation of understanding how they were going to get past this Furia roster. And going into that second map, I think, is when we really started to see that come alive. Sure, it did get a little dicey towards the end, but they did end up closing out. And then that last map, I mean, we talked about teamwork, Fox. That was going to be the key to their success. Everyone in that map specifically was
Guys,
over
7-1.
80% cost, close to 90. The one player that we highlighted at the very end of Chalet was Dots. He was at 100% cost for that map. That really goes to show the IGL leading his team despite all odds, despite coming into this IGL role, coming into the 6th Invitational. The sky is the limit. They got over the big hurdle that they could never manage to get it done. They did it here at the 6th Invitational. Who knows what's next?
I mean, this has to feed them some kind of incredible energy to take down anyone who
Absolutely.
comes in the lower bracket
I
after
mean,
this.
of course, even though Volps was the MVP of the game, and him having 18 kills on map 2 made it that much harder. They just look so well together as a team, and we talked about it throughout their group's performances. It was a struggle. It was big play after big play to be able to save them to this point. But in that last SS Shigen, we saw them come together and understand what the game plan is. Those big plays aren't just for nothing. We have to use them when we need it. And then we saw them play against Furia, and wow, did they look like the most dominant team of the tournament so far.
They did, and then even the interview afterwards as well. Hey, just trying to fight back some tears there, listening to Palu. With so many
Yeah.
SIs, this is a big thing for him too.
Of course, and when the conversation of potentially retiring, Nesk retiring, and him seeing that happen, and him becoming a potential father soon, you don't want to be able to leave anything out on the table. You want to put your best foot forward to potentially live to hammer before you have to retire.
I mean, especially when you just look at his career. I mean, have to go through highs, lows,
Yeah.
and now back to highs. I mean, beautiful.
That is
It's
our
beautiful.
first game of the day done. We'll send it to the stage for a big announcement.
180 seconds. That's all it takes for a round of Siege to end. For a team to become legendary. For a player to ascend to greatness. Play like this, and so many of these. For a name to make history. Are you ready for the next region?
Hello everyone, I'm François-Xavier Doniel, VP of Marketing and Esports for Rainbow Six. As we celebrate 10 years of Siege and 10 years of Rainbow Six Esports, it's a moment to look back at how far this game and this community have come. From the earliest competitive days to Global's arena.
Oh,
like
she sees
this,
dice.
we've built something
She likes
truly
dice.
special together. And the best part is the story keeps growing. Every year, new talent rise, new challengers are born, and new regions push the competitive level even higher. Today, we are ready to welcome a new challenger to the world stage. A new region is joining the Rainbow Six esports ecosystem, and it's a milestone we are proud to share with you. To tell you more, please welcome a special guest to the stage, producer of Rainbow Six Siege in China, Cha Shang Leon.
Huh. Dude, that stained glass door is really pretty.
And bonjour, Paris. My name is Xiaosheng Liang. I'm the producer of Rainbow Six Siege China. I will continue with Chinese for our fans watching at home. 大家好，我是彩虹6号公式的发行制作人梁家生。再次感谢 FX 精彩的分享。今天，彩虹6号全球电竞的最后一块拼图 CN 赛区正式归位。回望2025年。
That's pretty
中国
cool.
彩六的电竞生态有了跨越式的发展，我们有8家中国顶级的 FPS 俱乐部在 GVC 先锋系列赛中完成了集结，而在刚刚落幕的 LCQ 全球
Listen, more
选拔
teams, more
赛中
esports.
我们也看到 AG 战队和 4AM 战队完成了 CN 赛区和世界的首次正面交锋。 他们凭借顽强拼搏的精神和战术韧性，向全世界表明 ，CN 赛区已经蓄势待发。而无数中国玩家的热情和呐喊，也必将会让彩虹6号全球电竞的舞台，因为中国的加入而更加精彩。为了回应这份热爱，今天我很荣幸在 SI 的舞台上正式向大家宣布。 2026年 CN 赛区 CNL 的核心规划
10-team professional league.
是赛区的规模 ，CN 赛区将组建10家顶级俱乐部组成的职业赛事联盟，通过多阶段的职业联赛，决出2026年
CNL's qualification slots for the majors and 6 invitational.
CN 赛区的竞技名额将和全球4
That's
大
cool.
赛区保持一致，完全接轨。 同时 ，CN 赛区将在2026年启动加入 R6 Share 全球电竞商业生态。我们同时也欢迎全球顶级强队来到中国，共筑中国主场。作为彩六全球的新兴赛区，我们清楚自己还是追赶者，还有差距要补。但我相信，彩六电竞人的血液里只有
That's cool.
对胜利的渴望。 为此，我们不仅要参与，更要赢。Our chapter awaits， 志在留名。我们期待在彩虹6号全球电竞的舞台上，刻下属于中国战队的名字。为了承载这份愿景，我们精心设计了属于 CN 赛区的 logo， 请看大屏幕。
This is really neat. That's cool.
这是 CN 赛区的全新 logo， 它以数字6为内核，融入了中国传统文化中的龙凤图腾，象征攻防博弈的动态平衡。而水墨笔触则勾勒出变幻莫测的战术风格，东方锋芒，一望即知。现在正好是中国春节的前夕，我们希望借由今天发布的赛区成立、赛区规划，还有赛区的 logo， 作为献给所有彩虹6号玩家的春节贺礼。祝彩虹6号全球的玩家春节快乐，马到功成，我们赛场见。
That's cool. It's very exciting. More teams, more esports. Heck yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are really excited to welcome China into the global Rainbow Six esports ecosystem. And we can't wait to see the players, teams, and stories that will emerge from the CNL. To everyone watching, thank you for being with us on this journey. And to our fan in China, 新春快乐，马年大吉。
A huge announcement for Rainbow Six Siege and our esports as well. The new region being added, CNL. We saw a bit of a preview already as well. Some teams that we've seen during the SILCQ and some familiar faces.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to talk about that transition into the CNL.
Yes.
I mean, that was absolutely beautiful. But there's one thing that Siege does so well. It's always diversifying their game, their community. And the fact we're bringing in CNL, a brand new region, just sparks so much interest, not only for me as a former player, but just to see what the region is going to bring as a whole. We have players like Reaps. If we can see a lot of that coming out of the CNL, they are going to be a very intimidating region to have to play against.
That's why it's so exciting, because you need innovation. You need to have new to be able to get rid of the old and be able to experience new strategy, new ways of play, new metas. And that's what gets me so excited for the CNL to be a part of Siege ecosystem, because we've seen some great things be able to come out of different regions as they've been added in. And now CNL is just the next step forward. And I'm excited to see also, by far the coolest, transition I've ever seen.
Everyone's going to have to step up across regions.
A few goosebumps there watching that, of course, but I feel like this being a big announcement, of course, with the new region being added, a lot of unknowns as well, right? I mean, we're talking about players we may have not seen before. We talked about a few teams that we've already seen inside the LCQ, but big chances for these players.
Of course, I mean, it's an opportunity to be able to pretty much live out your dream of being an esport player, and for more people to be able to touch that dream is something that it's a dream in itself, and it's amazing to be able to have the opportunity to experience something like that for everybody across the world.
I think that's the best thing, is just being able to have that experience, be able to have this opportunity, and especially to be able to showcase what your region is all about. And again, the level of depth that we're going to see from the CNL and seeing what that looks like, how it's going to match up against other regions. I cannot wait for 2026 to continue forward.
It's very exciting stuff for
more
sure.
esports.
We do have 2 more games coming up in here, and I know Falcons are only the last game of the day, but I want to ask our lovely audience, do we happen to have any Shaiko fans in the arena right now?
Oh, I thought it was going to be louder than that.
Mixed.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, we heard them this morning for sure. But hey, if you're here with us, you caught us at a very good timing. We teased a big moment earlier. Pengu and Shaiko sat them down together in a cinema to talk some very big topics. We're all going to watch it together for the first time.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit back then. The first one, obviously, is the most iconic, if you will, for many reasons. Do you remember much about this game?
Yes.
Yeah?
Just a bit, yeah.
Obviously, I played Pro League for a few years at this point. Is this first season, right?
I think, yeah.
Yeah. I remember specifically that when we started this game, you know, normally being, you know, Pro League finalists and winners, we're not really nervous. And I remember playing up against you, the biggest thing that weren't saying like, oh, he banished yellow stairs, saying Shaiko's yellow stairs, Shaiko's yellow stairs, you know?
And they cannot kill it, however, there goes the C4 toss. Shaco's gonna grab KS as well as Goga. Last man alive is Fabian, and it looks as though the attackers are gonna win after Fabian removes T-Pex. Moss will finish off the round there. Wonderful kill there with 5-5-2.
Because you were literally, this was a 5v1 kind of team. You were literally the best player in the server, covering every single player from your team side. You played so free, and like, honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. Back then, I'm not sure if I win this, actually. I don't. Never mind.
Pengu goes down, and round number 4 will go to the hands of B Genius, or round number 8 will go to B Genius to make it 4-4. We're headed to overtime.
You see 13 kills.
Yeah.
Top of the scoreboard every game. So it's a long time ago, obviously. I'm happy to share my side first, and then you can share what you
Good
want to
morning,
share after,
Baggy.
if that works. So regarding the ban was that we were suspicious because you're too good. Like that was literally what happened. And then we asked the other Pro League teams back then, like, what do you guys think? Because like we've never seen a play like this before. And like 6 out of the 8 teams I think back then were like, yeah, we're also unsure. And then we tried to gather evidence, like all of us together, and make a document. And we said, hey, Ubisoft, DSL. And then we never got told anything else, right? And then they did their own investigation. The next thing we saw was that you got banned by Ubisoft/ESL.
My old manager, Kato, helped me with that. So she was talking with ESL and stuff. So she helped me with that. So I got banned. I got unbanned earlier.
And you're grinding Apex Legends when you're banned, I saw. You're like one of the top raves in the game.
Yeah, I was top 1 at the kills.
That was one of the things that happened where like you got banned for cheating and then you go and destroy people in Apex and people go, hold up, wait a minute, something's wrong here.
Yeah, I was on Apex, but I saw my ban, how can I say that? But the thing was moving a bit.
Yeah.
So I go back on Rainbow Six and I full play, full ranked, full stream. So people
How you doing, Baggy?
I can play, I put my cam behind me and stuff. So yeah, I like the game. For me, it's the best game.
Yeah.
So that's why I was staying on it. But my first match was against you, I think, on stage.
I think so too.
Yeah, it was terrible, I think. I was like, oh my god, no, I can't do that. I can't be bad.
I felt the same way, you know? I felt we have to beat this guy right now.
Yeah, but I was bad. I said to myself, okay, it's fine, it's just one game.
Yeah.
And after I was playing gold, and after for the top 3 or 4, I think, we beat you.
You guys knocked us out for qualifying for SI.
Yeah. So I was kind of happy, so yeah.
Nice.
See, this is your map.
Everything's all situated though with your stuff.
Tigers in Europe, Citizen, Joystick coming up huge. Operators like the Smoke manages to do quite a lot of work, but Shaiko does Shaiko things. 2 heads are clipped. Can he find the next couple to go through as well? It's down to the final 2 seconds here. It's all or nothing to go for a plan.
Dude, that's...
Sticking it. A challenge comes through, but like I say, Shaiko
It's insane that this is what...
every single time.
This is what the esport used to look like.
A few years ago, you dropped the red hatch, just like a 3v5. I think you're playing Finger. You just get an ace. You drop red hatch, kill the scout player, kill the piano player.
I was playing 1.5, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this one.
This is your map. This is a D2 strat though. Uno made this. He's like, well, we play Jaeger, and then we play Cheshanga, deep in cocktail, and they can't walk in and plan because it's all open. We did this against Virtus Pro as well.
They have this top floor control, but bearing in mind it's taken them 2 minutes to get to this stage, they've now got to start thinking about the site itself. There we go. Shaiko completes that 3 kill per round mark, and he's not yet done. Mada as he
So you said, hold on.
Citizens holding up on the half stairs. Rafal brings down Pengu. There's a lot to do for himself here. Nothing else to be found.
You had a seizure, yeah?
He has cleaned up house.
I got you at the end.
Yeah, you actually did.
On the card, Shaiko will get the first kill onto Virtue. Is this the beginning of the end?
Because of your meds?
That is the question. Out come another couple of kills. 1 versus 5 now. The hopes of G2 rested.
I mean, that's the thing. We always used to say back in the day that if Shaiko's getting intro kills, it's over.
I'm glad you went to go get help, man.
This is the 1v3.
We kind of like having you around, Baggy. You know.
As one of the first teams, I think, in the world. In scrims at least, and I would end up clutching like 1v3, 1v4 in scrims, and then this happened.
Pengu all alone. They have someone jumping in from one side. Another sees him in the corridor. Pengu gets one down to Shaiko. Another one goes into a frostmat. He's got to kill Bride. He's planted, brother. Just go for him. If you can see him, you can see his head over the top of the table. Just shoot him. Finally, Pengu gets the shot. A triple kill comes out, and that will be G2 taking the round.
And I felt really good about it, even though I choked the last one. So I feel like maybe for like most of our matchups, you were always the one like top fragging for your team, and I was like probably near the bottom. But then for this is the grand finals that I retired after. I was fragging out my mind because I was playing, like you said, like carelessly. I knew that after this, my career is over. I have nothing to lose. You see how like we're playing so passive, like we're just double droning, triple droning. We're gonna just jump in window and plant default. And, like there's no way to stop it. Yeah.
That was nice to your family to get you a PC.
Was like, guys, we win. I'm like, no, shut the fuck up. Like we haven't won yet.
To be able to contest if he finds one, can he get the next? He's already got at this point, I think. In fact, Pengu's outside. He's got the plan down. He wins the gunshot onto Bride. Rafal's got it all to do in the space of about 25 seconds because Rafal is completely blind. He has no idea. There's one on the rappel. Sprayed out down to about a third of his HP. He's going to try and stick the defuse. Kanto comes up, hits him into the dirt. G2 are now the undisputed best team in Europe.
And that's my last kill ever. And you're still going.
On Bride.
On Bride, yeah. I mean, to be fair, there was one player that I would have my last kill beyond. It might be Bride because he's one of the greatest support players of all time.
Good.
Yeah, he really is.
Kinda is like strategy-wise, you know, like you know what you do. It's not like, oh man, I'm gonna do that maybe or do that. No, I think you.
This is cool of them to finally talk about some of this stuff.
I had to, right? Because it's like if my aim is bad, then how am I gonna win the game? And often, you know, I played flex before, but then at the end I was hard support, and I feel like in my head it's always been if you play hard support, you have to think even more.
Yeah.
And it's why I'm so impressed also with your teammate League Effect, because he plays like lurk, entry, flank, he plays everything. And he's so vocal and smart about the game. I'm like, I could never do that because I need more space in the server to think.
Yeah.
And then when you put you and League Effect together where he's a mastermind and you're a fragger, like it's beautiful. Like, yeah. I think you guys have like the best, I think you guys literally have the best roster on paper, like player for player in your roles. Like from my side, it was never personal. I was worried about the competitive integrity because I thought there was something bad going on, and I was like, we need to see if there is, and then obviously Ubisoft will decide what they. In my mind, you're fine now, but you had a fan base, and I had a fan base, and they still fight today.
Yeah,
it still goes like that. Obviously, you were streaming a lot during the ban and after. I was also a streamer, and I feel like if anything. If neither of us were streamers, I don't think this would have been as big as it was.
Yeah, I think,
And I can't go back and change it. And if you truly are legit, I'm sorry that I was a part of the reason why you got banned. On the other side, I'm happy that I did it because I stood on what I thought was right. I have a lot of respect for what you're doing right now. And it's nothing personal.
Yeah, thank you.
So, yeah.
That's really cool that they did that. Dude, that is totally not creepy at all. Of course it's Oryx. That's totally not freaky as fuck. What the hell? We've had a lot of VOG. And I think that's contributed to me not feeling very well. Like I didn't go to work yesterday.
Subscription received. Thank you for renewing Class 2 access.
Stinky, money go down the hole.
Good morning,
Try to
Grimmy.
sleep.
Why the heck did that? Hello? Why the heck? Why are you breaking my lights? It's probably just the way I have it set up. Grimmy, thank you so much for the however many months that was. What was that? 99? Oh god, we're 1 month away from triple digits. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, it's probably because it goes to a default state. And then this turns off. That might be why. Or it can just break. That's fine too. You guys missed the first map though. Or I guess not the first map, but the first match. That was unreal. Maybe I'll just try turning it off and on again. Hold on. Nothing. Yeah, I pretty much just slept most of, or laid down most of today. No, it's just Elgato's stuff sometimes just doesn't want to cooperate. Then what the heck is going on with this? Strange. We can predict. Here, I'll do this. And I'll mute this. It's driving me a little crazy. It's loud. Yeah, it's so weird. It was just working and now it's not wanting to. Even OBS is having problems. They completely changed around everything, so. Oh. Oh no, they're talking again.
To go home from the Sixth Invitational 2026. Now, both these teams having had quite some appearances at international events. Despite that, though, Foxy, they've never played a best of 3 against each other.
Well, isn't it lucky for us that we get to watch it? And I'm really excited because it's a battle of the two IGLs, Spiker and Savage. Two up-and-coming IGLs. Yes, they have been around for a little bit, but from the scene's perspective, it's fairly newer, trying to make a claim, a statement.
Wow, they like updated all the pictures and stuff too. That's pretty cool.
Two young minds go up against each other.
Absolutely. I think it's important to note a best of 1 and best 3, very different style of play. It doesn't really test the endurance. It doesn't test the mental fortitude of these teams. The fact that we're seeing it now on the main stage here at the Sixth Invitational is going to be one to watch.
It will be, and for Wildcard, though, they are the sole remaining hope inside of NA with this tournament here. We'll talk about them as a roster because they had a good run in the upper bracket until they finally faced FaZe, and that sent them down here.
But it was a very close match against FaZe, and they
Yeah, that's probably finally done.
could have won that match. And Wildcard
Yeah, my hair's been driving me crazy too.
teams, specifically Falcons,
It's at a length that's been driving me insane.
they're a team that has the ability to be able to lift a hammer. They have the players all statistically playing and performing well.
Hey, why is the key light not wanting to go?
To be able to back them, and Spiker that's still developing and being able to manage the pressure that he's under. So the team is really comprised of all underdog stories.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this roster, this NA roster, they need the respect. They are no longer underdogs. They have proven time and time again it wasn't by coincidence. They are doing it yet again here, making a main stage appearance to see if they can get one step closer to an invitational win.
It is quite silly if you think about it, right? I mean, main stage are reload.
Okay, these should start.
As well. Main stage here, and still, some people don't give them the respect that they deserve. And in fact, we have two unsung heroes that maybe need that respect so much.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to talk about Bay and Kansan. They've been so instrumental for wildcard success, both being the 5th and 7th highest.
See, it shows my ring light here.
Commiserate Kansan specifically because he goes unnoticed many times.
My key light.
Series, but the fact is, he's a legend in this game. He had one of the most
Did I break my own?
clutches back at SI 2022 on Bang versus Dan
May have
Wakia.
broken my own light.
One clutch that he managed to pull out. But what he does for this team is he sits on that backline. He plays that support role, and he does it so well. And then on the side of Bay, being young, new, vibrant. When you look at the way that he plays, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't really sure what we were gonna see.
Oh no,
from
I
this
fixed
kid.
it.
But
Okay.
time and time again, he has delivered. Whether it's been regionally, whether it's been internationally, here even now, the amount of entry kills he's had. I mean, I believe he's 21 and 13, and being so young, facing these top competitors. I mean, the upper echelon of
That's
the
true.
Siege world. I mean, this kid
Dude,
is
we'll
doing it all, but
see.
it's the reason why
I
we
don't
need to
know.
give them the respect that they deserve because they have been doing
I don't know how long I'm gonna grow it out.
fundamentals and core values is what constantly gets them
Try to get it past a certain point, just to
We're giving flowers to the
deal with it.
because they don't always get this. And we'll look at the opponents for them for today. Secret, they've played significantly more games than Wildcard have. I mean, they've knocked down G2, they've knocked out Weibo. I think it's fair to say that they do have got their reps in.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I think, you know, when you look at this Secret roster, and it's almost
NA. This is an NA.
EML, and then they started to transition. They started to find that synergy. They started to find that synchronization, and then they go on and winning.
We're crossing fingers for wildcard.
At the forefront as a top contender, and then they compete very aggressively in the EML, and then we even see them here as one of the
Pistons
best teams out
at my
there,
feet right now
having
too.
an obstacle of NA in front of them. But the bigger question is,
This
are these two
macaroni.
IGLs going to be battling head to head to see who's going to get the upper hand above the other?
Well, we don't want to have this game be raining down on their parade as we saw them coming into the venue earlier today.
Lady Macaroni.
To highlight how good Secret is with
Peanut butter and jelly.
Now the secret to see Team Secret's success throughout the year comes from their mid-round adaptation. And in this game versus G2, you see everything that you need to know to believe
She's
that Secret is a
happy.
great up-and-coming
I'm scratching
IGL.
her butt right now.
Now let's paint the picture. Essentially, the three remaining G2 members, the three remaining G2 members are all spotted inside of Cache. And they have a smoke available, C4 available, and obviously Secret is trying to push into server, and everybody knows playing at home, this is a terrible situation to be in. So what does Savage do to be able to adapt? He calls for Joom to make a rotate, walking on the roof, not running, not to alert his position, to go into master, to jump in and get a pick, a down, to be able to put pressure onto the site. And we see on the other side of things, while Joom is doing that, Adrian and Savage are going to jump into the site, but G2 has information. They have a bulletproof.
She's on one of my cables. Get off of this.
Information, and off of one of those triggers,
Ma'am.
throw a smoke or a C4 to be able to deal with it. But we can see Savage EMPs the PP, jumps in, EMPs the Fenrir, but it gives this position away still. Moving Alum out to top red, but look at this, a beautiful place flash to be able to full blind Alamau. He's prone on the stairs. He's crying. What's going on, Alamau? Now he's tasked with a decision. Does he go downstairs to be able to shotgun the plant through the floor, or does he push up to help his teammate? And Alamau, unfortunately, makes the wrong decision. He pushes down to stop plant, but the plant is not there. The push goes into the site with Joom off of that down pick. They're able to get the
buddy.
kill. They get the second kill. It's a 3-on-1 situation.
Here.
Alamau tries his best, but at this point, they already have the crossfire complete.
Look at that little baby.
From the Monty, and once the plant's down, and Alamau is taken out. And this is the kind of adaptation that we see from Secret.
She's waiting, Grimmy.
Just an amazing up-and-coming at IGL, and we're going to see it all throughout this game.
She's camping it.
Chess match between Secret and Wildcard.
Beautiful explanation there on this round from Secret. And there's one more thing we have to talk about, specifically for our French viewers here in the arena, the French fans as well at home. We do have Baby Shark going up against Mowgli, trying to back off from that support they have from their hometown heroes.
Yeah, there's a little bit of French-to-French rivalry here for both these teams.
Dutch is just outside my door too.
Players' careers. I mean, these are all the S-tier events that Mowgli has participated in. EWC being the biggest one, obviously winning that. And then you have to look at the side of Baby Shark. I mean, he's so brand new to the scene. It's not even fair when you compare these two, because the level of comparison from both of these isn't a lot, but it's still nothing to look at from a negative sense. He came into the league. He already made an S-tier event, placing 3rd, 4th. Then he continues that to make a 4th at the Munich Major, and now he's here at the biggest event of the year, the most prestigious event of the year. Players that have been playing for 6, 7 years haven't even got to this point, and he's done it all in 1 year, and he's on this main stage playing in front of this amazing French crowd.
I mean, both of them have similar stories.
Look at them little pizzas.
Rookies in their, respective years.
Absolutely.
She's looking up at me. Look at those. Look at that. Oh, look at those eyes. Look at those eyes.
And that being said,
the camera can't even focus.
To the road towards the hammer.
It is. I want to see our maps as well for this series. As we talked about it, never a best of 3 between these two teams. I want to see how in-depth this match is going to go. The chess game, they call it. The first pick is a wildcards, and they're taking us to Cafe.
Yeah, this is a great map for wildcard. We already saw them during their regular group play-ins. It was 7-2.
Piston.
They were absolutely dominant in it. So
look at that little face.
To me that Team Secret is going to allow this to go through. They want to try to exploit the success rate.
Look at that little face.
But again, there's been a lot of
Yo, what's going on? Sark, how you doing, dude?
Prep that I need to, so I can pull something out in 1 or 2 of those rounds to put myself and give myself that edge in those rounds.
I mean, I love seeing 2 small maps right out the gate because they're very adaptive heavy, very aggressive focus. You have to be able to find your entries into that map. And that being said, when we go onto border, the last time we saw it, I believe it was Wildcard that beat Weibo on border. And so that being said, they have the ability to be aggressive on it. They understand.
You should guys go follow Sark, yeah. If you're not already. I'm trying not to be too loud. It's almost 5 a.m. Steve doesn't have to be up yet, I don't think. So I'm trying not to wake him up.
Now, I don't want to ask yet who's winning, but I want to hear really quickly. Do we think we're going to a
She's waiting for treats.
I think this deserves a best of 3.
Yeah, I would love to see a best of 3.
She wants treats right now.
Absolutely.
All right, I do hope we get it because, of course, a best of 3 always shows
there you go.
which of these 2 teams has the most depth and the strongest team inside of the competition. But we've given you all the information on the teams. Let's welcome them to the stage.
There you guys go. There you go. She is now happy.
We're back live at the Adidas Arena here on the stage. Bonjour Paris! We are one matchup down here.
No, I don't wanna. He's gotta work today. Although he might have a half day today because he worked like a 12-hour shift a couple days ago. Then again, I didn't go to work yesterday because I wasn't feeling good. Turn this down a little bit. There you go. Yeah, I think it's the VOG and stuff, and then I haven't been sleeping well either. Since I didn't go to work Thursday, I took Monday off, but if I'm feeling up for it, I'm gonna go to work. I'm also really tired. I took a quick like 2.5 hour nap before I woke up for this. I think I fell asleep around 10, woke up at 12:30. The first match started at 1. But this is my favorite time of year. No matter what time it is, I wanna stream the Rainbow Six Invitational. The finals at least, since I have work, so I can't do the other part of the competition, but I can do the final weekend. Yeah, I'm tired and trying to talk a little bit quieter to not wake up the husband. Peanut butter and jelly. What are you doing, baby girl? What? She's just staring at me. She's like, make it do the stuff. Make it do the do's. Dude, who is that? Ma'am. Why are you so cute? What? 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 Yeah, she's a chunk. She's a pile of trash, because that's where she got found, was in a pile of trash. But she's adorable with her little bandanas. Yes, you are. You're so cute. And you know you are. Yeah.
Because you are, of course, in your home country, I'm going to let you, and I say allow you to. This is your experience here in front of your crowd. Please give your final words to your opponents in le français.
Bonne chance.
Mowgli, that's pretty nice.
Que le meilleur gagne, parce que cette scène elle est incroyable. On joue devant tous les Français. C'est une expérience de fou.
All right, Grimmy.
On va vous offrir le meilleur match qu'on peut.
Sachez quelque chose, c'est qu'on vit des émotions incroyables, donc quoi qu'il arrive, peu importe l'issue du résultat, on sera tous les deux très 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 heureux de jouer devant vous, donc merci infiniment.
That's awesome.
Good luck. May the best team and man win.
Wait. For our English-speaking audience, what did they say?
Look, Ian, I know you speak French, but I'm going to say it anyways for the viewers out there, because Baby Shark is being very nice about it. It's like, you know what? May the best man win. On the other side, for Mowgli, it's very much the same way, but he's saying, you know, we're playing in front
Well, little black kitty, but she does have like a little couple white spots. That's right. Yeah. That's a good girl. Yeah, that's a good girl. That's a good little girl. Yeah. Yeah. She's already almost 7? Yeah, she turned 7 this year. That's right. You turned 7 this year. Yeah.
Well, Demo, we get to take it away here with, I mean, I guess you've got a team, NA's got a team, and we've got
She's so sassy.
them to be able to make their way through on towards this.
She likes to go outside on her harness. I'm trying to get her used to a stroller so we can go on walks with her too. There's a lot of dogs in the neighborhood, so I want to make sure she's safe in a stroller so we can go on walks. Excuse me.
How far these two teams have come with only a little bit left to go, Demo. Things are going to be very exciting between this, but obviously we had a massive series as the opener of our day. This is our other lower bracket game for the rest
I can see her staring at me in the OBS.
This is where we start to see who is the real deal or not, isn't it? You know, we've seen plenty of teams come into a lower bracket already, obviously for Furia and Flux of W7M. I mean,
Yeah.
we lost one team already, one team remains, and it's going to be the same for this matchup. We will be losing a team.
Yeah, it's the same for our boy Cat too.
Series to go on to play said Fluxo W7M. And who it's going to be, I mean, it's a coin toss. I've been really impressed with both of these teams coming into the competition. I think for Secret bouncing back from, I think for the team, a personal
This is going to be the last match of the day for this. And then tomorrow is one match at 3 a.m. And then one match at 7. Oh no, there's one more. I lied, there's one more match after this. There's 3 matches. There's one at 8:15. That's FaZe Clan and Falcons for the final, for the top bracket. That's right. So there's one more match after this. Did it disconnect again?
I mean, look, they lost to Falcons. Are we surprised? That seems to always happen. So yeah, I think for Secret, it's all about the international competition for Secret. You know, Secret, I think, have been a team that we've seen. You know, Falcons has kind of been that.
Oh no, Grimmy sent bits. Look at her. Oh, look at her just sitting there.
Teams that aren't in their own region look a lot better. Like, really notable. It's only been MA who's been able to take them down.
She got right in front of it. Grimmy, thank you for the 5 bits. She is happy crunching. You're doing the crunch.
You're looking at a team that is fighting. You're looking at a team that is also fighting kind of happy. They're taking
I'm sorry.
every single team by team, round by round. We've heard it from the coaches themselves. Twister sort of breaking the boys down and saying, look, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. One of his quotes from very early on in the tournament. And then from this point onwards, well, now they just...
He is also the only cat in the house that wears a collar. And she likes to wear clothes.
To get that, the thing that, to be fair, is pretty good at smashing through other people's bricks.
If you say so. I'll take your word for it.
She gets mad at any of the other cats for wearing her clothes.
Look, I've came out and said before, I think Wildcard,
Those are her clothes and her clothes alone.
from where they were, from the humble beginnings, obviously going to Reload, you think, okay, they're a partner team, it's a new team,
Yeah, there's
really going to be able to do? And you think, oh, well, they done okay.
Tomorrow, 3 a.m., 7 a.m. for semifinals and final for the lower bracket. And then the 15th, I don't know what time they're starting streams for the grand finals at 7. I know they have some events. I don't know if they're doing the streamer thing during the middle of that match. I don't know what they're doing yet. So sometimes they do that during halftime. They'll do the streamer stuff. Well, I don't know. Excuse me.
Part of their country, folks, surrounded with the chants, adhering the chants in the language that they grew with, the language that brought them all towards this, and now how they can end it, game after game, round after round. DU versus NA. Could you think of a more classic storyline of region versus regions? Especially as we're celebrating the 10 years of the game, the history of all of the SIs, the many places, many performances we've had. How it goes.
Also, don't forget, I mean, there's still Brazilian influence in all these matchups that we've had. We've talked about in depth how everyone has added a Brazilian in some shape or form. May that be in the playing team or behind the scenes in the coaching staff. Obviously, Twister, you know...
I keep forgetting Siege went free to play. You just can't do ranked or anything else. You can just do quick match unranked and dual front. I forgot about that.
And you hear the timeouts. Really, for Twister, it's one, either a mental game where we've seen him a few times pull a sneaky timeout trying to get into the heads of the opponent, or it's a case of just letting them, guys, we're playing good Siege. There's no need to panic. We're playing well. Just keep it up. You know, just that reassurance for them. So, yeah, I think Twister is obviously going to play a big part in this and see how well he uses those timeouts. But I'm just ready to go. The tension's now really starting to build.
You're going to spoil your breakfast. I don't know what time Steve's alarm is.
This is a demo. The flowers, real flowers. Don't you know? I heard.
The stage is really pretty this year.
The first esports event that I know that's ever had a gardener.
Yeah, a gardener interview, by the way, as well. An interview of a gardener.
First esports event that's ever had a gardener interviewed as well. I mean, it just sort of keeps
Look how pretty that is.
beautiful. I'll steal some later. Don't tell anybody. But for all the beauty that we have, there has to be this end of violence, right? Somebody this is their last show. This is their last dance, their last moment throughout this tournament. Sorted over those maps. I mean, where's your sort of head at with those maps?
Well, Cafe first. I think for Secret, yeah, I can see why they.
I need to fill the treat bot back up again sometime soon. There's only 2 treats left.
Secret haven't really adopted the Fortress into their veto as what maybe other teams have.
Cafe, Border, Nighthaven.
In terms of what Secret were going to go for. I look for a wild card. Same can be said. You knew they were going to ban Bank. That was never going to be allowed to happen. I'd be surprised if we see Secret on Bank, even if they win this and go into the next matchup. They're just so darn good at it. But certainly for Cafe, yeah, I think wild card. For wild cards, it's all about hitting the ground running and playing with that aggressive playstyle, getting their players into the game. Bay, big fan of Bay. I think if he can really start the game off strong, can cause Secret a lot of problems.
It's always the element, though.
Oh, that's right.
Wild card against FaZe the other day. They sort of had their
Wild card, I think, got first pick of a map because they came down from the upper bracket.
A little bit in the FaZe game. They weren't there, but at the start of that series, wild card.
They went farther in the upper bracket than Secret did.
Overall, at the start of that series, slightly different now since they've taken the loss, but it sort of shows how important they were and how they were able to get to that position in the upper bracket. Up to this point, undefeated. They've suffered one proper loss, and it's moved them down to the lower bracket. And sometimes, Demo, that can affect a team.
It can, but is it the
So again,
case
there
for
is one more
wild card
game
we're
after this.
thinking, you know, yes, we took the loss, but we had done the job in the early. You know, you can have a loss. Like, don't forget, Secret have had losses.
Then we do have the drops available too. The Bandit, Charm, Uniform, and Headgear. That's what the drop is for right now.
I'm hoping that means we're getting ourselves a bit closer, but it could just be the wonderful French talent that is alongside us, goading and playing in towards the audience. Obviously,
Oh, he's got the baby shark on there too.
is in French. How's your French?
Ma'am,
Yeah.
her nose is right up against that.
Okay. Actually, I went before. I'm fine.
Great. We love starting like that. At this point, obviously, we've already had one series earlier on today.
Look at her.
Bit of an upset, I think, from some people. It's fair to say.
I think whenever there's a 10-win streak for one team and then
Ma'am.
dub come from the other team,
Peanut.
I would say it's an upset.
I think there's the element here of obviously this showdown.
Oh my goodness.
In terms of how Secret has sort of
Look at that
against
face.
international opponents, they've generally had a pretty
Peanut.
record, Demo.
Peanut butter and jelly. What are you doing?
At the Munich major, that was an issue for them. But other than that, yeah, they've been clean sailing.
Mother, I am starved. I never get any of the gifts. No treats ever.
See last conversations, last moments.
Never ever.
Between the players from a coach who's obviously
Never ever have I ever
Lagonis, I mean,
received treats from anybody.
been able to achieve and the experiences that he's had, played for some of the top teams inside of Brazil. Obviously taking the coaching position in North America. Big change
She's
for
so
him,
goofy.
but you can see this team, they've really made things happen this year, and that is just why I've been so impressed with them. But same can be said for Secret. Again, you look at where this team was a couple of years ago, a team who were struggling last year.
Is everybody doing their settings and stuff? Is this what's happening right now?
Before this competition, they had played at 2 invites and never had a win.
Can you hear me if I press this button?
So for those two guys, this is quite the step up from where they've been previously, but it's because they've brought in the right players. I said before stage 1 kicked off, they got their business done really early. They went for Noah, they went for Mowgli. They had the quickest transfers done as soon as that window was open. And you can see getting the players in at the correct time has really helped them along this journey that they've had this year.
Well, it's only going to build intensity for you and me, for the audience. But imagine what it's like for all of those players on that stage. Imagine how it feels being stuck waiting on the brink. It's like standing at the top of a massive ski slope. Winter Olympics, shout out Jesse. Wanting to throw yourself down, to just start that, I guess, descent into.
I'm gonna go feed them.
From this point onwards, obviously, this game, then playing the winner of the series earlier on.
Little ones, you hungry? Watch them start right now.
The final little stint, the final little run through. It's so close. A year of siege. to this. And then it can all be over in just 2 hours or 3 for one of these teams. If we hit all 3 maps, it might be. Do you think we'll get all 3?
Oh, that's the question, isn't it? I think for wildcard, they have to get Cafe. They have to.
We're getting closer and closer. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody, as we find our way through. It's obviously worth sort of looking. I highlighted the fact that, you know, what we've got from wildcard has been one loss. They were that undefeated team. They were able to dispatch Daystar, Falcons, Elevate, Furia throughout groups itself. Then onto SSG, a team that they know oh so well. And then they hit, well, it's fair to say one of the biggest dogs, but they'd beaten a few before. And at this point, well, they got to see if they can try and bounce back, get back on the horse. 65% of you believe that it's going to be a secret win on this first map, but thank you for staying with us for all the waffle. But for now, let's take our first big bite of this series as we begin on Dostoyevsky. Well, Demo, as we have done many times, as the dances that we have found ourselves sort of serenaded by and surrounded by, we get into this perspective. The bands will come through here on towards Cafe. Now, as you've sort of got it on the numbers and how you think, and that sort of brief bit, I forgot about this. Doesn't matter where you go, what language everything's in, you get the Monty and Aruni. Monty, a very familiar band. Aruni, obviously, there's great limitations and the sort of swing on cigar if you're trying to clear the top.
Will it be a double shield or maybe a Ying, a Grim? Again, the util dump operators we know. Fantastic for a map like Cafe. Yeah, there goes the Grim, there goes the Mira. Makes piano a little bit more difficult to hold. You still got operators like Azami. Clash is also a big one. I mean, I think Clash this event has been a nightmare for a lot of teams.
Oh, continually, right? I mean, there's always the argument about shields when they're at their strongest, when they're not. It sort of goes both ways, but the freedom that she gets, how we've had a lot of people who would obviously, you know, play sort of the gun operators and get themselves in, swing either side, it's the pressure on. Oh my god, it's the captain. Oh, it's either way. I think that's the best thing right now between these teams, because sometimes, I'm not going to say there's a bias, sometimes you get to an EU event and there's still an NA team and there's less vocal supporters, but this is a team, A, that everybody's rooted behind, but B, has French representation.
And Brazilian. They've got the mix. Got the whole lot. Whereas for Secret, I mean, it is just a full amalgamation of Europeans, isn't it? Nobody from the same place, all different. Now, if we look at the last time both of these sides played Cafe respectively, Secret were able to get an even half on their defense, which is where they will start in this matchup. So 3 rounds for them. Whereas look at Wildcard, last time they played against Daystar, they were able to do a pretty impressive stat of 6 defenses in a row. They took a 6-0 half against Daystar. So for Wildcard, we didn't really get to see them attack up much. Just the 1 round is what they needed. So I think for Secret, you need
who's
to build
banned?
a lot around here in the defense.
Monty
We
Grimm.
know Wildcard, they can defend this map.
Okay. My girl Mira, she's always banned. Especially on this map, it makes sense.
Time has passed upon, but you still have to hold the top. You have to have the lockdown, the confidence to make sure that they can't just get that verticality. In the response, obviously, you're looking at something that might be a little bit snappy here. Demo on the right, the Glaz, the Blitz, the Ying. They've got that sort of smash and grab energy. Get themselves in and the full-fronted spawn there.
Yeah, typically you're looking at the quick aggression in through the top floor. You can utilize Skylight really well. Ying is great at that because you can just flood that top floor and then drop yourself in.
You done eating, Pete?
Upstairs, or you can also use the Blitz in.
I didn't know you just gave them food and she's already done.
That's another way that we've seen that Blitz be used. So there are a couple of things that Secret need to be aware of.
8 flashes, less flashes. The Ying is the first as you go. opens up with the opening kill of this entire series, and that's no more Candelas.
And what do we always say about Cafe? It's one of the hardest maps to get into the building, and that's why spawn peek's a very common thing. And Noah sets the tempo right from the word go, asserting that dominance over Wildcard. So about that Ying, yeah, it's going to be a little bit trickier to try and get themselves into certain places. So they're going to try and full send the blitz. I believe just straight into sight. They've got the Ash, they've got the launcher to make that breach. But does anyone want to go for it? No, Kansan is there to cover off. They waited for that glass to take control of Pillar.
Swung in, could hear the C4 ticking, but that's not going to be one that pops off as Bay pops on towards Savage and gets himself a second tomb. A 4 versus 2. They've taken just enough control, but just enough is proving well, more than enough. They have that little bit of verticality in the blitz.
That was not the smartest thing, I feel.
It's a heavy gun, but on this pillar, this narrow fight, on towards secondaries, and now he's all that's left, but he can't quite find an escape route in towards library, but they have the site. They could try and recollect the diffuser if they want it, go for the plant itself. He's able to get one isolated, now it's a 1 versus 2. And if they go for the plant, well, look at the positions that they've been able to get. Adrian, he's had a lot of huge moments for this team. Usually in leagues is when he's at his best, and sometimes online can be a little bit sharper, but here, this tournament, he's found his feet, he's found his sort of position in the team, and the position on the rotate gets full shakes of the engagement. Baby Shot goes low again, but they can't plant. Had to pull off, had to push. They need to play this as the 2 versus 1. There's one, can't get the next.
Oh my goodness. That was so close.
Oh, Adrian almost. But just too many bodies to find for that DMR. Made a good attempt, but still, Wildcard hold on to that lead that they had gained from a really good entry. I mean, Kansas.
No, if you've never watched Rainbow Six Esports,
obviously, I think the blitz kind of got caught out a little bit because that's where the diffuser was dropped inside a train where you.
I've always found that their esports, the way that they showcase everything and stuff, has been kind of some of the best. They've always had some really good angles. Good commentators too, or casters.
As soon as somebody got a kill, they just flooded through that position where they were able to remove that defender.
Off to a start, strong one Wildcard here. There's a couple of conversations, obviously, about a cafe that we saw today and how you're supposed to approach your attack or how successful.
Luckily, a lot of their casters and stuff are ex-pros.
I mean, what better synergizing could you sort of want? What early energy?
Or if they're not ex-pros, a lot of them they stream, play the game.
But here, pressure on towards the kitchen, on towards the ground floor itself. You've got the sense, you've got a little bit of a pull away of the shield. Wildcard, they're keeping themselves guessing. They've got a lot of great different attacks that they've been able to play, a lot of width in terms of the operator selection, the pool that they've been able to run.
I've always really liked this game.
One of the strengths that we've had of this team throughout this tournament. It's one of the reasons they're hard to predict.
I'm absolutely terrible at this game, but ooh.
Noah, be careful. You can be seen. That glass, I mean, that could definitely be an option.
But even when it's an event that I'm not streaming or can't stream, because they're not allowing streamers or something like that for certain events, I'll still watch. I love Rainbow Six Esports.
They need to try and get Kansan and obviously above.
There's always a lot going on, so they try their best to showcase everything and not miss anything or replay stuff. So
Get through the hatch, use the sensors as a way of cutting off lines of sight in the bomb site and then going for that plant. That should be the plan here from Wildcard.
and then rounds can always change momentum, which is fantastic too. It's just a really intense game.
But Adrian, he can freeze it, slow it down, he can make sure that this hatch becomes a problem, becomes a battle, becomes attrition. And attrition takes time, and time takes everything out of the attackers. There it is, caught out as the Xplor was able to reactivate. There's another sort of freeze, another sort of slow, and they've got to wait. And if they've got to keep waiting, they're going to have to go back to the grenades. But if you prepare for plan A, well, sometimes you don't quite have B.
Yeah, and again, it's used in that util that you would like to have for the player instead of VIP. What's happened to Kansan? I think he's been swung by probably Mowgli. He's the only one really in the bomb site who could have went for that. So Mowgli has caused a bit of an issue that Wildcard need to try and address. And look at Mowgli getting aggressive, going for these kind of off positions, seeing if he can catch somebody by surprise. But the timing is a big worry now. 30 seconds, and they still have not cleared VIP or restaurant yet.
They might just have to try and sort of break their way in. There's the drive down. He's
Oh.
able to find the first, but Mowgli gets the drop on Kansan, and Adrian doubles down inside, holding on, but the C4 could not quite.
I also really like the views that you get with Overwatch.
With 10 seconds left and a drop shot.
Esports too.
Another one for Noah. It's Spiker finding Noah. But a 2 versus 1. No kit has to try and find the fights. They've spread out here. Secret. They're either side. Does get one.
Oh.
We're never going to risk the second. We are tied up.
Yeah, timing not great for Wildcard. Cutting it really, really close, and they just had to go pretty reckless. I mean, jumping into positions where they didn't know where the opposition was, and yes, they were able to win their gunfights, but it still didn't matter. You run out of time. So for Wildcard, I mean, you could see what the idea was. I mean,
That's cool. They have the camera that goes around the whole stage. I don't know if you guys caught that in the background.
That's what let them down. For Secret, didn't have to do much apart from just hold the angles, play a little bit aggressive. Mowgli did a great job of that inside a freezer. So all square, one apiece.
So obviously you have the guys that are there holding the cameras on the stage, but there's also one that's kind of gliding around the stage.
You can imagine if they were given free reign and they'd be doing sprints. At this point, as I said before you get the extra bounds, before you get it, you sort of try and play the mind game. What do you think they're going to remove? What do you sort of put forward as a possibility of removal here?
Well, I mean, for Wildcard, it's the glass again. That's 3 in a row. Surely that's got to be something that Secret maybe want to address, because it has caused them issues on both rounds. I think the glass has been able to get a kill on both of them.
You get these nice angles too.
So yeah,
one of my friends
again, another mid-floor.
gets some really cool stuff, some really cool angles. Who does like local esports here and stuff. They just use a controller. Get those nice smooth movements and stuff for really nice, really nice map views and whatnot. Smooth push throughs and everything.
With a lot of C4s, you've got 2 of them on the side of Secret. That can be, again, that issue for Wildcard. Just need to be careful. But look, for Wildcard, I mean, it is just all gung-ho. You look at this util dump, again, Capitao, Glaz, Ying. You've got the Lion, who we know is also great for a map like Capu. Whenever you're trying to play fast, here comes this Glaz again.
Mowgli gets the C4 off to the first rip, and impacts are impactless as they just sort of fly by and do a bit of damage. But in the meantime, well, there's the damage being done. Get the pinch onto Noah, stepping up in towards this aggressive position. They've got the sort of pings they didn't know about. Adrian pops up, knocks 2 down, 4 versus 1. Oh,
That's so fast.
Dash at least gets Mowgli back, but still being shot at, still being pressured, and still has a lot left to do. I mean, at this point, again, think about where the side is, think about the kid is, and think about what he has left. None of those Candelas. Has a couple of smokes, fine, but he needs the lead in, he needs the initiative, and they've lost their utility too, but they have 3 of them.
And you look at this setup, one guy bottom white, one player inside of dining, the other inside of reading. They can triple swing white stairs if he wants to walk down it, so that should be a big no-no. And he's hungry for that pick, but Secret...
He still has a whole minute.
How to play this 1v3 well, just patience. You don't need to push the guy. You know he's got a shotgun, a machine pistol. He's gonna have to challenge you with a machine pistol. You should win that. 9 times out of 10. Smokes off the rotate, but just hesitant in terms of what he wants to push here, and even gets shot up by Joom straight through the wall. Yeah, an easy cleanup for Secret. Never in doubt that they were going to win that.
I mean, I do wonder what sort of happened with Adrian on the top floor, right? We saw them going with the glass. We saw them slow peek the close angle.
He checked every angle, but the one Adrian was in. He checked C1, he checked C2, but just didn't get far enough. That C4 as well for Mowgli to hit them whenever they dropped in towards that top floor. Again, that's the power of the Valkyrie.
Glaz?
Well, as you said, the Glaz is probably likely for the chopping block. And it is. Alongside the Kaid, because to be fair, the Kaid has problems. They've
slowed them in kitchen. Yeah.
Run it with a Tubarao as well. They make sure that they can sort of double down that Frost, and we have a timeout here from Wildcard.
To bring the DMRs, and you guys can even get open kill right there, rappelling a lot of players on piano, 3-1 and kill that player. Can be something, okay? But for our bomb sites, mining, first of all. Mining bomb site, like the 3-1 plays super fast, not being that good. They react well, you know? So cooking them a little bit for mining bomb site if they do the same. Jake, play the Ash, open the mining window the same, the mining wall the same. Like it looks like the rush blitz. And then we take top. One thing for you, Shark, you can use the Dokaeb, smoke 2 times diamond, just to bait something. And we take top floor, mining normal. Take top floor, dash playing run, and then we're executing, okay? What do you think for basement, guys? When attack direct bakery, make sure to cook them a little bit, open the walls. If you guys can push flip to VIP, but use a little bit more the time of the round, not only switch one, use a little bit more the time, flip is necessary, and then we switch one.
About it. Yeah, so obviously calling for specific operators. Heard the Dokkaebi was mentioned in that timeout from Lagonis. And he just wants them to work with that time because they're getting in the building really fast. Like, you look at where they're kind of set up after the first minute, they're in ready to go. But then it's that kind of mid-round stall out that they're struggling with. Oh, you know, this is where the action kind of begun, wasn't it? A minute. The C4s, again, use that information that Valkyrie has.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, what could he do? You could even see somebody rotating under, ready to swing bottom white. Secret, after taking that first knock, have been able to pull themselves back and get 2 in a row. Obviously, this is Wildcard's map, so Secret have opted to start on their defense. They want to get themselves that first bit of buffer in here. They're going to try and slow things down as well. They want to limit the Kaid game. Fine, let's bring castles. Let's get his army.
This is, I think, the issue with the top floor. If you let operators like your Castle, like your Azami, it makes it really difficult. You then almost need to change up the way that you've been playing if you're Wildcard. Wildcard have obviously been running kind of Capital, Lion, the aggressive operators. Now you look at the lineup. I mean, Flores has to be brought in, Habana has to be brought in to deal with this util. So it forces Wildcard away from the playstyle that they've been wanting to play against Secret, and that will suit Secret a lot better. Secret don't have to worry about operators like a Ying being brought in or a Lion. You're dealing with Habana and a Flores. In the grand scheme of things, nowhere near as much as an issue.
It is also a sort of side of this that technically, in the 2-7 record that Secret has on this map recently, well, most of it is on their attack side. They're generally stronger. They only have about a 40% win on their defense compared to about a 60% on their attack. And they've always been a great attacking team, but, well, the same way I say that, it's the opposite side for Wildcard. Their defense is 71% success. So the fact that things are going to sort of build in a lot of intensity on the other side of this half sort of shows Wildcard probably want 2 rounds, want to get themselves a bit comfortable here. And if they can do it on the site that, well, hasn't really been played, and as I said, is sort of pushed to the side a bit on this top floor. It's Mowgli that almost suffers first. Bit of damage, drops his way out. Coverage from Doom on towards the hatch, and he can live. But they're just keeping everything pressured, Demo.
Yeah, no picks, though. Oh, Baby Shark has been downed. Going to be revived, though. That's from the rooftop. I think the hatch, I believe, just got himself down. But again, just look at the stall out here. That says mid-round, isn't it? Again, for Wildcard, just not a lot happening for them. Still working their way through the utility. If you look in the side of Secret, you've still got C4s you have to deal with. You've got the Solus as well, who we know can play downstairs and stop that plant going in, and that's exactly where Jum is. He's down inside a pillar. Oh, the impact from no tree! The castle barricade, and find 2 from it!
Sorry, I had to go harass Steve.
And they opened the door, they said, come on in, welcome! Oh no, sorry, pass denied. Get out of here, get out of the building. And
This is Wildcard's map too.
Left and a single flash, but at this point, Secret, I mean, they're aggressively.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
They're aggressively about to hit a time with just a single player left. A chance at a flawless after your opponent's timeout as well. Doesn't bode well. The C4 does get shot out, but I mean, it's a shotgun on a closed door here, Demi. You're sort of hoping that you get a lucky take on it. You won't, you'll get deemed instead.
Ouch.
I think he one-tapped them, by the way. One-tapped Eagle from Noah.
Yeah, that's why he was so excited to get that. Holy crap.
And for Wildcard, not not much to say. Certainly struggling to have success in this attacking side, and I think for Secret, they're getting the game plan very
Jeez.
well in matchup. I like the way that they've kind of switched their bomb site. They went top floor, they played different defender operators. It forces Wildcard into a different approach than what they've had previously.
Oh.
I mean, essentially, you heard Lagonas talking about, oh, bring the Dokumi for this bomb site.
That Deagle was...
Secret pull it top floor, and everything Lagonas has said, it's null and void.
That's an insane shot. Over the railing, too, on top of that.
At this point, Wildcard, as I said, that they're angling for 2. They know they've got a back half for this game, but they also know it's their map. And that's the problem. If you let your opponents get this high energy...
Yeah, Steve's awake now.
Well, then it's going to be something that will come back to haunt you. Maestro on this site haunts a lot of people. We've seen a lot of clips of this, and now as things get locked in, they don't really have a lot to take rid of it. Obviously, got the grenades, could impact the EMP and hope to get it that way, but that's not really the MO of a lineup like this, Demo.
Yeah, you need to be careful. I think with the Maestro, especially whenever we know that kind of util you mentioned will be used to clear the VIP player. You know, those nades will be tossed into VIP, and this is where you're going to get value then from those cameras, and the fact that they've hit it. Yeah, Wildcard do not have great answers. I mean, we know everyone has played against the Maestro. If you see that, oh, I'll play Brava, and that's it, Sword. No problems. If you don't have the Brava, then yeah, becomes quite the tricky operator to deal with. Look at this again from Mowgli, the aggression.
Oh, come on, it's got to line up at some point. That's obviously the player with the shield on their back as well. So it's something that can, I mean, they're so aware, but you could look at the surrounding. Look at all of the players. The grenade, they think he's close on the wedding side, and he's actually leaned closer towards it now. The flash comes through, and he might be in a bit of a tight spot. But he somehow survived, and, well, he's got some support of his own coming, but that's a lot of utility for no result. And at this point, Dash does find one. He's
got no,
claw and fight his way out here, but this wedding isn't a celebration he wants to share.
They've used both of the nades. They're going to have to use the fire now to clear him out.
Oh, but they can't even do it without any pain. He's been able to find an escape route. That is a tragedy here for Wildcard. How that man is allowed to escape with all the intel.
That was so much utility.
That they dump, and then they still come out a bit worse for wear now.
It's the stall out again for Wildcard. Not a lot happening, and we're sat again in the midpoint of the round. Now they start their entrance in towards Fakery, but they haven't even cleared prep. Mowgli just swinging for everything he's worth. Spiker is able to get the trade, and Juma, that big old LMG, lets it rip. A double for Jum.
I don't know how you would be going after that.
Well, now they can play with these Maestro bubbles.
Jeez.
Wants to play with the last player left there. That divide, that first round to Wildcard is further and further away now as we find ourselves 4-1. Timeout obviously used. At this point, Wildcard, they're just going to sort of go a little bit on damage. This one, it's more positive.
It feels too predictable, I think, for Wildcard, watching how they're going about these rounds. Secret know how to play against that. You know, that is just a classic bakery take. They couldn't even clear the guy inside a wedding. You know, stuff like this needs to be done correctly if you want to beat a team like Secret. You know, we are in the top 6 of Invite. You need to be landing these util dumps successfully. I mean, Jim, look at this with LMG. Just flicks from one, flicks to another. Savage. Lovely bit of aggression as well in towards wedding. But Wildcard, they need to rally big time. And as much as what we've praised in the defense, momentum always plays a part in a game like this. And right now, Secret, they have got the win behind them.
Seconds left.
But
5 seconds to insert.
Just takes one. Just takes one round to flip that momentum, to give yourself a bit of energy. If they can pull something off here, Wildcard, as I said, 4-2. It's tough to work with, but the problem, as I've also said, is both of these teams get sharper, faster, more aggressive on the other side. And I think aggression, as you pointed out, is a big boon for Secret today. Mowgli, he's playing like he wants it. He's playing like he wants all of it. Every fight, every avenue, every angle is something that he's trying to press and poke, and sometimes he's a player who can be a bit cautious. Sometimes he's a player who historically has gotten a bit in his own head, but here, sliding all over the map. Now, they're not going to mistake Adrian, I think, this time round. And you're not probably going to be able to pop off in the same way, but you can see that, to be fair, June, bottom white, Adrian making his presence known on C2. Secret's keeping everything problematic here for Wildcard.
Yeah, it is this train bomb site once more. Last time for Secret. Didn't have a great time. It's the only round that Wildcard have won. It was down to a 1v1, don't forget. But Wildcard in the approach, utilizing that Dokkaebi, trying to take more map control. Look where Baby Shark has got himself into the downstairs. As the staircases now, he can walk up and he chooses red as his destination. Still, bit of action upstairs as Bay's been able to establish control inside a cigar shop. But look at Secret, not wanting to give picks away, wanting to make Wildcard force these engagements.
Sensor on. Let's see what I can find.
Oh, they're going to send it, but they don't even need to.
Yeah.
Where did Mowgli even get him from?
He jumped out. Mowgli's outside.
Oh, he jumped out. White
Jeez.
And look, they're about to fly over the double Baby Shark. Can he get through? He can't quite control it. But to be fair, the success of the collateral is something that would give anybody a bit of a shaky hand for a second. Somehow, that little moment, that little bit of overconfidence has been punished. And Baby Shark, right place, right time, and right idea. Get out of there. Don't give them that even. Don't give them the level up. Oh no, but they didn't know about Noah.
Gotta reload.
And he's somehow been able to slip his way down. He's not entirely handed it over.
Still one Dokkaebi call though. Do not forget, Baby Shark has the information that can be big in these 3v3 scenarios. Whenever you don't have the information, the Dokkaebi with that universal gadget is fantastic to go up against. I mean, they know that Baby Shark's gonna come in through Pillar because he's just shot at that keeper barrier. He's doubled up the Spiker as well, but they need to try and make the plays here. They need to try and get themselves into the building. In goes the Dokkaebi call, and now they're going to flood through Noah. They know exactly where he is. They just sprint right past him. Baby Shark wants into it. No, Noah.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Was not expecting the double up. Spiker, Wildcard, salvage another round.
Well, I said, feels like Mowgli's playing like he wants to win, and you've always got to argue the same here for Baby Shark. All the comparisons, all the conversation about where they come from and where they want to go and where they want to achieve it. This would be the sweetest prize for any French Siege player. But 4-2. 4-2 is the half. 4-2 is our opener, and where things looked a little bit shaky for Wildcard, they level, but obviously Secret still has their timeout. They now still have, I'm not going to call it their preferred half because we don't know what they want, but we know it's the sort of split. In fact, no, we do know it's what they want because they chose it first. What am I saying? This is Wildcard's map. It's the atmosphere. I'm losing myself in it, demo.
Wildcard really needs to come back on this.
More bands, more...
Aruni and Grib?
Same again. No surprise. Yeah, limiting the Monty away from Secret, as we know, always a good thing whenever Savage is there, but you still got different option for Secret. You still got other shields that you can utilize. But Wildcard, this is the side that they love. They love their defense. So for Secret, it will be an uphill battle for them. And where do we begin? Into the kitchen is where we head to. It's going to be the attack for Secret, though, because we've seen, again, really for Kitchen, you've got one or two ways. You try and go for the upstairs vertical take into Freezer, but then you have to go for the whole VIP room clear scenario, or you just bring a lot of cheese and go straight in free bakery, which is what Wildcard attempted to do, and it didn't work too well.
Would you describe that as a very fromage line up in the bottom left?
A bit of brie.
Just settling in the language.
Well, this is going to be probably VIP tech. You've got the Sense, you've got the vertical operator and the Ram, so we will see the backside.
Now, Baby Shark off on the loose. Obviously, Mozzie went a bit out of favor. Has found himself with recent changes back in. And on a map like this, where you've got narrow staircases to potentially control it, oh, that's all probably rotten timing, but both players escape and just sort of make the statement. Baby Shark, I say he's escaped. He's having to continually escape, but he doesn't get very far. Mowgli,
jeez,
watched.
Brilliant from Secret, being able to locate the roamer, push him into a position where he doesn't want to be, have somebody waiting
on the Mozzie too.
That's the power that Mowgli, he loves getting in the building. He's just there, ready to go. You tell him there's a guy in a certain place, he is on him like a hound. So, for Secret, a great opening pick. You now sit 4v5 with 2 minutes remaining on the base. As long as you cover off the flanks, and they should have no problem with that. They have the gridlock for that reason. This should be a fairly clean take unless something goes horribly wrong, which you never know.
Cracks out. Getting Trace's thermal touch.
Now without that loose player, they bought a bit of time, but it's probably a lot
It is so interesting to see everybody with a DMR now that they buffed him.
more impactful, but little is sort of underlined in this case. Instead, a minute 30, and for all the things that we said about how Wildcard approached, there's pace here. You get the boogie drones out, you get this vertical pressure done quite quick. They're making sure that they can watch on towards the jobs. As we've sort of said quite a lot, if you want to work out where Secret's push is coming from, you look towards Savage. He'll often be the eyes. He likes to get the read himself and sort of move around and go from there. And at this point, well, it's pretty standard, right? Get control of the staircases, get the boogie drones done, get the hatch open, and maybe try and drop in. But this will be the next bit of pressure on VIP.
Yeah, get rid of the Spiker instead of VIP, the Warden. So if you want to try and smoke him out, ain't gonna work. You want to try and flash him out, again, ain't gonna work. And they don't have great operators to really deal with the util dump that you like to see in towards VIP. For going an operator like a Capital, for example, is used to great effects. So it could just be a straight up gunfight. But no, maybe you're going to use the Sensual to cover the drop. Brilliant from Secret. This is exactly what you need.
Slips his way past, pressure on towards Brown, and they've used the smokes. Just buy themselves some time. So, with the player watching the switch, Mowgli does get dash in the meantime, and they're going for the plant itself. They have him isolated, then they have him executed. Now, hopping his way on towards Coffee and Sink, and he doesn't quite know where the plant is going down. It's on the other side. And as the wall falls, they're able to at least get one. But now they know where Canton is, and they have the verticality.
It was his own wall, too. He got himself killed.
The sole player that can try and stop this divide right now, there's got to be a little bit of a closer rotate towards the hatch maybe. There's pings coming through, and well, he knows he'll be being watched as soon as he goes for it. Somehow survives. They're going to go for the cover here of Bay. Watching and waiting and hoping, and they can't quite get it low. He wants it.
Just a clean round of siege, isn't it, from Secret? It's what we expect to see. You can see the difference already, I feel, for both sides. You know, the mid-round, Secret just knew what they were doing. It's the perfect round. You get the opening pick, wasted no time of opening up hatches, getting the vertical gameplay done, setting up every little crossfire, every angle they need, never stalling out a time. I mean, you look when that plant went down. Even if that wasn't successful, they had more than enough to go for a replant. You know, they're never putting themselves in a position where they have to panic.
They had the watch on the verticalities. They'd done all their jobs, right? And because they had that man advantage position, just to sort of cement themselves, missing the player who slipped his way through behind the gadgetry. Just a very well executed approach. And that's sort of what we had from Secret a lot through this. We highlighted it's very much a round by round basis. They keep themselves upbeat. They keep themselves sort of jovial. And it is reflected by how calm these plays are. They're pulling off sense drops. They're confident to sort of trust these solo moments with the coverage of each other as a team. And in some ways, it is seemingly what Wildcard have struggled with a bit. But obviously, this is a team where in Wildcard, for some of these players, first ever sort of SI. They're inside the main stage. They're inside this performance where they have to deliver. And it's such a different environment. You played on main stage is fine, but this is an SI stage. This one kicks a bit different.
Can we not also make the same argument for Secret, apart from Mowgli?
It's true. It's true.
You know, for these guys, like I mentioned before, before the game begun, horrible time for Twister and Savage SIs. It was. Never getting wins, and even for Joom, who was brought onto the team last year, again, didn't get the wins. So even for Secret, in terms of we talk about SI, it's a massive step up for this side.
But that ties in because it's about being confident, it's about staying cool, and it's about finding ways to mitigate that pressure. And it feels like currently Secret have a little bit more of a handle on it. And it's reflected in their play now. Wants the C4 out the window, but might be a little bit too late. But
I like
this. Quick push, got the grenade to force him down on towards the hatch itself, hoping to get another catch. There's a bit of pressure coming across from the front as well on towards C3, and they've already left. And the C4 will also leave, but leaves nobody. And it's Dusk. Instead, force the position.
Wow.
Any picks just to get them out of top floor, get yourself established into a position where you can start working that vertical. And speaking of, Savage has made a hole, but he's been swung by Bay and been able to take him down. Baby Shark ready for Mowgli. Noah is there with a trade, and Adrian knocking on the door, reading.
Huge bits of pressure, but as Bay starts to ignite, it's only two Secret players left. Make that one, and make that a cheeky reload here for Joom. A 1 versus 4. They know where he is. They're sort of making that statement.
There we go.
Swing every free, which
Gotta make the
way
comeback.
Wildcard keep themselves fighting.
Yeah, good hold. I mean, a lot of pressure coming in towards raiding from Secret. That's where they wanted to get the collapse. And I mean, Wildcard were just ready for the engagements, ready for that sledge, take him down. Mowgli trying to push in through pillar. Baby Shark had him good, dead to rights. You know, I think for Wildcard, that's what you need. That's a good round to get yourself back into this game, that bit of belief. Because really, if you looked at the scoreboard, weren't getting enough kills, you know, for Wildcard on a map like Cafe, where we kind of look at it as more gun-centric rather than you have to open up this wall and then you have to do this and this and this. A little bit more off the cuff is how you can play this map, but you need to get kills. That's the important thing. So yeah, good round to get themselves back into it now.
Intricacy, weaving your network across Dostoevsky as known. This the little moments where things get taken away, and it's kind of what you want to see from Wildcard, right? I talk about that sort of that wall, that bastion of pressure. You have to climb, you have to surmount, you have to get over. And it's little plays like that.
There we go.
It's the chance to swing on. It's the chance to sort of grab the round rather than have the round fall in towards your favor, especially against a team like Secret, who are so procedural, right? They know where they want to go next. They'll talk about it. They'll pull things around. As I said, they're one of those teams where you can kind of get a decent read of what they want to do.
Yeah, I can turn off the
They,
slides.
to us, with our omnipotence, are quite obvious about some of these aspects. And, well, we get Savage on a shield.
There we go.
Yeah, this is isn't it the classic from Savage? It was only a matter of time. Noah, be careful. Potential jump out, maybe. Noah, has he got the window prepped? Can't tell. No.
Oh.
Baby Shark, big old opening onto Jum. The Dokkaebi didn't even get to use the calls. Util gone to the dogs. 4v5.
That was huge.
Fantastic for Wildcard.
And Baby Shark, we know he's a player that loves to try and find those little peaks, those little unknowns. And, well, as Dash might be trying to open himself up for the next, they're rappelling very close, so too tight of an angle, but the players will just stay safe either way. As you said, no Dokkaebi. And no June. June, a player who has been one of the MVPs throughout this whole tournament, has often been an MVP in the many tournaments he plays, and he just keeps that ability. And if they can shut him out of a round, if they can shut him out of a map, then that's how the teams win cons against a team like Secret. Minute 40,
That was close.
Piece things together, but now without that control of those loose players, things are a little bit touchier, and you can see the fear at this point. Wildcard
Of runouts, yeah.
They can throw somebody out the building. They can take these chances that I said. They're doubling down. They're tripling. They're finding new avenues.
Oh.
Savage, the shield almost gets dropped. There's another fight that's about to happen close on the window, potentially. You can always get jumped out onto here as well, and they're just sort of shooting through, and there it is. Called, prophesized, and punished.
Big old air jab to fire him back, but he should be fine to get into the building. Maybe we're debating going for the pinch, but Savage thinks we just have to try and find kills and force some fights inside the bomb sites.
Oh, this is about to be a suddenly tight angle.
Oh.
And he's able to get the double down, but look, the quick support comes through, and Noah gets bait, and suddenly we're leveled up with the pre.
Oh.
I talked about prediction, and he's got all the right numbers.
Holy shit, dude. That was crazy.
6-3, that is Secret on their opponent's map.
Wow. Standing ovation for Secret. You will not see a 3v5 played better than that. They have to take risks. Whenever you're at this stage of the competition, you have
The Blackbeard's gone now.
You have to.
Of course.
To dare is to do. That is what it's all about. And for Secret, one guy outside, that's one less guy in the bomb site. You isolate the kills, you find somebody in freezer, you use that beloved shield that Secret hold on to so dearly.
Dude, that's insane. They just put out that W7M Flux. Fluxo W7M. Just they in the SI tournament, I think it's just the tournament. 24 flawless round wins. That's insane.
This was beautiful. Oh, and then the wait for it. Wow.
I mean,
Unreal.
Energetic was the MVP, the standout in one of Secret Series the other day as well that you and I covered. Make sure that he could sort of be that missing man, that missing moment, and that's what you need, right? From the champion team, you got to beat everybody.
24 flawless rounds.
One of the requirements and the main requirement, but the other one is you do that by having everybody show up. You can't just build a team on a single or a two or a trio. It's 5 people in there, plus the coach, plus every other bit of support staff you've got. It's a team effort, a team game, and every player can deliver. And 13 to 6 though. We can say what the other players have achieved, but when you've got Noah and Mowgli popping off like this and you're missing that on the other side, we said it before, Bay and Baby Shark have been very big.
They do have the shotgun. Well, because they buff shotguns too.
Able to lock in. Now, this is something Secret like to do sometimes when they're up, is go for something a bit flashy. I don't just mean that as the Candelas roll out, the Blitz will probably start to make an entrance in towards mining underneath. They're driving themselves across, but Noah the first to suffer. Doom gets one, gets caught out. Clipped in the side, clipped in the wing, and as Adrian does find Baby Shark, the shield is inside the site. They're going to go for the cover of the smoke, see if they can get a plant. Mowgli has the cross, has the cut. And if they're unaware, well, this is about to be a secured plant itself. They're still fighting people on the top floor, and Secret, I said it before, that
Nobody's there.
flashy, but sometimes you got to take your
Everybody else is roaming above.
see what is really
So now they have to retake.
because now 30 seconds, that could be all that separates them from the end of this map. There's one more. Mowgli drives into the side of Dash, and with a bit of hope, Bay could try and rebuild 3 keepers, but Kansan is the one for the cover, and he knows someone's close by, but he gets the cement. 16 seconds and a shield. Savage, he drives in, he can't quite cement it, he gets round the back. 10 seconds, but there it is. Can he make it in time? No. I don't think he can. Secret, by what was a fraction,
That was so close.
secure their opponent's map, but really that fraction of a second is a long form of force, Demo.
You mention it, this is what Secret can do, the flashy plays. You see the opportunities, the gap spotting from Savage on that shield. That is Secret at their best. That is the core principles.
He was like a half second away.
They can do everything.
And again, what sucks is this.
Wow. I mean, what a strong start for this team. A strong introduction.
That's Wildcard's map.
Teams leave, as will we, as we go to a quick break.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm gonna leave this up. I'm gonna be watching, but I got some stuff to take care of a little bit, so yeah. I'm actually gonna lay down and watch it from the floor. So I'll be here. I'll probably chat in chat, but you guys can watch.
of a French crowd. How important for you is to have that support in such an important moment of your life?
I mean, that's insane for me. I'm like just 20 years old. I'm playing in front of my parents and like literally in front of my crowds. I mean, I'm like so grateful. I'm so happy, like really, really happy. I think we're gonna be able to bounce back for the next map. But yeah, I mean, of course it was like a tough map, but I'm so happy, like so glad to be there. So yeah.
Some people would say that Wildcard's gameplay was predictable. How would you sum up in one word this first map?
Scared. They are scared of us. We can tell that on their gameplay. We can tell they are scared, and we're just gonna do the same thing on the next map. Play super aggressive, and they can't do anything to stop us.
I think Savage hit the nail on the head right there. I mean, even in that interview with Baby Shark, he doesn't really seem like he has the energy. Yes, he's talking about we're going to bounce back map 2, map 3, but the energy certainly does not look there. If anything, they almost look defeated already, which isn't great going into map 2.
I mean, Baby Shark referenced the crowd, and that is a lot of pressure to be playing under, is being in your home crowd. And also for Wildcard as a whole, this is the third main stage that they've made it to. So at a certain point, the pressure of succeeding on main stage is where Wildcard wants to surpass expectations. So that pressure sometimes can crumble, but I wouldn't expect Wildcard to just roll over and let map 2 go.
No, but scared is what we're seeing. I mean, Secret take the first map here. It wasn't even their own map pick. We talk about hometown heroes. Mowgli was for sure a star of the show.
Yeah, he certainly was. I mean, we highlighted him at the very end of the segment, but this was such a pivotal spot in Small Bakery here to be able to get this pick, not only get this pick, but to stay alive. This was starting the win condition for the side of Secret to be able to get out, June with the support, and then for Mowgli to still get aggressive on 1 HP to catch Wildcard off guard. Now, he did overextend a little too much here, but they already won the round by this point. The fact that he was already getting in their heads, solidifying this round, making a statement of shutting down Wildcard, those are the rounds that we need to continue to see once we get to map 2 from the side from Mowgli.
And we complimented Secret IGLing being really good, but obviously it's backed by the big plays from individual players. So not only is Mowgli getting kills, but he's stalling time, and it makes it so much easier for Savage to then direct what the execute is going to be when you have a player like Mowgli that can do it all, stall time and get the kills.
Yeah, the crowd seems to be behind you guys as well, agreeing with what we're seeing here from Secret. We got to keep in mind, we talked about it being Baby Shark's first event, or first Six Invitational. It's Noah's first Six Invitational as well, and playing on this stage, he's popping off.
Noah was hitting some disgusting shots. He was even surprised at some of the shots that he was hitting, but this 3v5 for is Secret to be able to come back onto Wildcard off of the great play behind Savage on the shield and Noah behind it, and him in the bathroom bouncing back and forth, tapping heads. I mean, it probably feels electrifying to be at your first SI and to be performing so well.
Absolutely, and especially when we talk about the crowd being on your side, this crowd is 100% in favor of Secret, and when you look at both of their performances, I think, you know, us as players, we fed off that crowd. We fed off the energy of getting that one kill, the crowd hyping us up, and I think both these players really showcase that the crowd is with them, and not only with them, we're seeing it in their results.
The front line and the back line working in unison. Mowgli getting the opening kills, able to stall time or take map control, and then having Noah essentially being able to be there as that flex to be able to secure round wins. It's everything that Savage could want in an arsenal to be able to pinpoint what you need to do to break apart Wildcard.
Now, if I'm listening to this and we're seeing these players pop off, it gets me a little bit concerned for the sake of Wildcard going in a second map, because Border is a map where you can so heavily rely on fragging players and really put up a good fight.
I think we can all agree that Border is a map that looks a little bit more Secret favored than it comes to Wildcard. Like when you look at players, when you look at strategy, and of course, statistically. But for me, when we're talking about statistics, I think two players that desperately need to be able to wake up for Wildcard going into this next map is the veteran players, not the rookies that are feeling the pressure. Dash and Kansan specifically are two players that were a little quiet throughout Cafe that we need to see take the reins of that leadership position going into Border, because it's so spread out, very gunfight centric. We need them getting gunfights.
Yeah, it's really going to be important, especially for the mental state. When you look at the three players of Spiker, of Bay, of Baby Shark, if things aren't looking good, who are they going to look to? You're going to look to your veterans. You're going to look to the players that have been here in these moments. What did they do to get past that? And that's exactly where Dash and Kansas do need to come alive, do need to lead by example, and then start to get that momentum shift going. And by no means do I think they're out of this tournament by any means, but something has to change, because Cafe certainly was not fluid enough to get them through.
And we highlighted Kansan so highly at the start of this pre, and you mentioned that 1v5 or 1v4 at one of his first SIs. This is a situation where we need to be able to see him show up like that again for his team.
And as we already got to hear from some of the players in between these maps, we also have Maria standing by to talk to their coaches.
Wildcard had some struggles to respond to Secret's defense. What was the conversation to start that out for the second map?
Yeah, so the conversation that we had was to playing with more attitude. I think we felt a little bit the pressure this first map, first main stage for everyone right here. So like the ice already, it's breaking. Let's say it's already broke the ice, the way I like to say. And I'll move on for the next map, another history. So let's be better and better.
You had a few minutes to discuss about anything. What was the conversation with your team?
I think the conversation was more preparing ourselves for the second map, forgetting a little bit about the first one, get the hype, the energy, but more focusing into what they would do, into border, how we wanted to play, more focusing into the game, you know.
I feel like very mature conversations we're hearing here from the coaches, talking about the attitude that they need going into this one, talking about, the mindset for this matchup. Going into it, Wildcard needs to show it.
Of course, and I'm glad Lagonis was able to mention the pressure, being in the main stage. It's something, exactly, you have to be able to acknowledge the pressure to blow past it into map 2. You can't avoid the mistakes or else you're going to find yourself crumbling upon yourself again, and that's not where Wildcard want to find themselves at all.
And that's the beauty of a best of 3. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's about endurance. It's about taking from your lessons and how you lost and then fixing those going into this map too. And I think Wildcard have every tool in the shed to be able to make that happen.
Well, it is, after all, the first best of 3 that we see from these two teams against each other, but it might very well be the last series that Wildcard play here at the 6th Invitational. They can't find what they need in the second map.
And the second map will be Border, will be a strong NA home, will be a place where they've been able to develop such a sort of historied career, such a historied place of play, and yet, well, it's where Secret want to go.
This is where Secret are going to have a bit of fun with Wildcard, I think. This is a map where we know Secret have so many different ways that they can approach this map. Wildcard, look, I know it's a favorite for NA, but just Secret, we know the plays that they have in that bag.
Well, that's flipped a little. We found ourselves pushed further and further to the brink, to the line, to the edge. Oh, there's another word for that. And I think it's a word Wildcard need to lock in here on Border. One map left, maybe. One map left in this before they progress, or before NA's last team, Wildcard, are sent out of the tournament. Now, you've called it, actually, when we cast this team the other day, Wildcard themselves were your sort of, I don't know if you said rookie team of the year or just in general.
Just team of the year.
Yeah.
Don't think you have to put a label on it all the time in terms of
no.
Rookie. I just think in terms of what they've been able to achieve in such relatively quick time, I think that's just been so impressive. And for Wildcard, this is where they need to try and dig deep and go for this comeback. But Secret, I mean, look, that 7-3 from Cafe, very comfortable for them. They're going to be feeling great. I mean, Twister mentioned it. It's looking ahead. No point in kind of reminiscing of what you've just done. Look towards map 2, look towards Border.
Well, as our bans have come through, 2 shields taken out of Secret's arsenal, no surprise. And then the Smoke and the Kiba carrier Azami. Limitation of open spaces. Limitation of being able to either constrict them with the Smoke or offer your own adaptations and arsenal. Positional awareness is maybe the biggest killer on this map. Sometimes you'll get caught from the other side, the other corner, and what feels like the other side of the world. Border, it is thin, it is aggressive, and it can be very sharp. But it will start with Secret. Still driving on their attack, still putting in the pressure. They ended the previous map with a bit of pace, a bit of something shiny in here. I mean, if they can open in the same way, it could be a bit of a surprise. You can hear the rival chants. But generically, I think it's fair to say that this EU predominantly crowd is proudly waving that Secret flag.
Yeah, expected. I think Secret to be the favourites here inside of Paris. But still, that support that Wildcard has. And oh, Baby Shark! Sit down, Adrian! says not today. And look at this from Secret, straight into the building, looking for more fights.
Free fire in the angles, but Bay, a very important kill to get, and Spiker gets Mowgli. As I said, sometimes this Secret can go a little bit fast and make that a very loud Secret, but instead, they've been silenced, they've been hushed, they've been slowed. They've had a little bit of a pause put on the progression. They didn't really get any control from the end of that, but that wasn't the point. They wanted the players in. Well, they got one of the players who offered himself up, but in the meantime, look what they've lost. No air jabs, no control of the space, and those Bs as well for the direct on the push. You've got June, who's going to do massive work with obviously the Deimos. But outside of that, it slows things down quite a lot, and well, Wildcard haven't really lost any of their map. They haven't lost any of their presence or their stretch around.
Setting up a sequential breach. Adrian will try and make a dent into the reinforcements that have been placed upstairs, but will be frozen out by the tub. So it is just going to delay the inevitable, but right now for Secret, they would like to try and get that wall open sooner rather than later. Now they have to try and work the 3v4. I mean, Bay, great operator to try and combat against this. Demo to the big boss G. Oh no, misses both the shots. Pulls out into the SMG, but look at the positioning of Secret. They will get him in the end. A good pinch to now square it up into a 3-on-3 heading into the final minute or so.
They're holding on, waiting, patiently above, ready to hit the hatch if the pressure comes through, and you can see in the meantime, Kansan and Spike are doubling up, give each other support, but in the meantime, Secret, they're taking their time, get the drones around, get the clarity over and above the site itself, and think about where the site is. It's not always your first go-to, right? It's not always your first MO, and well, now they can pull out the verticality. Got droned up here, so they still have to check it, and they still have to recheck it, drop the drone, but instead pull off. Don't give them the fight, don't give them that opportunity of the face check. You can play this level game with time. And here, saw it in a dream and made it someone else's nightmare. 3 versus 2. They've got themselves that opener. They've got themselves the split on the site, but this swing could level things up. There's no, no connection. That should have been a free, but in the meantime, Dash, he gets Adrian. And that's probably more important of a kill. The kid's cold, and there's a fight, but Dash keeps winning him out. Savage has the trade, but Spiker, bit of revenge for the missed shots earlier.
Oh, a nice attempt from Secret in that 3v4, but very similar to how the first round of Cafe went. Wildcard getting there in the end. It comes down to a 1v1, which they were able to win. For Secret, obviously tried to get into the building instantly, down to Baby Shark dying off that spawn peak. But Wildcard fronting up to the kills. I mean, that was a main worry that we had looking at Cafe, was they weren't getting the kills.
Yeah.
And I think Border can also be said the same. This isn't a map where you're focused on the hard breach. It does come down to making big plays to open up the map, and you need to get kills to be able to do that. I mean, the desk, they mentioned some of the veterans on this Wildcard team, the players who have been around for a while, being Kansan and Dash, they need to step up to the mark, and well, Dash, 2 kills in that round for him.
There's your reaction GIF. Remember, the more you react in the audience, the more likely you are to get gifts for socials, and it's always the thing, you'll always see a fun reaction, and as soon as it gets used twice, it's probably going to be in the after movie. You're probably going to have made the cut. Wildcard, good start. But remember what Secret tried and how it fell apart, and then, well, they could change things from that point onwards. Still not opting to go above, still not opting to take Armory as a site, and yeah, it's fair enough, as we've said many times, sometimes the first pick site becomes a little bit of a guess, but it's also fair to say Wildcard, they love extending around stranger sites. They've had brilliant runs of Border throughout this tournament where they've, I think, played and won every single site on this map. They're happy to stretch their legs then.
Yeah, one of the few who've played that threaded customs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Almost there for Bay. Playing very aggro on the CC door. With that DMR, of course, has the ACOG, can take these longer engagements. But again, for Secret, it's that probing, isn't it? Looking for that opening pick. But no, Baby Shark finds 2 inside of customs. Looked as though Savage and Jum tried to pressure onto him, but he stood his ground, held his nerve, and bites back against Secret.
Well, sprayed round either side, the 5 versus 3. And now they're not even even letting them really in towards passport, sort of checking them at the door. And proper paperwork, please try again. At this point, the spread is Bay getting the head of Noah. They're in, but they're almost knocked out immediately. They're unsure. Every which way seems to be watched by another wildcard gun. And it leaves Adrian alone. But the fact he can't even exist on the walkways, they know seemingly everything about his position. And a flawless is positioned perfectly for wildcard's second round.
Yeah, Secret not even really getting into the building, let's be honest. Struggled massively in that round to formulate any means of an attack, and this is where I think with the bans that Wildcard went for, the Monty and the Blackbeard, you know, two of Savage's shields that Secret loves so much to utilize. And look, Savage, I think he realizes that compared to the Monty and the Blackbeard, where you're going to have much more of a slower place kind of control, Blitz, if you bring a Blitz, you have to go fast, you have to go aggressive, and if that's not the playstyle that Secret want to have going into Border, then you can't really use that shield, and that's maybe where they're faltering. So the bans, definitely, I can see a difference in it. Secret need to try and respond. And don't forget, Twister did not use his timeout in the last game at all. So he has that confidence in the side, but if they lose this round and they go 3-0 down, then I think it may force his hand to get in there. But at the moment, 2-0 is the scoreline.
It's worth sort of painting the idea and going a bit deeper in towards wildcard on this map. I've said how good NA can be on it. Well, they 7-0 Falcons not too long ago on Border. A flawless defensive half, which was when they even sort of stretched on towards all four sides. Maybe it's just the way that EML, EU teams like to play it, that something that Wildcard sort of put together, and why they're happy to come here regardless of Secret's record is, well, what about our record? What about what we can do? And what about who we've beat? We know Falcons still yet to play today. They're still up in the upper bracket.
Stay clear of the blast!
Here, Secret. Opening the angles. I'm wondering how cautious they're going to be about the external of the building, right? Baby Shark's obviously been punished once, but it doesn't slow this team down. They're more than happy to keep leaning in towards these peaks and the pressure that they can apply here. Things on towards the Fenrir, on towards these controls of open spaces, which I've talked about before. As soon as you try and hit a swing in towards break or in towards these players, well, you're going to get caught and then the crossfire will appear. Oh, and that should have been a lock-in.
Whiffage.
Whiffage.
Big old whiffage from Bay. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Adrian just slips into the site, picks up a kill and flees. What's going on?
Especially with a pulse not too far away as well. Spiker maybe didn't have the read on that. Could obviously play that underneath, but at the same time, what would be the point? Both C4s already used. Everything's already been thrown at this, and there's still a minute 30. Sure, you can try and play the Zotos and get that bit of control, but otherwise, it's just down to the gadgetry. And, well, now it's in the gunfights as well, and they still have pockets full of theirs, Capital bolts, Grimbies, flashes. They could lean themselves into these engagements pretty strongly here, Secret. Especially now they have the 5-3 body advantage.
Loading new mag.
They need to try and go big. He's in the most aggressive position out of the three players. Left on Wildcard, and Savage is caught with the bees in his hand. But the trade is there, but it still goes back and forth. A 3v2, Mowgli. He knows that one player is trapped in towards the catwalk. A flashbang gonna miss, but it doesn't matter. No! Oh, Mowgli, how have you let that slip? A missed flashbang, how?
A 2 versus 2. But think about the control of the maps that they've got. Sure, Spiker's gone underneath. As I said, he's used the C4. They've got the kit. If they get the awareness on where Kansan is, they can try and double down. Spiker's going to do his best. He's just pinging these positions, but look where they're planting, Demo. He's on the concrete, and instead, oh, Tube! Baited and waited, and he's looking for the second, but now a post-plant, a 1 versus 1, and Noah is out of there. Still has gadgetry, still has the crossbow. And he's going to go down and probably get it, make sure it's reloaded, and swap to the right think and watch this from range. They might have awareness. Kansan knows he has to take the fight outside. He has to put the pressure on, because where this kit is, as soon as he tries to put any hands on it, he's going to get caught out. There's the reveal on where the man is. He's going to dive and dart his way across, and no dice. Secret get their first round.
Yeah, easy for Noah. Great angle. Look at where it was planted. Perfect for that outside rappel. So Secret able to stabilize. It's not going to be the coveted Frio start that you love to see on a border if you're on the defense. Instead, Secret get themselves back in, so I think for Twister, he's just going to hold on to that timeout a little bit longer as we head into our next stage of bans for the operators. I mean, I wonder for wildcards what they're going to maybe try and go for. I'm trying to think what has really gave them a bit of a headache, and there hasn't been really too much, I think, that has been an issue for wildcard. No real operator that is, you kind of look at and think, yeah, they need to get rid of this operator, so we'll see.
The limitation on towards the defenders. For what we can sort of talk about is the loose play, the Valkyrie scene. A lot of positioning, a lot of performance. The cams are... There we go, playing up the reaction.
That guy's tongue is going crazy.
He's losing it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
2-1. No, man, no control of those flanks unless you're sort of running the gridlock. And, well, to be fair, gridlock's seen quite a lot of play throughout this tournament so far. Hasn't opted for the full shield ban, but Savage, I mean, if he's got a preference, Blitz is usually behind the other two.
10 seconds to insertion.
Like I said, though, with the Blitz, if you are playing it as Savage, you're gonna have to go fast.
Yeah.
As soon as you know where a Blitz is and he's not taking you by surprise, pretty manageable because the flashbang, believe it or not, you have to get to a certain range. It's not just like an infinite beam that you just spray into your opponent. It's not like the back signal. So certainly for Savage, he needs to try and get up close and personal. And sometimes finding those engagements is difficult to come by. But for Wildcard, trying to hold the majority of the map, you look at the position that Baby Shark's in, aggressive in towards Catwalk. Just looking for, I think, any drones that might be dropping in towards them. Right now, Noah's in the drone inside a break room, and he should be able to pick him up. I think he can hear him rustling around in there, maybe looking for a midnight snack.
Snack is unfortunately not to be feasted upon. Instead, the swing round on the square and the drop out of there. Not gonna see what comes next, but that's the danger, right? You can already see the pings are coming through. Secret's aware that he's dropped down. It's always this sort of back and forth of the intel, back and forth of the knowledge. And a back and forth of bullets on the side of the AC window. The bees will reveal his position, so he has to send it aggressively. Can he get the cement? No, he can't quite finish it. He's hoping.
Get him.
He's praying, but he's about to be pinched. So instead he swings on the lion, but look on the bottom left. Everybody else has fallen from the side of Secret. Great motion there by Wildcard. They sort of sent themselves out at the same second, but Doom and Noah make connections of their own. The balance flipped back on its head, and Adrian recollected. Kansan and Baby Shark left alone in a minute 20 demo.
Oh, the Dokkaebi call, very important here for Noah. Kansan is in a great position to try and flank onto these attackers, but the Dokkaebi call doesn't even matter. The pre-fire is strong enough for Kansan to get another down that has happened for Team Secret. And now he repositions into that danger zone, holding onto that double door. Now for Secret, do they go for the revive? Do they go for the kill? That is the question.
You can see Baby Shark wants to finish the fight. They've doubled up, but now there's pressure on the window. He can't entirely lock himself in. Instead, it's a surround, and Baby Shark gets one. It's a 1 versus 1, and they know where each other is. 50 seconds, and they're sort of baiting the revive. It's the swing with the pre-fire. Baby Shark swims through the challenge. What a circus of a round. Everything was happening all over the shop. Too many exciting things to see. People down outside the building. People just trying to tiptoe their way to success. And Secret take a timeout.
Guys, you guys are playing good. The only thing that I feel it's still missing, it's that reset Savage just spoke about into the mid-round, you know? You guys know that they are powering you guys into some position, so we need to be reactive to that. So for example, if you guys are roaming into the other side of the map, I need you guys to be reactive as fast as you can about that. And the people that are being played on, you guys need to buy time. Don't try to be using resources or anything. Just
double
yourself,
up, guys, okay?
fight,
Just double up, because we're thinking we're doing too much. Like, for example, we're rotating main door there instead of just staying at casual close out to guys. 3 seconds, just play close to each other, okay? Double up, reset arounds, and try to make time as well. Isolate, make sure like the guys have to like really try to go deep on you to kill you.
And watch out these picks again, okay? They will keep doing it.
Yep. Just
your takeaway?
Well, playing more together. I think that is the general conciseness from Team Secret that time out, where they feel as though they're inviting on a lot of pressure about backing each other up. I mean, perfect replay to show it. Savage in by himself. You know, they need to try and help each other as best as they can because Wildcard going really aggressive. I mean, we even seen that in that 3v2 in that last round. Baby Shark coming up to support Kansan. And that's what it's all about. It's helping each other, and Wildcard doing a great job at that, and it's up to Secret to obviously adapt and change their playstyle, because at the moment, what they're doing currently is not good enough.
Well, we saw a timeout around a similar time on the first map, and it didn't quite net any real success, unfortunately, for Wildcard. And now's their chance to get a bit of revenge. Right now's their chance to sort of lock it in. They've been able to pull this side off before, and this one was one that was very aggressive externally. It felt like, of all the rounds, this was the least of a handle Secret had on how everything came together. They were sort of shut down externally. They were forced up on the peaks. This early removal of utility, great. Get the Twitch drone in, get rid of those sort of Goyos, get yourself a bit more control. We've obviously seen a lot of Fenrir's as well, a lot of these sort of swing operators. Oh, and a Mozzie that doesn't quite want to pass that way just yet. Here, eyes on CC, eyes on that swing player towards the rotate, see if you can force them back down short, back towards the rest of his team, and just sort of slowly encircle and shepherd. Play together was the MO, and play together is what we sort of have to see happen here.
Much slower approach from Secret compared to the past entries that we've had from them. A lot of util. Lion scan goes off, and finally we see players in the building. Jum has made a bit of a hole in towards detention. It picks up an opening onto Baby Shark. Gets caught lacking, and that's the power of using the global operators, using the Lion, using the Dokkaebi to assist with that roam hunt and kind of control that space and border. I mean, usually a lot of the time for defenders, you will be spread pretty thin. You know, you have to try and control a lot of the map, and sometimes it's just really difficult. If you lose that one player and there's nobody there for the trade, then it just makes that map a bit claustrophobic.
Fights on the quad wall, and then it's just swung round on Mowgli. On the back, gets the pinch. There's about to be another fight here, and a great surround again. Secret, they flood their way in through the top floor. And what a difference that has been after that timeout. Every single avenue seemed to have another Secret player, and there it is, proven in the final.
Timeout, good for Team Secret, much better. Look at the way they collapsed on that player inside a fountain. One person coming in from the double door office, the other player pushing up in through metal, the other player coming from 90, in through the rotate. They had everything covered. Oh, one side, all for the collapse, the other side not so much.
Slightly quieter side.
Red v blue, I think red's winning.
Well, I guess that's building pace here. I mean, it was everything you wanted from them, right? It was everything they talked about. As I said, like this swing,
great collapse.
They had somebody watching beepers, so that player could move freely. They had the pressure on, they knew where they wanted to do it, and they did it all together. Wildcard, they're still in a chance here to get themselves a fourth defense. Must be cold. I'm cold, and I'm in a wonderful blue dress.
I've spotted the usual suspects. There they are.
Oh, yeah.
Again.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
The thing is, obviously, the audio in the arena is in French. Our wonderful French casters, our wonderful French broadcast team. So we can't call out people like that right now, which is a shame.
Well, we could call them out.
We could call them out.
And they wouldn't know. We could say anything and they wouldn't know. It'd be great.
Have to go and watch the pod back. So you talk about the sort of prep windows here. It looks like Dash is potentially prepped and just gets caught by the first drone. Isn't going to stick around to see what happens next. I'm wondering if there'll be a bit of a pace close down here. Get in, break, get your way swung around on top east. You can see again, Wildcard, they're still trying to be aggressive outside, right? They're just trying to sort of keep the pressure on like a hot pot. But the recipe is one that's maybe not as delicious as they'd hoped. Mowgli does find Baby Shark. Reloading, Kansan gets Mowgli back though from underneath, and Bay finds onto Savage, but it's this traded back and forth. He's down and almost out. Spiker tried to offer a little bit more sort of release of the pressure. But a 3 versus 3 and a kit recollected, but a lot of blood shed around East.
Yeah, big trade game happening towards East Stairs. That is where Secret have wanted to enter in from. Set you up nicely for that kind of office archives take that we see teams go for. I think maybe the only thing that Secret may struggle with is they don't have any way of getting in through those reinforced walls. They don't have any hard breach with them. So they have to try and force their way in through doorways and in through rotates that have been made by defenders. So for Secret, you have to try and find that next pick and try and weight it into your advantage. Look at this from Adrian, just slips on in. Is anyone here? Anyone? No! Dash gets caught out and a second for Adrian. Yes, there will be. The crouch walk in through the backstab has worked out so well for Adrian.
They can cover the plant, the audio and the position with Lion's gadget, and now Bay. He's had many big moments before, but he's got to have the biggest yet, gets the first. But it takes pretty much everything out of him, and they can watch this from far. They can sort of tuck themselves in on the crossfight tune. Levels things up, and there he is, the support there towards Adrian. Crouch walked in, took opportunity. It's something Secret have done brilliantly so many times. They'll find that gap, they'll find that loose thread and pull.
In these games, you need to make plays like that whenever there's not a lot going on for your team, and we knew Secret were in a pretty bad position. Like I said, they didn't have anything to open up walls. And already going for the archives, we know that'll be difficult. And somehow Adrian has just timed it oh so well. Nothing to alert Wildcard that was happening to them, that backstab. And then, yeah, once he gets one and then the second, the bomb site is so open. And Secret take that opportunity. They've stabilized really well. That timeout helped out massively. And we sit at an even half.
Obviously, Wildcard, they still have their timeout. They've still got that as a sort of option in the back. There's the prediction.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I mean, there's still a couple of games left to go before we get there. There's obviously still... I mean, it was a conversation that we had the other day, right? Is this our most stacked final set of teams for an SI live stage ever?
I mean, 5 out of the 6 teams have won trophies in the past.
Yep.
And already, that sets the tone. You know, we're dealing with champions all up against each other for the name of saying that we are the champion.
Secret, with the year that they've had and with the sort of, as you said, history of not quite making their mark in SIs before, not even really winning a
Attackers are heading out to defuse a
certain
bomb.
iterations. Then being able to rally on towards this, then being able to get themselves locked in with always this sort of calm and cool air. It's almost the same of, to be fair, their opponents, Wildcard. I think there was always that element, right, of that team that could just keep going, that team that could just keep finding new avenues. They've never really been shut out. They have that NA fighting spirit that we've been missing from some of the other North American teams. And here, Bay and Kansan getting themselves off to a decent start. Baby Shark as well. Again, names that we've already sort of pointed towards. Got to try and get this first rope in. Now, where is the Blackbeard going to find the way? Obviously, a single shield ban and the grip means that they have a little bit more to work with. But it wasn't always the biggest sort of tell for Wildcard when their previous approach on the previous map.
Savage in the catwalk position, close with the shotgun. It is going to be that Blackbeard that he's up against. Big old util dump, I think, is incoming towards Mowgli, playing aggressive over towards East, perhaps. Still nothing. Here we go. Noah able to pick up Babe. I think Savage maybe had that covered. A double for Noah. Playing that long angle. Free for Noah. Wow, wow, wow. Making up for. Oh my God. Somebody stop this man.
The only one who can is outside. The only one who can is cowering. But Noah is having none of it. Adrian's going to be the bait. Lead him in and find the engagement. They want to end this. They want to move it on. But, well, it's an unofficial timeout. And he's not getting the ace. But he's done more than enough. And now it's time for Spiker and the team to talk. I mean, we've seen rounds end from this perspective for the lone player if mistakes are made, but Secret, look at the positions, ready at the top of the stairs, ready on the side itself. There's a second. right now. As soon as that Banshee goes, you've got to swing on Beeper's door, you've got to swing on Fountain as well. And then you've got the third player with the cross, Savage. He's watching off towards the right-hand side. He's holding on, and there he is. Perfect cross angle set up, and really nowhere to go.
Yeah, Secret, so good in those positions where they could just support one another and close out those rounds. But Noah, my word, what a play to get the free lined up outside a break, and then just a wide swing with a pistol and metal. Gotta be kidding me.
They get themselves the first defense. They get themselves that first full mark of success. But it is border. It is a map that plays well to aggression. I think it was, whether it still is statistically, the only map in our pool over this tournament that has a positive attacker delta. I mean, there, just 2, 3. Just fed for the 4. I mean, wow. Everyone would do the same.
And they let him as well, and he was joined. There was multiple running around outside.
Why not?
But really, the momentum has shifted dramatically from where we were. That timeout now it's been good for 3 rounds in a row. I mean, don't forget, Lagonis, he can call it at any time to stop the momentum, and really, if they lose this round, that has to come in.
I mean, it's been a flawless, obviously, since the other timeout, right? You've just had that sort of lockdown in, the conversation has worked wonders. Now they've got this energy, now they've got this momentum, and they've also got the first map, right? They've got that in the bag with a pretty handy score, and at this point, if this keeps going to a 5-3, then suddenly you're almost in exactly the same place. And last time, as I said before, the wildcard timeout didn't quite have the results that they probably wanted. Secret have shown up very sharp and still wanting to opt in for their own pressure. I think he's realized that one's a little bit of a dead man's throw. Flash comes out, maybe he hasn't. Thought he was going to swing blind there, but instead he falls back.
Yeah, I also like the fact that Savage is placed down the mute jammer just to maybe try and stop that ease of drones coming up through metal, and maybe if he was Dokkaebi called, could have stood on it too, but just about got out of Mel. But for wildcard, nobody has really made the entrance in. Noah could just not be stopped right now. Mowgli jumps over for kill. Don't forget about him. A plan is going down. Baby Shark has somehow got himself into the bomb site. Oh no, Secret have let this slip.
A little bit too late, and it's just tucked on the side itself, but caught out on the door of 4 versus 2. And they don't have that verticality, really. They've got to sort of play it from a bit of space. As the cross has a couple. Spiker and Bay want a piece, and now with 2 versus 2. And the timer keeps ticking. They'll play with the keepers on the roof. They're covering the verticality, but it's not quite good enough. Either side, and somehow Baby Shark swims and slips through the net. Cements a plant, and then the hold, the coverage, the collapse.
Now that has really put a wrench into the works. Was not expecting that. Came out of nowhere. You think, okay, same again for Secret upstairs. They're holding, they're picking up their kills. Noah on one again. And then I see the diffuser being planted. You think, how is that going on? No information, no sound cues, no nothing for Secret. Nobody in the site to stop that from happening. And then once that diffuser goes down, Secret are playing catch up all the way through. Perfect positioning, by the way, from Bay. Picks up the one and then rotates down to detention. Catches Mowgli out, and never in doubt for the positions that both of the attackers were in. What a round, and that has really flipped on his head. That's a well-needed attack that Wildcard needed to get over the line.
Size of relief, size of...
5 seconds.
Well, maybe we need to keep this fighting. I mean, they need to try and tip this balance in towards their favor, right? Because there's always that element of sights. There's the element if they lose 2 on their defense, well then Secret, just on that alone, Wildcard have to keep that pressure hot. And the more that they can do before they need to call their timeout, because I think however we hit that 5th round of Secret, we're getting a timeout. We're getting a conversation from Wildcard, because it could be the last they have in the tournament. If they want to save it for the 6th, that's their choice. It's risky, but it really depends on how far they can get in. Has the Blackbeard, has the shields, the chance of driving this pressure, and has a pretty spread out Secret. Secret were pretty good at not handing that opening engagement to them. They made sure that there was always a little bit of a distance, a little bit of a difference away. They kept themselves almost clearer of the external threats. Here, the momentum is being driven. Look at that. Secret instantly give up the territory. They're not going to see what happens in the tension. They don't want to sit in jail. Instead, they almost get dashed from above.
Savage just causing problems alongside Noah. Upstairs, making a lot of potholes in the ceiling. And Dash just has to be really careful. Look at his HP and for his shield. It's not a lot. Whenever Mowgli is also in the Legion, that's just another issue that Dash has to go up against. The pre-fire almost successful for Savage, but it's been batted back. Baby Shark has used both of his calls right now, and Bay finds Noah. Wildcard, they've got their entrance now kind of stabilized inside of customs. Only leave Savage upstairs in towards CC, and you see Wildcard just slowly edging their way further in towards the bomb site.
I mean, they've been able to make it work before, and this is a very awkward retake because, well, this is the position that matters to gets the knife, but that locks them down from the hatch. Adrian, it's a 3 versus 2. They still have, oh no, they don't have the man advantage. The Solace can watch it, can read the plant attempt, and at this point, no diffuser, no vertical, and a minute. Will they try and double up? Will they try and retake that verticality, go for a pinch? They've entered real wide. But the worry is, as soon as they go for anything to interact with that, the Solace will know. The Solace will call it. There's still a C4 in the pocket of Adrian as well. If he can get himself a little bit closer, then he can get all the devastation done. There's the slip through. Rotten timing to look away from that, but that's only something that we know, and instead, on towards this, the plant spot. They'll hear it, they'll call it, they'll go for the drop on the hatch itself. There's the flash on towards the position of the player. This one is a little bit harder to watch, and a little bit harder to escape from as Savage gets the opener. Oh! Not a hop shot that can be avoided over the top rope. Pure filth, but what a fight back from a man disadvantage.
Oh, Adrian, I thought you were dead. But he's not. He's kicked the coffin wide open and stood up. How has he hit that shot? I really hope we get the replay off it, because it must have been a beauty. Secret playing the 2v2, using the Solace. They can see exactly where that diffuser was being planted. Really well played by them. I want this replay, please. I need to see this shot.
5-4 though, and I said it before, you know, if we get here, are we going to get the timeout? The other buns will come through. Bit of, and I was right.
Always something wrong.
User disconnected from your channel.
So unfortunately, I don't think we can get a proper clear listening on towards this. Maybe that's what the ref's talking about, so hopefully we will afterwards. But we'll be able to get that proper timeout in just a second. For now, it's still a break in the momentum. It's the break, it's the chance for them to have to pull things together, because this is it. Potentially, this is the 2 rounds. This is that separation now. Yep. Your first game on this big SI stage. You want to bring it to a 3rd map, and there, just a beautiful slide through. And I mean, that take on towards a shield, a knife in the back of a shield. Couldn't ask for a better one.
This is the shot. Wow, look at that from Adrian. Fantastic. Straight onto the head as he jumps on through. Big round for Secret and that 2v2. They lead 5-4, 2 more rounds, and they move on into the next round. Send Wildcard packing. Oh, this is a close one, because still for Wildcard, I mean, this timeout that Lagonis, hopefully eventually he will get, should be massive.
We'll let the crowd play that. What's to the up? That's ooh.
Look at
ow!
Look at the drip.
Ow!
Look at the drip.
Yo!
Wow.
Gorgeous. Still held. And obviously the players are right to yammer and yap all they like.
He's on stage, mate.
It's over there.
He's there. You can see him.
Yeah, there he is.
Well, why has he got the muscles out? Hang on a minute.
What do you mean?
I thought that was his bicep, the way that was viewed. I was like, why has he got his guns out? But no, he's got a really flexible elbow.
I know we've already talked about how gorgeous the stage is, but shout out to the chairs as well.
Yeah, really nice looking chairs for the, I believe it's 10-year, isn't it? 10-year anniversary. Look at that. Have you noticed the pirate in the front row?
Is that a cosplay, or do you think he is just a pirate that
Skull and Bones fan?
We love Skull and Bones. I mean, the crowd, obviously, you know, it's a Friday. People are still at work, but they always talk a lot about how great a French crowd is, and you can feel it. You get the experience, I can imagine, over the weekend, especially, even actually later today when you get that Falcons roster. Even the start of the show, when we were still filtering things in, there was just a picture of Shaiko, and people went a bit crazy.
They do like him. He's pretty good at the game.
I've heard this. I've seen this as well.
Actually. Yeah, you have covered him sometimes.
Oh, the city of love.
Somebody tired?
The city of love.
Here we go.
Think like focus a little bit more on direct bomb sites plays. So the same thing that I talked in the other match for Vents, do the Penta, but let's put Deimos on our compositions. Armory, if they don't have Goyo, Shark play Deimos below with Kenza. Remember that I'm gonna hold the bathroom drop, right? Why Deimos, guys? So we can keep playing the big rounds, choose, etc. We can still have a little bit of information for the late round, okay? So Armory, we can do their Kai's Band for bathroom. We can go direct east with Shark on Deimos, playing outside Hyper with Shark, with Spiker. And for Vents, same thing. Instead of playing the Ace, Kenza, just play the Deimos Hard Breacher. Open the garage and then we can play outside CC. But keep doing. I think they have a lot of traps, a lot of spread. So if you guys go direct, it's fine. It can be a good answer. I think how to clear east, like go for courtyard, normal. For direct east,
which operator?
Again, Lagonis kind of hones in on one operator. It was the Dokkaebi call on Cafe, and it's the Deimos for this side now on border. And I think that the idea for Lagonis is his team are getting into these rounds, you know, late on, like that 2v2, and they just need that little bit of extra information. So that's why they want that Deimos on board, is to give them, if whoever's playing it can stay alive. And well, it's Baby Shark, who, I mean, he's been picked off quite a few times early on in this series, so it is a little bit of risk putting him on that operator, but if he can make it into those 2v2s, into that kind of late stage, that's where the Deimos track will be so important to give them that advantage.
5 seconds left.
So we said it before. The wildcard timeout on the first map didn't quite net the results that, well, they probably would have hoped for.
I told you.
Will this one be different? Will this one have a little bit more of an X factor? The Secret get the chance to talk as well, and their one has been pretty dang good so far. Sort of rested a lot of the control, only a single round lost over at the 5 or 6 that we've otherwise seen since. See if they've got eyes on. It's obviously the Armory site. They get the buck in, shepherd people away from the breach if they want to try and control potential C4s from underneath. We've seen play with a Solace before, so it wouldn't be unknown for them to bring a Solace, to put pressure on from that verticality, but it seems like they might try and stack themselves up. Now, what they do have here, Demo, is that Ossa and that Thatcher, and I think they're going to try and sneak that plant in and use the Ossa to stop C4s.
Yeah, great combination. We've seen Thatcher be used in this kind of gameplay now, where it's all about shooting the C4s out of midair. And that definitely, I mean, could be something that they're after. You can see the position right now of the Ossa, which leads us to believe that, but he has to cover above and below. I mean, that's the issue. The Thatcher either has to look up or down. He can't do both, so it could be quite tricky for him.
There's the C4, there's the plant, there's the hold, here's the toss. And no, not in time. Adrian, he went high, and that's your Ossa gone. That's no shield gone, that's no cover, but Dash has a violent cover of his own, pops one. A 4 versus 4, but the problem is an execute like this is very driven, very utility-based, and that utility is the first thing removed.
And now the jig is up. You know, Wildcard, if you're going for that Archives take, you've revealed your hand. Secret know what they're up against. The diffuser is still going to be placed in the bomb site, so they're going to have to try and flood through Archives. Eventually, Noah, though, he will get picked up. Mowgli trying to go aggro. No, misses out on the opportunity. And Kansan had that covered. And now it's going to be the 2v3 that Secret need to try and have. And this is what comes back to Lagonis' timeout. What have they still got alive? They still have that Deimos that he mentioned. We need that information for that late stage. Savage, though, doing a really good job on the mute, though, to use his jammers to play around that.
They've been able to pull back from man disadvantages before. That's the problem with this Secret. Oh, and the Secret is Adrian is going to do it again, maybe. Gets the first. Drops Kansan, drops the buck. The kit, it's so problematic to try and get. It's isolated, it's well known, and it's very audible. As soon as they go for the plant, they know it's going to be a 1 versus 2. They know somebody's going to have their head down for 7 seconds. So instead, slips their way past the first body on Beepers. There's the Deimos trying to offer some support, but it's scrappy. And it's still not recollected. They've still got themselves in a bit of an awkward position, and now 10 seconds are left for them to try and get it. Sure, you got the pings on the player, but they can't quite cement anything because they're keeping themselves just a bit too far away. Bay is down, all down to Baby Shark. He's driving either side, but he can't get anywhere. Secret. Oh, they sit on map, they sit on series point.
Another nail-biting round. What a border it has been. Wildcard in the 3v2 and just could not get it over the line. The Deimos obviously was there. That was the game plan that they kind of brought in with that timeout, but the mute jammers really shut that down. And you can see Secret knew. They, like I said, once you go for that attack, once you go for that reveal, that we're just going direct Archives. Once you eliminate the big kind of roadblock, which in that element would be the Ossa, once that's gone, the pushing power is null and void. It's out of there for Wildcard, and then Secret can just sit back. They know where the diffuser is the whole time. Savage can play deep in sight, do things like this, make it really easy for himself. I mean, Secret, I just feel, are playing these late rounds so well today.
One round is that separation. 1 round pushes Secret further along that bracket. 1 round could send Wildcard home. After an unbeaten run throughout this 6 Invitational, the only team to get in towards the playoff stage, the first seed of their group, and then 2 back-to-back losses against 2 of the best teams in the world right now. That's the story of SI sometimes. But we've also had stories of comebacks. We've had stories of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen in this game on the biggest stage in the final. They've just got to try and rally those players, those 5 Wildcard players, with everything everyone else has ever given them, with no more timeouts. The action will start here. Dash gets himself a read-through. They're off, they're clearing their way towards the tension, they have the pinch, and well, Noah's flirting with the danger above, but the problem is the verticality.
Yeah, it's the same thing as last time, wasn't it? They had a lot of pressure in towards CC, it pressured these players inside of Customs, the impact's being used to make these openings. Noah can't see anyone from at the moment, but still, kind of makes that divide. It kind of alerts Wildcard saying, well, we can't cross into that side of Customs. We're kind of stuck on where we are, but Baby Shark comes up. It eliminates Noah now, so potentially could try and push deep in towards Customs, knowing that that player's gone. A big old C4 to maybe hit the multi, but no, the shield comes back up in time for Dash, and Jum is in a whole world of hurt. Deimos tracked, pinched by the Monty. Bay picks up the kill. 3v5 with the Monty still alive. Wildcard in the best shape they've been in all the game. Like, it's incredible for them.
Oh, the Monty maybe got a little bit too big for his boots there. Tried to drop Mowgli, but he can always still fight a 4 versus 2. But they have this watch on towards it, and now they've got to make sure that they clear these players, because you could try and tuck a plant, right? You can try and get yourself in on those 4 smokes, those blinds, but it only takes a sort of second and a spray, and it's all a lot of softs and still pings. The players below hoping to make a connection, but one not to be found. At this point, Wildcard, they have to make sure that their next steps are perfect. Door on coverage of the smokes, the blinds above. Force these vertical players to have to make a big motion, and there's the swing round. Does get one, can't get the second, but still, this plant, well, it won't get cemented. They've pulled off Demo. Instead, they want to play the firefight. They're peeling away. It gives Adrian a chance. But you worry it's maybe giving him a little bit too much of it. There was still a distraction. There was still a fear. And that's the kick called, Demo. 15 seconds, bottom of the stairs. They've grabbed it. They've slipped on by. Baby Shark is going to hold on with Spiker on the cover. But it can be watched from above. Goes for the other man. Makes the connection, 5 seconds. Adrian, can he do it all? With the road this team has gone on. With the performances and the connection, he can't quite get it. He doesn't bite. But Spiker gets the plant. Gets an escape. Somehow a single bit of grace has been blessed upon Wildcard. And Spiker holds on as tightly as possible. Oh my. What? What have I just witnessed? I thought Adrian had that. Hook, line and sinker, but no! Somehow, the one bit of sight bit is not opened up from above. He plants in, and Adrian just could not connect the final kill. I thought that was it. I was ready. Okay, yeah, secret, well played, but no, another twist in the tail. Oh, that's what it's all about. 6-5. Wildcard nearing overtime. My word, and look at the HP, by the way. Oh, yeah. Well, one of the bullets from the spray through the soft hit him as he was planting. If it hadn't have gone through the soft, it would have killed him. If a second had hit him, it would have killed him. Couldn't have been closer.
I'm just thinking, is at the moment. That's now where my head's at. Is that the moment? Does that leave the door open for Wildcard where it should have been slammed shut? Oh my.
Still, unfortunately for Wildcard, we are still 1 round left. We are still floating.
No time to waste.
And where are we going? Going to the moon.
Spiker with the sense. On bathroom window. Try and get some attention drawn early, but Kansan doesn't want to entirely get caught out here. This first engagement could be very decisive. We can see Baby Sharks being sort of tracked on the other side of the map as well. There's almost a little isolation of multiple different 1 versus 1s. The secret, they're opting for it. They're angling for it. They're hoping. As the cross angle, aggressive positions inside the site too. Still with awareness, Wildcard, they're, as I said, trying to just find that one body. That one little piece of the puzzle that they can place in towards their final approach and make sure it lands. They were created it the last round. It was the strongest they've looked. And then it was almost all lost. But if it is anything to rally them, may it be now.
So they've set up the sensors in the bomb site. They've got the shields ready to go for this East take, so it looks to be just direct from Wildcard. They're going to try and clear out the site, clear out East stairs, and then see if they can maybe try and slip in for the plant. And no one finds the cutoff. Is anyone here to help the Blackbeard? Hello! Dash has to do himself. Maybe another, but no, Mowgli reloads in time, picks up the kill. Savage able to connect the C4 on the Baby Shark. And no, Kansan somehow jumps in too. Again, this back and forth is incredible.
They keep threading, they keep trading, and they keep dropping bodies. A 3 versus 2, Savage and Doom. All that's left, but they still have eyes on the site. And they've actually have the site under their control, lock and key. There's not a rotate really. Back in, bathroom is locked. Instead playing just on the window, so Doom is maybe in some ways a bit isolated, but we know what he can do. Here, otherwise, the kit's still in their control. They've obviously got more of the sense gadget to roll out if they want to block some of these lines. The problem is, Doom, he will swing. He will take the fight, and if they go for the window, well, Savage won't because he's gone upstairs. Oh, and he's missed his opportunity, big risk. No reward, and now a 3 versus 1. So Doom, he does the same. Proposes himself as a more relevant problem, and the plant is being covered. They've got the watch on the window, but Doom, They move away from the fight, another 1 versus 1. Kansan against Doom. He's going to hold the door side itself. Not sure if the wall gives him a rotate out, but pops it. He's patient. He knows the fight needs to come his way. Oh, we saw it Shakespearean. We don't quite get to know whether it's a tragedy just yet. Another performance, 20 seconds. He's hopped around. He's seen it. Clutches it 2 in a row for this team. The wild card. Their deck is looking stronger.
Overtime. They've been able to drag themselves from the brink of elimination to make it into OT. Wildcard, the little team that could, and they keep it going. Secret looks stunned. 2 opportunities, 2 1v1s to finish it out, and they have not taken their chances. As said, did Secret leave the door open? Wildcard have smashed it in.
A 3rd and 4th finish for Wildcard at Reload. A 4th finish in Munich. And here, they want to see if they can try and replicate that record. They want to see if they can move in towards that top 4 of teams. And that will only happen if they can push this map to our 3rd. I mean, all the way from where it was, Secret have things slip through their fingers. It wouldn't be the first time. It's a team in EML often where we sort of talk about who is the top team, who can get themselves in positions. It was an unknown sort of, or sadly known if anything, the fact that often these advantages would slip away from them. Often they would be in a 5-1 position and suddenly it's a tied game, and those were the questions that we've often had from watching them in league play, from watching them in other tournaments, of how that would grow, how that would sort of blossom into a wonderful tree and all the floral sort of design we've got here, or if it would wilt away and be another missed opportunity. For their mental, they got to see if they can try and lock this one out in 2. Don't give Wildcard that option.
Here we go. 6-6, all square. Wildcard will remain on the attack.
Exit time!
Direct East has been the kind of go-to for them. That's where they've wanted to do the majority of their clear out. That's going to rotate. They're going to try and target Jum. It's a position that we've seen him play before this event. Downstairs in towards East. He's supported by the players above him. But anyone coming frontal towards him, this is what Jum has to be aware of. The util dump comes in, the nades are barely going to miss, and Jum just keeps himself alive, but here comes the shield.
Oh, from the top rope, Mosley had the cover, and Kansan can only watch as the Blackbeard is blown away from the seeding. Now, without that front foot forward, with that utility already gone, and with that player still in this position, Jum can sit, he can wait, he knows he has support, he knows he's being watched, and now he knows that Bay might be under pressure of his own elsewhere. Wildcard, they got to try and find their own route through, but they haven't moved this position. This is where the battle is happening. Bay's trying to just go for the little jilt piece round, but June gets Spiker. June gets the second fed towards him. Zafir won't get it, but now it's just Kansan left. He's sat in Passport, and he's watched everybody else board a flight and fly away into the next round, and here are 5 versus 1. Secret have remembered how to lock out rounds.
Yeah, Jum, he was the target man, but they just could not get a grasp on it whatsoever. And they're going to take their time. Wildcard's just going to chill. Take the extra 40, 50 seconds here. Talk about what they want to do next. The boos echo out. They don't want to see this. Kansan. 5 to fine. I don't blame him for taking the timeout here. There we go, finally Pepper, the flawless, never in doubt. Just to break it down, just that position that Jum's in, he's covered from every angle. You've got Mowgli playing aggressive on the east. He can swing down towards Catwalk. That's how he killed the Blackbeard. Tellers is obviously another area you can move in and try and kill Jum from. No, covered from the hatch. Inside of office, Savage was there. They set themselves up to support Jum as best as you can. And really, I think for Wildcard, they've almost taken the bait. I think there's a world where you can maybe try and ignore Jum. Leave him down there in towards East. He doesn't have a C4. He's just a Wamai. There is that element to it. Go very direct in towards CC. Take that side of the map. But they fell into that chasm that Secret had built. Secret back on top. They've had 2 chances before where they could have closed it out. They get another here.
One round.
Look at Twister. He knows it's not up to him. This is all on his boys to make it happen.
One round at a time. And we will potentially get a max OT. Obviously, it was a sort of long series earlier on in the day until it suddenly wasn't in that final map.
5 seconds remaining.
And here, Wildcard, they couldn't quite get themselves stuck in properly on Cafe Dostoevsky. It looked like it was going to get away from them here in a similar sort of fashion, but then they found something. What they found was the reason they're here. What they found is the reason any team is here. The reason that a team can make themselves known on this stage, on the biggest, the grandest of 6 Invitational, is having that little bit extra, having that belief you will win. And they got to try and lock down on that right now too. Try and get this opening engagement. Cross down from below. In the meantime, pressure on towards break. It's been a long time since we've had Secret on their approach, and it started a bit rocky, right? And then it was a timeout, and since then they remembered how to sort of get themselves stuck in.
Drone activated.
They can find some of that early round energy. Wildcard might be able to push us to max OT.
Will Bay with that Boschy in hand, looking for that opening fight. In goes the Bees. Don't forget he's immune to them. The only operators who are. Just look at this opportunity spotting. I think again for Secret, it's this kind of slower playstyle. They start utilizing the drones. I mean, Jim has been able to move in and clear away a lot of the Goyo canisters. So perhaps it's this backstab opportunity, and here comes Jum right into the heart of this map, in towards blue. Should pick up one. Shirley's gonna pick up one.
All he does, Jum gets Baby Shark, and he has the pings on the next, but instead, eyes on elsewhere. Cut him at the pass, go wider. He knows he's got support coming from Passport side. They push their way across, and he can't quite get there quick enough. Mowgli finds Kansan, and that pressure, it's rising steadily here, Demo. 3 versus 5. Base still in position, but Secret crouching, moving, opting to another pinch. Mowgli positioned at the bottom of the metal stairs. They've isolated these players. They've got one in Armory, got one in CC and one in Fountain. All of them cut off from each other. It's a scrappy first fight here for Bay, but he doesn't really have the best gun for this direct engagement. Oh! Prove me wrong! Pull the head off of Noah and buy yourself a place you can put a backline on. The plant is going down. Savage has security for one, but the rotate attempted to come through. They can't quite get the lock in. Head of dash to 2 versus 3 post plant, and Doom lucky to escape with a sliver of health. It's everything that's slowing him down. Doom is speeding them up. Spiker, all that is left. Start to think that the secret to this tournament is them taking that hammer.
Team Secret progress through this lower bracket. NA's final team is gone. Team Secret, your victors here today. They will move on to play Fluxo W7M tomorrow in what will be, I'm sure, one heck of a fight as well.
Everything that they've sort of given themselves. Wildcard, as you said, what a brilliant year this team has had. What brilliant expectations they've set themselves for going forward. Massive, massive positions in all the international tournaments.
One thing about Wildcard, if you're listening to this, fellas, keep your heads high.
Oh,
what you guys have achieved in the span of a year is absolutely phenomenal. And I'll tell you this right now, they'll be back.
Oh, I think think it would be a surprise if anything were else to happen. They've been absolutely brilliant, but every team is at this stage, right? Every single team is sort of a difference maker. Every single team is that bit further, that bit better, and bites that bit harder. And Secret, for brilliant years, they've had a brilliant one of their own. They've made sure that they're always sort of developing. You can see it on the coach there. He's heads down, locked in. Job's not done. Still games to have, but with that, they secure themselves that top 4. And with that, that's you and I done, Demo. We'll throw it over to an interview with Noah.
It only took 2 maps, and Lebash! Team Secret continue their journey here in the 6th Invitational, sending home NA's last hope in Wildcard. I'm here with Noah. Now, Noah, you had a crazy run out there. You've had a phenomenal performance on a personal level. But as a unit, you've been so consistent. We've spoken in the past about you guys being the potential underdogs as Mowgli comes up here as well. Come here, Mowgli. Just a quick one. Any fans here?
Noah Prime, guys. Noah Prime.
Listen, I feel like there's no more talk of you guys being the underdogs. Do you, inside the camp, feel like potential favorites here?
I think so. Now with Mowgli playing as well as he did, as an amazing crowd as you guys are, thank you guys so much for all the cheering. You guys are amazing. I love it.
Bien sûr, on joue tous comme une équipe. On n'est plus les underdogs, on joue comme une équipe sur les grandes scènes, tous. Et bien sûr, Mowgli qui joue aujourd'hui sur scène. Et quel jeu qu'il fait, bien sûr. C'est Team Secret. Et autour de vous, ici à Paris, ça donne de l'énergie à tout le monde, à toute l'équipe. Speaking of which, you have this crowd now. Noah, I've noticed that you're someone who loves the camera. I'm a person that loves the theater as well. What is it for you to be in front of a crowd to hype you up?
It's the most special feeling ever. Like playing from my own room and to playing here is just such a crazy difference. I just love you guys so much for all the energy you guys are bringing. So keep going, support Mowgli. He's the best French player here. Keep going and let's finish it.
There you go. Lots of... What do you want? What do you want, Mowgli? Yeah, go ahead.
Les gars, faites un maximum de bruit pour Baby Shark. Parce que le gars, c'est sa première année. Il a déjà fait 2 scènes. C'est un monstre, les gars, c'est un monstre. Mais j'étais obligé de gagner contre lui, désolé.
Big cheers to Baby Shark, who's played an incredible event. That is from Mowgli. There's a lot of love and respect between all of our French players. But to recap real quick, you know what? Noah loves to say, il adore tout ce qui est scène, mais en même temps, quand il y a tout Paris qui est là autour de lui, ça lui donne de l'énergie. Il est content de continuer le parcours de son équipe et de Team Secret et de Mowgli pour demain.
All right, Paris, one more time for Noah and Team Secret.
Available now.
fascinating. 2-0 from Secret to move themselves one step further in this lower bracket. And this second map, it was really close, but unfortunately at the end, NA do get sent near the airport.
They do get sent home, unfortunately, but it was really off the back, and Wildcard just having a poor understanding from the mid to late round. I mean, I think Demo talked about it pretty heavily, and we were seeing it time and time again. Wildcard would have everything to win these rounds, and then they would just slowly, just one domino right after the other, that then would just ultimately leave them losing round after round and just not being able to have momentum. It just wasn't on their side.
It was a decision-making at the end of the day for Wildcard. We saw it all throughout the series, but more specifically, you know, the last few rounds on Border that got very close and hairy, where Wildcard had everything that they could have possibly wanted. They ended up winning those rounds, but that's the biggest issue with Wildcard, is when you have such a huge advantage and you're able to push it to overtime. Why make it so hard on yourselves? You have such a man advantage. You have everything you might need. Great shots from the start, but then when it goes for the execute, the decision-making to go for gunfights, to give players like Adrian, players like Noah, an opportunity back into the series, back to just win it, to send you home. Why make it that much harder on yourselves? And it's not just those rounds. They didn't end up winning those rounds. They pushed it to overtime, but that's the story for their whole series.
Yeah, absolutely.
Decision-making was very questionable in general.
It's going to be rough because the players will be looking back at that later, of course, and think like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that. It's always woulda, coulda, shoulda in these situations, but I feel like back in map 1, we saw a great performance from Noah, and he was just keeping that up going into map 2.
Of course, I mean, Noah's play was huge throughout the whole series. I mean, this 4K on Border was disgusting with Ellis Scorpion from this position to be tapping heads, 3 people individually peeking. Again, same questionable decision-making, and then beautiful pistol to get the 4th one. But Noah, the whole series, everybody on Secret, especially on the map of Border, they had the momentum in their favor. They knew that they could just farm kills, do the basics, let Wildcard make the mistakes, and they were going to be able to capitalize and get those kills to win the series.
Yeah, they were all under one ideology. They knew how to execute onto these rounds, and even when they were in the man deficit, they understood they had the position. They would let Wildcard ultimately make those mistakes, and they only needed to aggress when they needed to, when the diffuser was planted, when they needed to double up on a player. They understood what the win conditions were every single round, and it's a big reason as to why what got them over this hurdle, what's ending this in a 2-0 series. And then you just look across the board at the stats from everyone across side of Secret, everyone showing up, understanding their role, understanding the position, and understanding what needed to win these rounds.
I feel like Adrian is one of those unsung heroes as well. I mean, we talked about the support stuff on the side of Wildcard. It's time we give Adrian his flowers as well. Was some of the highest rated players on the side of Secret for this event.
Everybody deserves a credit on Secret, but Adrian specifically on Border, I mean, he had 15 kills, I believe, 16 kills. Yeah. He almost had that 1v5 to be able to clutch up and send Wildcard home a little bit early. 3-0 in the entry. I think that's so important from a support player to even be getting opening kills, to put yourself in the position to get opening kills and not die, not risk your life. He was on another level today, especially the rest of Secret. It just goes without saying. They seemed all the way through that they were the better team.
Yes, and with our 2 elimination matches now out of the way, we can have a look at our updated bracket to see where we find ourselves so far with our remaining teams. Because if you're an NA enjoyer, it's looking a little bit rough. I mean, we just sent the last NA team home. If you're a Brazil enjoyer, you know, you've got some options to pick from as well. Same goes for Europe. But looking in this bracket and just thinking about that last game as well, just want to reference the interview. Speaking or hearing Noah and Mowgli speak to the crowd about how much it means to play in front of their home crowd, in front of a crowd in general. The emotions that happen with these players as well, I feel like it just shows us how much this game means to all of us.
Yeah, it absolutely showcases, and I think, you know, obviously for players like these, and Noah touched up on it, having that crowd be at your backing after every single kill, after every single clutch moment, you use that momentum to shape your play, to shape what you're trying to replicate. And then on the side of also just giving the respect over to Baby Shark, what Mowgli said, I think that's more important. It really showcases what our community is about, regardless whether it's the community, regardless whether it's the pro players, that everyone is family at the end of the day, regardless of if they're going against each other. And I think that's something to really showcase and how true our community is down to its core.
I mean, speaking from being a previous player, there's no feeling like playing on a main stage in front of a crowd, let alone your home crowd, a crowd that wants you to win, wants you to succeed. There's nothing as electrifying like that. No matter how many times you do it, it'll always be one of the best feelings you could experience.
And this is exactly what I love about Asira. It's a special time of the year where we really get to celebrate the people that mean so much to this game as well. We do our accommodations. We have the first one ready for you.
We're live
at the Adidas Arena in Paris, the city of love for the Six Invitational 2026. So much happens over the next 3 days, and as Anne and the team on the desk just alluded to, a big part of it is celebrating all of the people both in front of camera, behind the scenes, and the entire community that make this scene so magnificent, Milos.
Bien sûr, à chaque SI, c'est pas juste l'e-sport, c'est pas juste le tournoi, mais c'est pour dire merci à toutes les gens qui travaillent sur le jeu, même qui font partie de notre communauté, et ben, beaucoup plus que ça. Il y a toujours des commendations qu'on en parle, et cette fois, c'est pour les développeurs, pour qu'on commence ici au SI.
It's certainly one of my favorite parts of a Six Invitational, and now it is time for our dev commendation.
I always like video games. They are my greatest passion. Working in a game that it's relevant for people, that it's making them connect with their friends, that they're so passionate about. It's not something that can happen twice in your life. I'm Kilian Calo. I'm associate producer. I work at Ubisoft Barcelona on Rainbow Six Siege. So I manage the playlist team who's responsible for handling all the game modes in Siege and all the ways to interact with the game in public playlists, private playlists, like custom game and so. We try to offer an experience for everyone because like there's all type of players in Siege. If you want to play like a fast-paced match, a chaotic arcade, or a competitive mode, that's part of what we do. And we do as well take care of the planning phase things, the map ban, operator ban, and everything that is related the flow of the game up until you start the action phase.
Kilian brings a lot of passion to everything that he does. He does a great job of playing the game, understanding how the game works, but then also how can his team execute a vision to help the game grow.
He's a natural leader. He's very committed with all the team.
You can feel when he's around. He just has like an impact on the team, on the mindset.
And I think he's one of the main pillars of the success of what we do.
He really cares about the game.
Siege is a dream game for me. It's a dream project. I always like this type of games, this competitive tactical shooter, adrenaline. It's one of my biggest passions for sure. I'm definitely a competitive player, and to be competitive to me means that you are trying to improve and to push yourself into be better and to stay sharp and to look for that next objective that you are seeking for. And that's something that can coexist with teamwork. And I try to reinforce it to my team. I think it's good for them that they remain competitive, because being competitive, it's about the drive that push you to try to be the best team. But also to focus first on the shared goal. For me, it's important. It's like kind of my mindset. I played more than 20 years in basketball, and it's a sport about consistency and about team collaboration because everyone has a role. So if everyone is doing what they need to do, they can win. In Siege, you need to be consistent to win rounds, and in basketball, you need to be consistent to score. There are so many similarities, like the competition, the adrenaline, and in the team aspect, it's the same. So everyone needs to do a part to execute the whole plan of the team, and committing to it, that's where the magic happens, and it's where all the puzzle works like alone.
On Siege, one of the big things is that regardless of where we are in the world, we're all working together as one team. And I think that's a really important thing. And with Kilian and the work he does, that is so much more true because he's allowed us to be more united in the way we work. We got time zone differences, we got different priorities going on, but the reality is we're one team and he brings us together.
When we were speaking about teamwork, community is also part of that puzzle. Like at the end, everyone is playing a role here, and in this role that the community has, like it's about to express, it's about to enjoy and to be vocal when they do not like things, and everyone needs to be able to interact with the game in the way that they want, no? Like it's something that we try to provide, and we always think on everyone. It's like our main mantra in the team, actually.
It's important to make the community feel that we listen to them.
And having somebody like Killian that can understand their feedback, ensuring that everyone understands what was that feedback, it's essential.
What we care is what the user receives and how they receive what we are developing.
And I do think that right now we have a pretty good thing going on. So they've done a great job, I think, at just giving something for everyone to enjoy, and still to this day they're trying to make it better and better.
The people is actually enjoying so much what we are doing. That's the purpose of everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for our Dev Commendation recipients, Killian!
Paris, notre comédie développeur, Killian!
As we give him the award that he gets to keep forever, and it has been well and truly well earned and well deserved, Killian. We learnt a lot about you in that awesome video package just now. But now standing here on the stage, after being a part of the game that you love, what does this moment mean to you?
So it means a lot. Like everyone who I work with in the project like knows how genuinely I care about the game, like how fantastic is this game. Like I play very often, every time that I can, and working in it, like seeing it evolve, like it's fantastic. It means a lot. Like it's real purpose, man.
C'est un moment très important pour moi, pour ma carrière, mais aussi mon équipe me connaît, je travaille avec eux, je joue le jeu personnellement et avec tout le monde. Et ce moment-là, c'est un moment d'honneur pour moi et pour toute l'équipe que je travaille avec. Killian, I want to thank you very much for all the work that you're doing in the background. And speaking of which, because it's a lot of background work, how is it for you to come to events like the Invitational and see your work and your team's work manifest here in front of a global audience?
So it's precisely what I was speaking at the last part of the video. Like we are there behind the curtains, working tirelessly to improve the game, to make it evolve. Sometimes like over months, over years, sometimes. And when we see actually the features being released and players connecting with it, engaging, enjoying them, like it's the purpose. Like it's everything, because without players, without community, there's no game. So it's key.
En fait, c'est un peu hallucinant parce que des fois, on travaille des semaines, des mois, peut-être des années aussi à préparer tous les features qu'on a dans le jeu même. Et puis, on arrive à l'événement, on voit que tout le monde, que ce soit l'audience ici ou les joueurs qui apprécient tout le travail qu'on fait. Et bien sûr, quand on travaille tous en équipe et qu'on voit cette œuvre-là créée dans le jeu même, ça nous donne un grand esprit de coéquipage et bien sûr de travail fantastique. Thank you very much, Killian.
Killian, it's a rare occasion that you get to stand in front of, I guess, the consumers of your product. Is there any, I don't know, hints you can give us at what's to come in Rainbow Six Siege?
So you can be sure that I won't be spoiling anything because like I want you to save the surprise for Sunday. Like there's a lot of things coming up that are exciting, not even as a dev, but also as a player. Like I'm genuinely excited about some things, like big stuff. So make sure you tune in Sunday. Like it will be amazing, like a moment to celebrate.
Bien sûr, je travaille dans le backstage un petit peu, mais je peux juste vous dire, vous teaser qu'il faut regarder le show, le panel, le dimanche, parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'affaires qui vont être montrées pour ici et pour le futur qui arrive. C'est pas juste incroyable pour moi comme développeur, mais comme personne qui joue ce jeu régulièrement et tout le temps.
Finally, Killian, look, you've worked tirelessly over the years to be awarded and rewarded with this spotlight in front of not only this crowd here in the Adidas Arena in Paris, but to everybody watching at home and your colleagues up in the stands. I'm going to give you the microphone. Anything that you want to say, this is your chance.
Yes, so I want to take a moment to be like to actually express how grateful I am to work in this project. Look, so a moment to thanks to the community for sticking with us, for letting us evolve the game, for to improve it over the years. It's fantastic. Also to the dev team, most of them are there. So also shout out to them. Like it's so cool to work with you all. It's an amazing team. Everyone is so passionate and talented. It's an amazing feeling. And most importantly, to my family, to the ones that were there, well, since the beginning, that always supported me, my mother, my father. I love you so much. Also my wife, Alba, she's the most resilient and caring person in the world. I love you so much. And also my baby daughter, Gina, 6 months old. She won't be watching this anytime soon because no screens, but I hope that when she does it, eventually she will be proud of me. Thanks.
Je suis remerciant à vous, la communauté, qui nous donne toujours de la place pour expérimenter et pour améliorer le jeu au fur et à mesure du temps, mais aussi à toute mon équipe qui me supporte depuis tout le début et qu'on travaille tous en équipe chaque jour pendant des années pour créer ce jeu fantastique. Bien sûr, à ma famille, mes parents et ma femme, et bien sûr, ma petite fille qui vient d'avoir ses 6 mois, qui ne va pas nous regarder pour l'instant, mais peut-être dans le futur. Merci beaucoup à toi, Kylian.
Paris, one more time for our first commandee of SI 2026, our magnificent dev, Killian.
It is time for our upper bracket final, our match of the day. Falcons versus FaZe for a spot in the grand final. My name is Anne, I'll be your host, and joining me in the studio are lovely EU folks. We have Fresh and Alfama. Now, Fresh, I want to get to you first. I mean, you've worked so many main stages at this point. I can probably understand how you're feeling, but how are you?
Do you know what? I'm a little bit nervous. This is a big game. I'm really excited for it. Seeing friends, family, community members, you know, in the crowd, in the audience, SI in Europe. It's amazing.
This gives it an extra little bit of feeling, that extra bit of tingles. But for you as well, Leo, I mean, it is an SI in your home country.
I mean, and it feels truly, truly special to be here in Paris, in the heart of France, to celebrate Siege, and especially for Six Invitational. Paris, est-ce que vous êtes chaud? See what I mean? The French crowd will always answer.
I know you were waiting for this, and I love to hear the response from the crowd as well. But we have to talk about our matchup of the day here. Falcons going up against FaZe, which essentially is a rematch of last year's SI Grand Final. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, if you look at this, at every single moment in a recent timeline of Siege history, there is always that matchup. Ever since W7N dominated for 1.5 years, CG Sports, who took over? Falcons and FaZe, always facing each other. And in fact, I will say this, Falcons have been winning it. It's been 3-1. But
apart from the big one, Leo, apart from the big one last year in Boston where they lost 3-1 space, I will say we've called it the Duel of Destiny, but really they've been the deniers of each other's destiny. Both of these teams have been so exceptional in that kind of post W7M Furia era that if the other team wasn't there, they'd have probably gone on to have started a dynasty, but they've just been a thorn in each other's side the whole time.
Now, I want to start looking at Falcons as the first team here in our matchup, because before we were on, I was already hearing chants from the crowds supporting Falcons. They'll be looking for that support as well. I mean, winning this matchup will bring them one step closer to that big goal of lifting the hammer in Paris.
They are the big favorites coming here, obviously, 3 of them being hometown heroes. They are the ones that have attended so many grand finals. They're also a major hope for France, obviously taking away a hammer. If we look at these guys, obviously, Jack, pressure is on them, but also, what a stage to begin with.
Yeah, pressure is on them. I feel like they've been thriving inside of that pressure. Certainly when we saw them back in Munich, now we're seeing them here. They know that they've leveled up from the team that had those so many consecutive second places. They've worked on that, they've gone away, and they look invigorated. They're still laughing, they're joking, they're having a lot of fun. They know the pressure's on them, but they back themselves.
I had a chat with Liquefact this morning at the hotel, and he was saying, you know what, whatever happens, we'll be cursed anyway. Either we win, and it's another grand final for us from the upper bracket. Either we lose, and we go through the loser bracket. Either way, he said, there's no winning here.
I mean, they're going to have fun. We've seen that from this team before inside this tournament. But there's one player I feel like we have to talk about. The hometown hero. We're going to take a look at the Shaiko's mic.
Yeah, Shaiko has been absolutely exceptional throughout this whole tournament. I think, we've seen him. The crowd here absolutely loves him. They adore him. He is, the favorite of French Rainbow Six. He's been so good across this tournament. But it's not just this tournament. If we take a look into Shaiko's mind, you can see that he is a member of the 1,000 Kill Club at the Six Invitational. He's had 10 tournament MVPs. Now, so many players would be lucky to play in just 10 tournaments. He's MVP'd in 10 of them. His stats for the year is 110 on EPS. He is 10% higher than any average player across the whole year since the 1st of March last year, including crazy KD, crazy entry, basically 0.9 kills per round. And the honors that he's had. Of course, he's won a major. He's won 2 Gamers 8s. He's won an Esports World Cup. And of course, he is the hometown hero. We know Shaiko as a fragger, but really, he is the facilitator.
To show this, that to take an example of the last time Shaiko has played, it was against Furia, and they actually battered them. It was on Clubhouse, and look at this round, we're on the Gym Bomb side, and Furia, they've got a defense that's extended, we know that, right? Construction setup with Azami, at the same time, a Goyo playing cash, and at the same time, all the way in red stairs, they see a clash. The first thing they will do is users will breach that soul wall towards construction. Now that creates pressure. Look at Azami, she's focused on it, and she calls Fenrir. Fenrir has come to help. The sole duty of Fenrir now is making sure no one goes through that breach. That is all a trap, because if you look upstairs, who is upstairs? Yuzus. Going on the vents boost, he's gonna have an angle through the hatch, and he's calling Shaiko over. Shaiko will send the Lion scan, making sure the Fenrir does not move. And that is all a trap, because look at Yuzus, he calls for Shaiko to open the hatch, and that's a free kill. Beautiful play here. Look, Breda is on the windows. Who is here to cover him? Once again, that's Shaiko, up on the windows, getting the free pick. And look here, Hibana is taking a gunfight here towards Azami, and she's scared. And when you're scared and you're Falcons, and you've got Shaiko on your team, you call him over. Shaiko is looking at me right now, and he's acknowledging that. Look, the Lion Scan, he comes in, takes the 2v1, making sure he's helping them, and boom, that's another kill for Shaiko. We've said it again and again, Shaiko is an amazing fragger, but he's also, and foremost, he's an amazing teammate. Et pour tous mes fans français, on le sait depuis le début, Shaiko, il est extraordinaire, non?
I mean, we have to say as well, these clips are so well put together. Big props to our observers for putting and stringing that all together and giving us a feast for our eyes.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. You know, he is clairvoyant. Shaiko is, you know, he's had to grow so much in his role as well, but he's done it so well. And this tournament, it really does feel like the one that everything's been building up to.
We talked about it. These two always face each other in important matchup. We have to talk about FaZe as well, because if anything, this team might look like they will go back-to-back on Hammer, and that's the first time they could be doing it since that Penta G2 era.
I don't think the crowd in the arena want them to do it, but we do have to acknowledge FaZe are our reigning world champions. They are, of course, one of the most lethal teams in all of Rainbow Six Siege, and they are chasing that back-to-back Hammer, Leo.
And I just feel like they always flew under the radar. It's always the same thing with FaZe. They get here, they get victories, they make it through the group stage. Sometimes they look perfect, sometimes they don't, but still, they always make it. That's the beauty about FaZe, and they're always so consistent.
They are, but the funny thing is, when we look at their stats, and how far they've made it inside the tournaments, the stats don't really reflect the FaZe we see on stage.
And that's something that I don't understand. They feel like a sleeping giant. If you look at FaZe, still in the competition right now, they're the worst defensive team, the worst team at entry, the slowest team in entry, and none of their players are in the top 10 rated of the event. And you might wonder, how is FaZe still making it to the upper bracket final?
Well, based on those stats, you do really wonder, but what I will say is its strategic depth and its communication and coordination. Yes, those stats don't make a great deal of sense, but when I actually got a clip to show you, when you roll it, they're playing Chalet, and they've noticed on a drone from Cyber that it's the basement bomb site. They've seen a Cade on site. They've seen a Maestro on site, so they're thinking, okay, we know for certain there will be 2 anchors on site. Cyber actually gets a really, really nice drone here. Gets it up on the plant pot, up into the rafters. This is one for anybody watching. You can take this to ranked. Leo, I know you need help with that department. What Cyber sees here actually is a Fenrir. So he knows there's an extension up on the top floor as well, and therefore FaZe look to go and clear it. However, they come a little bit unstuck. Cyber dies and he's sitting on this camp. He sees the defenders completely trying to retake into FaZe.
And look at that extension. As soon as they know there is a road, boom, Blackbeard's already on site. Boom, Nomad has dropped. They're here on the bomb site before the Thermite exploded. And look, they're gonna get aggressive towards the anchor, and the Thermite will go for the plant. They take the site because they know it's the opportunity to take. Handy gets aggressive, he gets the pick that he needs. And even though it was a 4v5 at the beginning, look at this. They seize the right opportunity. That is the beauty of FaZe. Even when they're in back foot, even when they're struggling, even when they don't have the map advantage, they will find that gap. And they will execute it flawlessly because they're a team that has the best cohesion I've ever seen.
Those quick reactions, that coordination, communication, that's what makes them a world champion team.
Now, I feel like we've been talking about the team so much. I want to get to the map, Vito. I want to get to start this match as quickly as we possibly can. Falcons have the first pick here. It's taking us to bank.
Yeah, they only ever lose it to G2 in secret. They will play it against anybody, so no surprise to see them pick it against FaZe. But the FaZe pick, bit of a surprise, Leo.
Yeah, Border is a big surprise to me. It's not necessarily a fan favorite for FaZe, and if you look about it, Falcons, they've got some of the best gunners in the world. What is the map that focuses the most on gunfights? Border. It's a weird one for me.
Lair feels a little bit 50-50 for me. Both teams can play it. I think FaZe's strategical depth, but also there's a variation in ways that you can play it. We've seen Falcons be very strong on it.
Right, given this first map here, Bank, I feel like that's a big talking point. Who's taking that first map?
I mean, you know me, it's gonna be Falcons. They're the ones that have been dominating that map. Outside of Europe, I will say, Europe is the best, I guess, region at this map, and they're one of the best in the region, so they have to take it.
Yeah, I think so. I do see a world where we go all 3 maps. That Border pick for me is a little bit unconventional. It doesn't fit what we've just said in terms of FaZe being a slow team. You know, they're not particularly great at the entries. That map doesn't suit their style at all, especially against Falcons where it should. However, they must have something up their sleeve.
And I just want to hear from our lovely crowd here in Paris. Are we ready to start this upper bracket final? All right, let's go to the stage to get this upper bracket final started.
Oh man, I got a feeling that this is going to be good. We are back here on stage at the Adidas Arena in Paris for one more best of three on this SI Friday. This one, the stakes could not be higher. The winner books their spot in the grand final on Sunday to fight for that hammer. I've got a feeling the crowd are supporting one team in particular, Milos.
Je le pense aussi, Ian. Now, bien sûr, on arrive maintenant à l'upper bracket. C'est Falcons, c'est FaZe Clan, les deux meilleures équipes du monde pour beaucoup d'entre vous. Ça, j'en suis vraiment sûr. Mais en même temps, je pense que Paris, on aime un peu Falcons un peu plus que FaZe Clan. Je sais pas, il faut voir avec. Je vous entends un peu bien là, c'est bien. Mais c'est un rematch des finales à Boston l'année passée. Et peut-être, ce sera les deux meilleures équipes du monde qui vont arriver. Une seule équipe dans la finale aujourd'hui. On le saura bien sûr pour ce marteau. Se lèvera le dimanche soir. Ian, we got a hell of a game on our hands.
You're right, and you said it. It's a rematch of the SI 25 Grand Final. Let's bring out our first team onto the stage. It just got loud in here. However, let's welcome their opponents. Here on the main stage. You can feel the rumble, you can feel the tension from this crowd here. It's the first time it's ever been palpable here today. KDS, we'll start with you. Any last words for your opponent here?
Good luck and we have a great game today. Bonne chance, bonne game. Liquefax, c'est pas la première fois que je jouais contre FaZe, not the first time you play against them. Anything like to say to KDS?
Have fun, but I don't think he will have fun with this crowd, so...
Said, are you worried about the crowd?
No. We always are the team they boo, so we're fine. Ça n'affecte pas FaZe, hein?
Tant mieux pour eux, alors.
It's not impacting FaZe, but Liquefax when he says, like, you know what? Doesn't matter. It's on them.
Can we get a handshake? Oh man, this is good. Can I just ask something really quickly, Los?
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question. Any fans of Shaiko?
So like 4 of them.
Yeah. Should we get them rocking one time?
Yeah.
What's that thing you say? How do you say make some noise in French?
Fly with me. Faites du bruit!
The time has come. The upper bracket final starts right now.
So, from Boston to Paris, it's the same old dance. The two best teams over the last 12 months, I guess you could say, maybe even longer than that, guys, meet once again, this time in the upper bracket final, to determine which will book their place in Sunday's grand final.
Well, I think it's pretty crystal clear who the favourites are in this arena, in Paris. Psycho, the fans are multituding in their thousands, cheering their boy on and their team. But this might be Falcons' biggest test since that Boston Grand Final.
They've got a very solid record over FaZe. We saw that on the desk, presented with a wonderful graphic. 3-1 head-to-head over the last few events. Of course, in Munich, Falcons got the better of FaZe. Prior to that, long time ago, Montreal, EWC 24, all going the way of that Falcons roster. But the one that mattered the most, it was the SI Grand Final last year. FaZe took it out 3-1, a second place finish once again for Falcons, and that's been their shortfalling. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But in the City of Love, in their own home territory, surely on this occasion, as they look to book their place in the grand final, it's destined in the stars.
And a win here for Falcons will, of course, get them one step closer. A team has not lost the upper bracket final here at a Six Invitational and gone on to lift the hammer since way back in 2022 when TSM were able to achieve that feat. So do not underestimate just how important this match will be.
We've got a little bit of time to let the tension just simmer heading into this upper bracket final. The crowd reaching fever pitch, all starting to pack inside of the Adidas Arena. You look at this record, though, for Falcons. Second at Manchester, second in Montreal, second at the Six Invitational in 2025, and second recently at the Munich Major. Is it second again? Is it the hammer? Well, the upper bracket final will give us a glimpse.
I really love the way that the desk has framed this matchup, especially from the perspective of FaZe. They are the sleeping giants heading into this matchup. The numbers, the statistics, their ranking of the remaining teams here at the event on so many key metrics is rather weak, but they have this innate ability in 4v5s, 3v4s, 2v3s, when they're a player down, when their back's against the wall, when they've got a disadvantage. They are the best team at the event for finding win conditions, and Falcons will be doing everything they can to shut those down throughout these potential next three maps.
We saw Furia fall earlier today. We saw Wildcard get displaced by Secret. That means heading into this match and tomorrow and the following days, it's all down to Brazil and Europe, the last two regions standing. And how fitting for this upper bracket final to feature arguably the two best teams from those respective regions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, amazing arena. The atmosphere is great. Very much a party vibe here in Paris, and Falcons will be looking to keep those good times rolling. But with that, it has to have an element of pressure. They want to perform well in front of their home crowd. They want to do them proud. And of course, again, as you mentioned, they can't go to another big event and finish second. They need to go all the way.
Well, the problem is the upper bracket final's not quite the grand final, though. It's the entree. It's not the main course.
Could be potentially the grand final once more, depending on how the loser shapes up. It's definitely a possibility.
And that's something as well, by the way, that in recent years, and I don't know how long it's been now, but the lower bracket teams seem to find a way to go and capture that hammer. Those from the upper bracket haven't necessarily been able to have the success that maybe you would attach to a team coming in through the upper bracket. Now, I'm not putting a notion on this to suggest that you should lose this game. You certainly want to win it, but it is something to be mindful of.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, just waiting for all the players to get set. We did just have one dash off stage, so hopefully be back in a moment's time. I believe it was Handy.
Well, speaking of handy, good little segue. 15th rated player at the tournament. He's their best player right now for FaZe. So far at this 6 Invitational, plus 33 kill differential. He's got 10 multi-kills. He's won 2 1vx's, 62% cost. All these numbers are great. The one number, though, that eludes him is the opening kill metric, -6. Now, he's not the only one, though, for FaZe that struggles in that department. In fact, fun fact, not so much for FaZe, every single teammate of FaZe is negative on opening kills. They are 15th rated for opening kills, and it goes back to what you were saying before. They are great at playing from behind, but it's also because they're forced to play behind so often in their rounds.
I just saw on our screens a moment ago, Shaiko, arguably the main character of this matchup. He's number 2 at the event so
Well, he's
far.
really number 1. We can't count Woogie Man.
Well, number 1 of those remaining for sure. 113 EPS. But one point that you brought up as we were discussing this matchup, he has a 60% cost, which is on the lower range of those remaining at the event. So Shaiko is almost seen as an all-in or nothing type of player. If he can get in and have impact, he will absolutely shred inside of the server. But if FaZe can invest in shutting him down, if Shaiko goes quiet, can the rest of Falcons step it up?
Yeah, 17 multi-kills for Shaiko, plus 12 in the entry battle. So again, as you're sort of reiterating here, he will go big in a lot of rounds, but then he can go quiet for a lot of rounds. And that's where FaZe will need to strike. When Shaiko is quiet, isn't quite having that impact in those rounds, which has been the case so far at this event, that's when they've got to strike. That's the rounds that they need to win. And don't get it twisted, Solotov has been really good this event as well. Just a standout, solid player, ultra consistent. He's top 20 rated at the event, plus on KD, plus on entry kill, 10 multi-kills. He's won a 1vx, he's got a high cost. He has been really a solid Robin to the Batman of Shaiko, whereas you would maybe naturally think of someone like Lickyfac, but he's been slightly towards the middle average, 100 EPS on the dot, but get him on that stage and you know he can certainly make an impact.
Now, if you are just joining us, the maps for this best of 3 bank up first. The selection of Falcons Border second from FaZe is an intriguing decision, and Lair if needed. Now, FaZe have only picked Border once.
In the last 3 years.
One time in 3 years.
And they lost it.
Now, they have played it a couple of times, but they were never the team to select it. But still, to pick Border, a map which, again, so heavily reliant on fragging capability, finding entries, etc., etc. Some of the weaknesses of FaZe at this event so far. I cannot wait to see Border play out. It's going to be absolutely insane inside of the server. We're going to have to see some new ideas, I feel, from FaZe on that second map, if they are to win it out. And to be fair, we'd probably go into that series expecting Falcons to have the lead. They are one of the best teams in the world on bank, much like some of their EU counterparts.
Well, you say expect. I don't know. You look at the numbers on bank. Over the last year, 8-4 for FaZe, 7-3 for Falcons. They actually both last played Furia on that very map with a 7-5 win for FaZe and a 7-4 win for Falcons. So when you kind of look at the numbers for bank opening map, it's not as if it's a pick for Falcons that's just so extremely in their favor. So I do think there is probably a world in which it might determine the series, but one way or the other. If FaZe win it, yeah, maybe they drop Border, but they selected it for a reason. I can't help but think, arguably the best team in the world should have all the right reasons in selecting a map that is primarily not one that they do select, haven't got a good rec on it, and have not won on the map in 3 years when selecting it. Like, everything's against the selection.
Yep.
But this is the time of a tournament. It's 6 Invitational, upper bracket final, you go into your workshop, and I think that's what FaZe are doing.
Absolutely, and again, as mentioned, Lair, the deciding map. It's the second preference map for FaZe. For Falcons, it's 5 out of 9. Despite that, both teams with a fairly strong record, although some mixed results. FaZe, for example, a 6-4 record on Lair in their 10 appearances, and Falcons, on the other side, an equal number of appearances at 10, but a 7-3 record. And in terms of the attack and defense split on that particular map, certainly favoring Falcons. So this match for me really comes down to can FaZe translate a lot of prep work that has arguably gone into this matchup and actually implement it on gameplay under pressure against a crowd that doesn't like them very much.
I still want to apologize for those watching along at home. We have been running into some tech issues, hence the prolonged nature of this introduction of the upper bracket final. So much so that the crowd is even, I don't know, getting their lights out, trying to bypass the time, if you will. But what about the crowd in a match like this? Because FaZe are an experienced team. They won a hammer last year. They played in front of 10,000 in Sao Paulo 2 years ago. They are not foreign to this stage, and they certainly would not be foreign to being the villains. I don't think the crowd element will have as much of a factor on FaZe as I actually think it will on Falcons, but on a positive note. I think the way the crowd is going to be shaped up is they'll give a boost to Falcons. I don't think they will give any kind of detriment to FaZe though.
Yeah, I think I would largely agree. Yes, it's hostile. Yes, it's noisy. And of course, the crowd is going to be fully favoring Falcons. Every time a player from Falcons gets shown up on that big screen, the crowd goes up, but I agree. I think FaZe are way too disciplined, way too experienced. They've been in similar situations in the past where maybe they've had a crowd against them. It's not going to deter them all too much. I think for me, it more so comes down to all the action inside of the server. And if they start to feel like maybe on Border, for example, right, they go in and they have this game plan. If Falcons disrupt that and they start to unsteady them, that's when maybe we could see some weakness.
Now, the good news, of course, loser of this will drop down to the lower bracket final. They would await the winner of Secret, Fluxo, W7M. Guz, is there a world in which one of those two teams that currently reside in tomorrow's lower bracket semi-final, could they beat either a FaZe or a Falcons, or does this match almost feel destined to be repeated in the grand final?
That is a really good question, because I think my first instinct is looking at how Secret played today, dominant over Wildcard, and then Fluxo W7M basically wiping the floor, especially on that final map against Furia. It was really astounding to watch. I wouldn't be completely shocked if either Team Secret or Fluxo W7M take on the winner of this match in the grand final, and critically look competitive as well.
Absolutely. We know Team Secret have the capabilities of going to the very end of a tournament. We saw that at EWC. We've seen that from Fluxo W7M as well at a major. So really, the four teams that we have left, genuinely, you could make arguments that they can win it all here in Paris. But I would also say, if you were to seed them, it's FaZe and Falcons probably splitting one, and then there's 3 and 4 between Secret and Fluxo. We just saw Shaiko and Julio come back to the stage. We do have all 10 players in the lobby. My hope is we're not too far away from beginning this upper bracket final. Now we've got Leaky Fact making his way to the stage. I think they just wanted to leave, come back, get the crowd noise. I think it's all part of the plan.
Trying to throw off their opponents, build a bit of energy. As the tension rises between these two and a single shot yet to be fired, what's your prediction for this? For me, this is such a very difficult series to call, especially that border pick. It's throwing me off. I don't know what to feel.
It's good. We haven't spoken about predictions. I'm glad you brought that up. Coming into Six Invitational this year, certainly I had Falcons at the top of my tier list. Before we even played a single match, I just felt it was just too much in the script. This team always second, but coming back home to finally finish first. I think they take this series 2-1 or 2-0. For FaZe, if they're to get over the line, they're going to have to really surprise me. And that's no discredit to FaZe, and certainly they can still win this. My prediction of Falcons is, you know, like a 55-45 kind of split, or 60-40. It's close. But it just almost feels like surely Falcons can't bottle this.
I think I largely agree. Either way,
despite the history of doing it quite often.
Either way, I'm expecting magic in this matchup. Border for me is going to be incredible to watch, regardless of which way it tilts.
Well, then that way, do you feel like whoever wins Bank goes into Border?
I don't think it's super relevant. I don't think FaZe play out this veto expecting to be super competitive on Bank. Falcons are so challenging to take down, and that's likely a decision that they have consciously made heading into this veto. We'll give away Bank. Obviously, don't give up on it. They'll throw everything they have at it and see if they can pluck the map. But I wouldn't be, sitting here concerned necessarily for FaZe if they are unable to win out map number 1. All 10 players back at their stations, and so the hope will be that we can get this match underway in a moment's time. And again, just joining to reiterate, Bank, Border, and then Lair, if required, the upper bracket final winner through to the grand final, and just one best of 5 away from lifting that beautiful hammer.
Yeah, and honestly for me, FaZe back-to-back, does that cement them above other teams? The G2 Penta era, Furia, previously W7M, back-to-back majors into Sao Paulo, one of the greatest matches of all time. Does it put them above them to go back-to-back SIs? The main thing really missing from their trophy captain are majors.
I think they slowly entered the discussion, but probably still on the fringe. But it's a good storyline to bring up. Being consistent at the highest level of Rainbow Six Siege is so challenging. We haven't had a team go back-to-back since that Penta G2 era. It's a testament to how difficult it is to remain consistent at the highest level with a game that is constantly evolving. And so it would be incredible for, honestly, either of these two teams to make the grand final, which of course they will, but to go on and win it twice for the side of FaZe would be remarkable. And even for Falcons on the opposing side, to remain competitive in a top 2 position, to make these opportunities consistently. You know, they didn't convert them, of course, but to still make it is incredibly impressive.
Again, apologies for the delays as well, this has become quite extended, unfortunately, and it really has now meant this upper bracket final is as high tension as it could be. Let alone before the delays, I already felt like roaring to go. I'm itching to get this started, but unfortunately we are running into issues here. FaZe Falcons sitting on that stage, though, it means what's going through their minds. Like, you're just sitting there, you're waiting to start, you're ready to go, you've got the pre-planned strategies employed, but you just sit there with your thoughts. For Falcons, maybe stewing on their thoughts wouldn't be the best thing. We know how good they've been this event, but you stew on those thoughts, you think about all those second places, very easily you could see them maybe going into the wrong space in their minds, coming into this series, thinking all the pressure. You're at home. We haven't spoken about that. There is pressure as much as there is the joy of playing in front of friends and family, the home crowd, but it also comes with the pressure that you don't disappoint them.
Yeah, you're right. It's not often that we will have players sit here for such a prolonged period of time. Of course, technical pauses can happen at any point of time, but the ability to sit there, remain focused, not get too distracted, it's really being tested for both teams right now as they look to remain locked in, remember their game plan for this matchup, but they're going to be eager to jump into it just as much as we are.
The beautiful flowers, by the way, I saw when the tweet went out. I didn't have the benefit of being able to actually come to the arena yesterday beforehand, get a little bit of a glimpse. So that was actually the first time I saw it. I think did they say on the tweet it's like the first live esports event with real flowers on a stage? I mean, that in itself is quite nice, and it just looks absolutely beautiful. It's one of the better stages that I think that we've had. The crowd is definitely starting to get hyped up for Falcons, especially being the hometown favorites. It's all starting to come together. We just kind of need this game to get started. Hopefully not too much longer, and certainly for these players, they've been ready to go. I mean, it's just about 7:30 local time, so we're almost right on where we were probably scheduled to be for today, but they would have been waiting all day for this match, for their moments. And so difficult as well to understand for these two teams. They would both be feeling confident going into this, right? But one is going to walk away disappointed and has to then bounce back tomorrow.
Certainly some impressive cosplays that we have seen in the crowd so far, and I'm sure that will multiply as the weekend continues.
Well, I have had word. I don't think we're too much longer away from getting into this upper bracket final. It's all been said. It's all been written. We all understand what's on the line here. The stakes. FaZe Clan looking for back-to-back hammers. Falcons looking very much for their first in the City of Love. In their home country and city, they certainly are the favorites. 60-40 split. Funny, I said that about myself, Guz, and we get that as well on the social predictions. It's been a wait. We've certainly been teased, but soon the upper bracket final is about to begin.
Finally, we can jump into this series. Can Falcons make it to another grand final? Can FaZe Clan potentially set themselves up for the back-to-back?
It's the best two teams in the world from the best two regions in the best tournament that this game has to offer. Let's get it started!
So the moment has arrived, finally, because we certainly have been waiting. The upper bracket final, Falcons, FaZe Clan. The repeat rematch of the 6 Invitational 25 Grand Final arrives in Paris, and we head to Bank, Falcons map pick, to get it all underway.
So we'll see the operator bands roll through. FaZe, of course, as expected, they will start out on defense. Bands are as follows: Mirror, Kaid on defense, and the side of the attack, Monty and Grim off the board. All 4 of these operators rather common on Bank. Mirror popular up above in Jan and down in Red Corridor. Kaid for the hatch-heavy play, especially basement. Monty's great for creating space, and Grim equally has been a high operator ban rate at this event so far, given his strengths.
Listen to that noise. Well, certainly no confusion as to which team this crowd will be cheering for. Undoubtedly, they want Falcons to win, to do so in a dominant fashion. FaZe will begin on the defense of Bank. Again, to reiterate, this is the map pick of Falcons. They begin on the attack. You mentioned the bans, but I'm just drawn. Chaiko gets Deimos, and with that comes a lot of power for Falcons.
Absolutely. Will be very useful in any potential map clear required in this opening round. KDS, open area, Handy, Tellers, Cyber, Archives. Now, typically you anticipate the defense to peel rather early, but sometimes they commit. Sometimes they try and catch a timing or try and bring a higher tempo on the side of defense. Falcons will be clued into that, however, good yellow pings and 5 targets available to Shaiko already.
A big watch here as well from FaZe's perspective as to how aggressive they want to play in this opening round. They do have a somewhat roam-capable lineup, especially with the Soulless. Souls over towards Blue Stairs can hold for, well, at the time being until others rotate. Ideally, you would want Vidiking or Cyber to play that position, but Cyber currently in Archives has already blown up his Nitrocell, which is, funnily enough, the only one that FaZe brought into this round. It does remove a little bit of late-round denial later on, as we see the death mark for the first time from Shaiko.
Cyber, though, able to deploy that new jam, a good counterplay onto the death mark. Handy also not far away to offer support. The third play here, though, from Falcons could be impactful.
Shot again through the floorboard. Lickyfack unable to find the opening kill. Not even any damage as well. But FaZe are very much committing as Cyber falls by holding an Archive as Shaiko. Of course it is that finds the opening kill of the upper bracket final. Back to basement for FaZe. Now down a player.
Yeah, Handy was able to rotate back over towards main stairs, so he retained life for the late round. But it is, of course, now a 4 versus 5 FaZe to deploy their final reinforcements, and they have a decent amount of utility that they can still lay, but a lack of nitros could prove costly.
Soul's gonna be careful because Lickyfack is hunting. Straight down Blue Stairs, he finds his target and hits the mark. And they clear the way now towards the site. Falcons with the early advantage to begin this upper bracket final. KDS, Vidiking, and Handy, though, solid players, especially when Handy's still alive, FaZe is still a chance. And we spoke about how this team has the capabilities of bringing back any man deficit.
Gas Fave deployed by Vidiking. 1 remains. Secondary Hard Breach opens route now towards default, but there's Cringe Pressure Garage. That's shut down. Main stairs up next.
Well, if this one loses the Lickyfack, that's going to bring it back to a 3v3. By the way, flooding into sight right now. Falcons are making their push. Brede will stick the plant. Oh, Vidiking! Uses got the team kill though onto Brede. Kid's still knocked down. Hitting headshots for fun as Handy by himself doesn't have the chance to deny this kid. He's towards Towers and it's shaping up.
Falcons ticking all the right boxes there in round number 1. A great clear over towards Archives and Tellers initially. Shaiko getting good value from the Deimos and drop Cyber at the midpoint of the round to give Falcons the advantage. They cleared blue nicely. They had route towards default. They identified that a flood was the most optimal win condition for them. And sure, Vidaking with a nice denial, but they swept into action. The backline from Falcons was really clean, and I think they'll be quite pleased with how this opening round has concluded.
I mean, I thought that was such a solid play from Vidaking to just disrupt that plant from going down. But Falcons had the numbers, they had the prio positions. So from basement to top floor, no repeat for FaZe. Instead of opting to go for lockers and CCTV again, we head to CEO Executive for the second round.
The top floor is going to be rather challenging for defense in this first half. At least that's the expectation. Mira is banned out. The Capital selected by Friday is available. And so this should facilitate and allow for more direct hits from attack, more repulse-centric play focused in on CEO itself, on that A objective, as opposed to, needing to manufacture plays over towards Lobby, Banana, Kanto, etc. Now they have the tools to do that as well. And so that's going to enclose this defense, and there should be a lot of perceived pressure on FaZe if Falcons deploy this utility correctly. And don't forget Shaiko as well. He'll also be able to clear a lot of this